Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Will you talk? During the courtesy of the county magistrate and the fat man, he happened to see Ji Yuan, who was hand in hand with Xiaoxian in the distance. As the owner of the anecdote in the county some time ago, the county magistrate also recognized Ji Yuan, and the other party lived in Xiaoga for a long time. So he was even more impressed, so he couldn't help but take a second look at this moment. What is the county magistrate looking at? Who are these two people? The chubby man in the toga also followed the eyes of the county magistrate and saw the scene outside the school, not far away. Oh, it's nothing. The one in the white shirt is Mr. Ian from the school in the county. He is quite knowledgeable. The one in the green shirt is a rare scholar in the county. The fat man turned his head to the county magistrate. Wonder? The county magistrate nodded. Wonder. Then the county magistrate smiled and stroked his beard again, and briefly described the red fox's worship to the man in the toga, which the three of them found quite interesting. The red fox begged for help, but the vicious dog retreated after hearing the sound. There is such a thing. Ha ha. There are rumors in the market, both true and false. There must be exaggerated words, but the county magistrate once said that this person is definitely not an ordinary person. The two were talking when they suddenly saw the entrance of the school not far away. Ji Yuan turned his head to look at them, but he just looked away and led Xing away. The county magistrate was stunned for about a breath before realizing that there was still business to do. Patriarch Wei, please, let's go to the building outside the temple. Good. The county magistrate, first please. In Ning'an County, apart from Narcissus Town, the closest to Nyokawei Mountain are the villages at the foot of the mountain. This time, Ji Yuan made a special trip to take Xing and Fox to walk the path from the mountain village to Nyokawei Mountain. After a simple lunch with Ji Yuan, Xing, who went home and changed into school children's clothes, bounced and followed Ji Yuan out of the city. The red fox hid in Ji Yuan's arms until he left the city, and was released to follow after he left the city. From Ning'an County to the nearest foot of Nyokawei Mountain, the straight-line distance is about 12 miles. Taking into account the current distance, even if you don't use all your strength, it will take less than a quarter of an hour. But with Fox and Xing, it is just a trip up. Under the background of this era, children, especially the scholarly children like Xing, do not have many opportunities to travel far when they are children. Even if they belong to Ning'an County, the scenery of the mountain village is extremely charming to Xing. Children's physical strength is like a bottomless pit when they play, and they will be full of energy immediately after a rest. Not to mention Xing's physique is somewhat special. Sometimes he exclaims and laughs at the water wheel, jumps into the field to catch frogs and worms to flatter the fox, and sometimes wants to jump into the river to take a bath like those village children, and from time to time he shouts loudly at the vast fields and woods roar. Ji Yuan also prepared the pastry and shortbread without hesitation, so that little Xing, who had a strict tutor, enjoyed what is called a carefree outing. There is food and drink and a dog, a fox. Walking while playing, after about an hour and a half, the two of them arrived at the foot of Nyokawei Mountain, followed a mountain road stepped by mountain drivers, and spent about half an hour climbing a small hill that was not too high. When he got to the mountain, Ji Yuan didn't let Xing run around casually, and if he was bitten by some poisonous insect or snake, he wouldn't be able to explain to Xiaoxian. The wind in the mountains is cooler than that at the bottom of the mountains. Although the hills are not high, there are towering trees and strange rocks. Ji Yuan looked at the red fox, who had been excited for a long time, and pointed to the direction of the further mountain forest. Let's go. I hope you are not just a passerby in my life. See you if you are destined. And me. Little fox, don't forget me. Don't forget me. Xing has been holding back, and when he yelled this sentence, he was crying. Yes, there is also little Xing. Ji Yuan smiled, with mixed feelings in his heart, Qing's appearance reminded him of the 3 tortoises, 2 rabbits, and a parrot that he raised to death as a child in his previous life. The red fox woo-wooed twice, walked away from Ji Yuan, jumped onto a rock a few times, then turned around and looked at the big and small ones in front of him. With a kind of human, Ji Yuan and Qing just stood there and looked at the fox for a while, but they didn't see the fox's intention to leave. Mr. Ji, the little fox, doesn't want to leave. Maybe to watch us leave. After finishing speaking, Ji Yuan didn't explain anymore and let Qing, who turned around after a few steps, turned and went down the mountain. After walking about a dozen steps, Ji Yuan turned his head and saw that the red fox was still squatting on the strange rock and looking at them. Since we met once, Ji will give you another gift. Glancing at the clouds in the sky, Ji Yuan said to the red fox, "Since you have embarked on the path of cultivation, you will no longer be an ignorant beast. You can lack everything, but you can't lack a name. If you don't dislike it, you will be called Hu Yin from now on." Hearing Ji Yuan's words, the red fox's eyes lit up, and for a while he ignored Ji Yuan's exhortations and kowtowed to Ji Yuan in front of Qing. "Ah, Mr. Ji, the little fox really knows how to court people." "Ah!" Qing, who was still struggling with the strangeness of Mr. Ji's previous words, was startled when he saw the red fox worshipping someone. Let's go home." Ji Yuan patted little Qing on the back and led the child down the mountain with the child whose agitation and sadness were diluted. Ji Yuan was also very happy, much happier than the smile on his face. Although he was still a little foggy, his arm and his sleeve felt electrified just now, and a phantom of a chess piece flashed away at his fingertips. Maybe it was exhausted. Qing fell asleep on Ji Yuan's back on the way home. This directly led to the fact that the speed, when going back, was many times faster than the time when he came. Ji Yuan used his aura to run his body, and he rushed back to Ning'an County not long after. When Qing was sent back to Yin's house, it was not time for Yin's meal, so it really took half a day to return. It's just that after Ji Yuan came home, he went out again immediately and took off his green robe and changed into a coarse coat with tight arms and tied his long, casual hair behind his back with tie. After quickly completing these preparations, Ji Yuan jumped out of the small Juan pavilion with the help of the elasticity of the juju branches, and then frequently borrowed strength from the roof to leave the city in an instant. Ji Yuan only knows 2 simple methods of obscuring the eyes. One is called disappearing form and returning, and the other is called one leaf blinding the eyes. The definition is vague and general, but it also has a scope of application. Obscuration is just a way to cover or divert other people's sight so that they can't see the truth. To put it bluntly, you can't rely too much on it. At least Ji Yuan doesn't think that you can really become invisible even if you are in front of ordinary people. More practical, the so-called one leaf is just a concept referring to tiny things, and the method of blinding the eyes by one leaf also refers to being unable to see the whole picture or the truth because of the cover of a small thing. Ji Yuan uses his own bangs to cast a spell, making people who are looking at his face unclear or see him as something else, because the bangs as one leaf are real, so this spell is small but much more reliable. At this moment, Ji Yuan hurried out because he saw a carriage driving on the official road from a distance on the way home, and the 2 people riding beside the carriage were the well-dressed men who were seen at the county government entrance at noon, and the voice of chatting Ji Yuan can't remember wrongly, so it's self-evident who is in the car. Of course, Ji Yuan is not so petty that he wants to take revenge when he talks behind others' backs, and it's not that he is saying bad things, mainly because he heard the conversation between the county magistrate and the fat man at noon and subconsciously glanced at them. When it came to the fat man's neckline, there was a faint aura. That's definitely not the reason for the fat man himself. It should be something extraordinary on his body. At this stage, Ji Yuan is in a state of hunger for things like cultivation, but his rationality prevents him from seeking immortality everywhere. He will not let this opportunity pass by now. No matter how bad it is, he must personally confirm what it is, figure out the source. It's just that at noon, It was clear that the three masters and servants would not leave until the next day, but now they have already driven the carriage to the official road. The surrounding wind kept brushing against his face, and he still restrained himself in the city. After leaving the city, Ji Yuan used his body skills and chased with all his strength in the direction he had just imagined. After about 2 quarters passed, he finally appeared in his sight. The carriage that was about to leave the boundary of Ning'an County. At this moment, the sky was getting dark gradually. Ji Yuan fell far behind without a sound, and he was a little worried about how to achieve his goal. Is it to catch up directly and have a friendly exchange? Or think of a separate method? Or directly restrain them from searching for things before asking? Act a little more viciously? Ji Yuan bared his teeth a little nervously, rehearsing the ferocious appearance. He thinks he still has a bit of talent for acting. But without waiting for Ji Yuan to think about it, a new change occurred. In the woods on the left side, in front of the official road, several figures in dark linen clothes sprang out instantly, brandishing their weapons and attacking the direction of the carriage. Not good. They're strong people. The 2 guards slapped their horses on their backs and sprang up to fight the attackers. Facing the attacker, the man in yellow clothes jumped out of his horse, stepped on the horse, borrowed his strength, squeezed his fists tightly, and beat one of the robbers viciously. Go! Die to me! Win! The powerful and heavy punch was actually blocked by the back of the opponent's sword, and the knife was drawn to separate the fist in an instant. The blade turned and slashed upwards towards the opponent, and the blade seemed to be divided into 3. See-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. 3 swords sliced through the guard's fists, one of which made his shoulders bleed. Yin Ling, 3 times. You are Xiang Feng, the 13 bandits of Yin. The guard in yellow jumped back to avoid the other 2 bandits who attacked together and shouted in horror. As far as I can see from the corner of my eye, my companion is now in danger as a 1-on-4, with several injuries already on his body. There was a muffled sound of hammering, and another guard took a heavy kick, hitting the body of the carriage that was still moving with a bang. Stop the car for me. One of them roared fiercely. Ouch! The driver of the carriage hurriedly grabbed the reins and squatted there trembling, not daring to move, while the people in the carriage were too frightened to make a sound. Xiang Feng didn't look at the 2 guards who were facing an enemy, but looked at the carriage with a knife and a smile. Wei Wu Wei. It is rumored that the Wei family has passed down a piece of sapphire from generation to generation, which can protect against evil spirits. You should carry it with you, right? The fat man in the carriage seemed to have forced himself to calm down a bit, and carefully got out of the carriage. Wei Wu Wei, the 1313 pirates of Yindi, has heard of them before and knows that they are a group of vicious gangsters with high martial arts skills. When dealing with such gangsters, it is best for ordinary people not to be too hard-headed. Xiang, Hero Xiang, that sapphire is actually just a piece of ancestral jade pendant. What's so magical about it? Do you want money or jewels? I can give you both. How about making sure you're satisfied? Wei Wu Wei took out his handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead when he was speaking. Even in the dark, he could see the expression on his face full of panic. Then he looked at the 2 guards who were bleeding and injured and had their necks held by knives. Worse, 7 fierce men surrounded the carriage. Xiang Feng just looked at this beardless and fat man with no expression on his face. Of course, things like money are good. So how about 5,000 taels to buy the 3 of you and 3 lives? As for the sapphire, whether it is really magical or has a false name, I will decide. While speaking, Xiang Feng walked towards Wei Wu Wei step by step. Xiang, Hero Xiang, even though I am already the head of the Wei family, I was just appointed by the old man. The blue jade will have to wait until I hold a banquet at the 15th house next month. It will be passed on to me. It's really not with me. Xiang Feng sneered. Oof, do you want to die then? In fact, regardless of whether sapphire is on Wei Wu Wei's body or not, the 3 of them will not survive, but Wei Wu Wei is still useful for the time being, which is related to another thing. Seeing the fierce men approaching, Wei Wu Wei trembled with fright and hurriedly touched his neckline. Don't. If you have something to say, you have something to say. Sapphire is here. While speaking, the chubby hand frantically tugged at a red string around his neck, and pulled a piece of blue jade pendant out of the neckline. Here, this is it. Blue jade pendants are extremely rare, but this one feels extraordinary the moment you see it, and it is particularly conspicuous in the dimness after dusk. Xiang Feng couldn't help showing a hint of joy, watching the slightly trembling fat hand handing it over. He subconsciously reached out to pick up the jade pendant. It's just that at the moment when he touched the jade pendant, Wei Wu-wei, who was in a cold sweat and was terrified to death, suddenly popped out 3 silver needles from the tip of his right finger and struck like lightning. The 3 needles pierced Xiang Feng's chest in the shape of a pin. Immediately afterwards, the left hand slapped Xiang Feng's chest fiercely at the same time, blasting a layer of air waves. Boom! Without even holding the Yinling saber, Xiang Feng was sent flying 2 feet away, and his body fell to the ground stiffly. Brother! Brother! While the rest of the thieves were screaming in alarm, Wei Wu-wei changed from his cowardice just now and was so fierce that he seemed to be a different person. When everyone around him was still in a daze, he had already rushed to the side of the 2 guards like a galloping horse. Before the robbers, "Go away!" Dodging the 2 knives subconsciously drawn by the bandit. One left and one right rushed out with fierce palm force. Boom! Boom! At the same moment, when the 2 bandits flew out with their bodies bowed, the fat man who looked like he was fat ran after him at a frightening speed and made 2 more palms in the air where the 2 bandits hadn't landed. Boom! Boom! Puff! Puff! 2 thugs with good martial arts, spurted blood, flew 3 feet away and fell into the forest beside them, completely lifeless. The old 7 and the 8th. Asshole! This beast is vicious. This rabbit up and falcon down changed very quickly, and before the others could react, they had already seriously injured the 13 bandits and killed 2 bandits. Oh, Xiang Feng was struggling there to stand up, but he couldn't exert any strength at all, and he still had a strong feeling of nausea and tingling. Obviously, the 3 needles in the needle were highly poisonous. Wait, you know how to... The poison came on very quickly, and with the force of the palm penetrating the inner organs. Even if Xiang Feng raised his true energy, he still couldn't finish his sentence. Do you know martial arts? Wei Wu-wei turned around and looked at him. Surprised? Annoyed? Unwilling? I fucking like to see your expression. Wei Wu-wei smiled, even a little meanly, seemingly arrogantly letting the rest of the bandits gather around Xiang Feng and feed him a pill. But in fact, he himself was recovering, and at the same time slowly approached the few bandits who were on the verge of a formidable enemy. And although the 2 injured guards were equally shocked, they had regrouped and came to Wei Wu-wei's side. Without you, Xiang Feng, the remaining 4 thieves are no match for me at all. Now I will give you a chance to survive. Tell you who told you about my Wei family's ancestral blue jade. Is it the same as what you told the Fan family before? Is the person with the sword and tent post the same? Cough. You will let us go if you say so? Xiang Feng answered sarcastically while raising his energy to dissipate the medicine. I, Wei Wu-wei, are different from scum like you. I act openly and above board, and I always keep my word. Seeing Wei Wu-wei just pretending to be cowardly, using poisonous needles, chasing and killing him, it is strange that Xiang Feng and the other bandits could believe the words that come out of his mouth at this moment. Seeing the changes ahead, Ji Yuan was also a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that this Wei guy was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and he was so upright after seeing a ghost. It's really dangerous. Wei Wu-wei also felt hardy at this moment. He has always pretended to be an ordinary person. The more depressed he is, the more comfortable he is when he explodes. Seeing that Xiang Feng seems to want to delay time, he no longer talks nonsense. Palm wind, follow me to abolish the other 4 thieves first, and then press Xiang Feng. Yes. As promised, 2 guards accompanied Wei Wu-wei to attack the bandits in Yendi. At this moment, 3 swish sounds came through the air. At the moment when Wei Wu-wei and the others were forced to dodge their hidden weapons, 2 people wearing dark blue night clothes jumped out of the forest on the other side, stepped on the shrubs and light branches in the middle, and landed lightly in front of Wei Wu-wei and others. Seeing this light hand skill, Wei Wuwei's pupils shrank, and he became nervous all of a sudden. There are actually two masters who don't know how deep they are, and why didn't they come out to besiege from the beginning? Last time I lost the sword intent post, and this time it fell into Wei Wuwei's hands again. The 1313 pirates of Yindi are really worthless. If we hadn't followed us, I'm afraid Wei Wuwei would really have caught something. Quickly solve it. We still have our own business. After one of them said this sentence, he took a ghostly step and shot at Wei Wuwei with his fingers, while the other attacked the two guards. Wei Wuwei retreated wildly, but he couldn't avoid the sharp edge, so he could only wave his palms abruptly to meet them. The sounded like a water bag was punctured. Suppressing the pain, Wei Wuwei's entire obese body flipped back and escaped suddenly, and he caught a glimpse of the palm of his right hand that had been punctured out of the corner of his eye. Mother, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave today. This idea just came up. Wei Wuwei, who had just landed, suddenly found that the person's strange steps had reached him and took advantage of the momentum of the back jump to keep stepping back. But the person followed him like a shadow and pointed to his eyes again. Wu. A gust of wind hit. Wei Wuwei thought his eyes were about to be destroyed. A figure in gray coarse cloth suddenly appeared in front of him, attacking the man in night clothes who was fingering with both hands and feet. Bang, 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 bang. After witnessing the fights just now, Ji Yuan didn't dare to underestimate people in the martial arts world. As the saying goes, the world is dangerous, and the 9 young heroes he had seen before were really young. He didn't plan to use swordsmanship at first, and he didn't have a knife at hand, so he had to use fist, foot, and claw skills in the iron punishment post. Straight punches, hooks, leg sweeps, knee pushes, arm swings, kicks. Every move is as impenetrable as a storm. Everyone couldn't see where the gray-clothed man with the hair tied came out. Before the black-clothed man dealt with Wei Wuwei, he only used one hand to finger, but now he was very reluctant to parry with both hands, and even his eyes were a little bit behind him. No more. In just a few breaths, the man in black's arms were already numb. Under the clothes, many places on his fingers, palms, and arms were already red and swollen, and he was only supported by his true energy. What kind of monster is this? The man in black only has the power to parry but not to fight back, and every collision feels like hitting an iron pillar. Not to mention the pain, it also brings a huge shock. In just a few breaths, the true energy of his body seemed to be shaken apart. The pace is messed up. Yes, he is not as good as me. Ji Yuan's heart twitched, his spiritual energy turned, and the body that had just punched swung like a spirit snake, disappearing in front of the man in black, and appeared on his side when the opponent's heart was beating wildly. The man in black also reacted very quickly, swiping the knife with his left hand, trying to force Ji Yuan back, but felt that his arm was caught in an instant. Ji Yuan put 5 fingers together and stabbed in the armpit of his left hand. The crack caused the man in black to raise his left shoulder in pain. At the same time, Ji Yuan's hand formed an eagle's claw, and the claw slipped from his shoulder to the opponent's wrist, clasped his hand, and twisted. There were 3 bone-crunching sounds, and the left arm had already lost consciousness in the severe pain. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the gray shadow under his feet. Bang! Crack! The muscles and bones of the left leg were already dislocated, and before he could react in time, Ji Yuan appeared on the right side, as if shifting shape. Crack! Click! Dislocated right arm from wrist to shoulder. At this moment, Ji Yuan, conscious of finally subduing the man in black, was both excited and nervous. He grabbed the man in black's hair and lifted it up to face another expert who hadn't had time to come to support and couldn't intervene, as well as the next few robbers. Ho-a-ho! The master in black, who was carried by Ji Yuan, was in great pain, but he was panting carefully in cold sweat. Every inhalation and exhalation brought severe pain to his body, as if he was being punished. For a moment, the scene fell into an eerie silence, and everyone was looking at the sudden mysterious master. He was dressed in gray coarse cloth, with simple hair ties, and his dark face seemed to have a dark birthmark covering half of his face. He seemed expressionless, but gave off a chilling feeling. The impression of this person can be summed up in 3 words: very dangerous. After a long time, another black-clothed person made a sound of obvious fear. Iron. Punishment. Gong. What a fierce attack, what a heavy hand. Who are you? In fact, even Wei Wuwei was not afraid of anyone present. Just now, this person's attack was extremely ferocious, and he maimed an originally unfathomable master in just a few breaths. With this attack, Wei Wuwei didn't even dare to breathe when he was not sure about the opponent's purpose. Call. Quietly exhaling a long breath, Ji Yuan did not slow down the excitement of the first fight with others until now, which also confirmed his own thoughts. Although the time of practicing martial arts is only a few months, the relationship between the spiritual energy quenching the body and replacing the real energy, coupled with a good savvy talent, his martial arts are not bad, or rather, very strong. This idea didn't come out of thin air, but from the experience after the previous fight, from the other person's fearful words and the tense breathing and rapid heartbeat of the people around him. It might have been a bit harsh just now, but the man in black is not a pure and kind person. It was only natural that they were considered masters of the imperial court when they showed their martial arts just now, and it could even be said that Ji Yuan deliberately led them to think so. When a man in black mentioned the words sword intent post, Ji Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he realized that it was most likely the copybook in his home. Originally, Mr. Lu Shan was a tiger spirit and never went out of Nyokoe Mountain. Where to get this kind of calligraphy that contains the meaning of martial arts and swords, obviously he only got it recently. Now this group of people has found the blue jade of the Wei family again, and the man in black who appeared later seems to belong to the same camp as the so-called 13 pirates of Yendi, and the 2 men in black are obviously higher than the 13 pirates. When the 2 appeared, although the 13 pirates did not make a sound, there was a kind of shock in the change of breath, which showed that the 13 pirates did not know that the man in black was following them, and the information was not equal. This has to make some kind of organizational conspiracy theory instinctively generated by the outsider's fate. Although Ji Yuan was told in the film and television works and literary works of his previous life that getting involved in this kind of thing would be very annoying, but if this group of people's goals are all things like sword-meaning posts and blue jade, that's another story. Ji Yuan lowered his voice and then used his aura to perform the small means of changing the voice in the Iron Punishment Battle Post, which slightly turbulent in the throat, and when he exited, his voice was hoarse and deep, but full of energy. Patriarch Wei, do these people have enmity with your Wei family? Wei Wuwei reacted immediately after being shocked and asked him. He can only think that the visitor is a friend rather than an enemy. However, it is true after thinking about it. Iron punishment skills cannot be faked. A master of the public who can practice this kind of martial arts to such a level, it should be in existence like Tai Chuan, who can't tolerate Xiao Xiao's violation of the rules and regulations. Thank you, my lord, for saving me. I, Wei, have no grievances or enmities with these people. My Wei family has always formed good ties. If there is any indissoluble enmity, I, the head of the family, cannot be unaware of it. Speaking of this, Wei Wuwei was heartbroken. Anyway, Lan Yu's matter had been known to someone who cared, and he told Ji Yuan what he had guessed in his heart. Besides, very little is known about the sapphire handed down from our Wei family ancestors. These people are definitely prepared to ask for sapphire. The Fan family's sword intention post in the Dingyuan mansion was also done by the 13 bandits. I doubt there are other plans. Well, let's stop them first. At the same time, as Ji Yuan's words fell, the other man in black and the rest of the robbers felt a warning sign in their hearts. The next moment, the mysterious Gongmen master turned from stillness to movement, and in an instant he had already flashed in front of the man in black and made another strike with his fists and claws. Seeing Ji Yuan's attack, Wei Wuwei was not idle and attacked the remaining Yindi bandits together with 2 guards. It wasn't until the moment when he faced Ji Yuan that the other black-clothed person knew how much pressure he had, and he felt unable to hold on after just a few breaths. My lord, 5 years ago, I smashed a jar of vintage wine by the Chumu River and attracted a giant black-backed tortoise. This giant tortoise could talk and asked me for good wine, dedicated to the river god of Chumu. From now, on every May 15th, I will go to the riverside to deliver wine. This matter is absolutely true, and there is no lie. Hearing these words, apart from the other black-clothed man who had passed out, even the rest of Yindi's 5 pirates were inexplicably surprised. Obviously, they didn't know these mysterious things about becoming immortals before. But now Ji Yuan only looked expressionless on the surface. But in fact, he was already shocked in his heart. But he still restrained his excitement and said in a hoarse and cold voice, "Go on." The man in black swallowed and glanced at Wei Wuwei, who was frowning and thinking beside him. The giant tortoise said that it was not good to accept my good wine for nothing, and told me that there are 3 places where I can get immortality. The thing that you have to get it by chance. The second is the sapphire handed down by the ancestors of the Wei family. The man in black stopped here for a while, as if he didn't want to say too much about sapphire, so he just skipped it and continued. The third part of Xianyuan is thousands of miles away in Tongzhou. As long as you let me go today, you could take this Wei family blue jade. I will tell you how to use this blue jade to obtain Xianyuan after the injury is recovered. The evening wind blows slowly, but it can't bring a burst of coolness. Even though the things he had heard before felt very absurd, Wei Wuwei felt hot and nervous when he said this. My lord, don't you believe the nonsense of insidious gangsters? You saved my life, Wei Wuwei, and this sapphire gift to you as a thank you gift is not as good as this life. Wei Wuwei, whose body was full of affluence, spoke righteously, took out the sapphire from his arms, and handed it to Ji Yuan, while facing the man in black on the ground. But this person doesn't talk nonsense, and even stirs up the wind and rain in the world, causing countless killings, and he will not be forgiven under the law or reason. Wei Wuwei really didn't want to give the sapphire away, but he didn't dare to gamble. Even if there was only a very small possibility, if this mysterious expert had his heart and believed in the god's chance before, he was afraid that something bad might happen to him holding on to the family heirloom. What's more, what the man in black said was really a little wicked. Even Wei Wuwei couldn't help but feel rippling in his heart. He judged others with his own heart, and Wei Wuwei chose to judge the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. If he really thought about it, he hoped that the steps he gave would be of some use. Wei Wuwei's anger at the man in black was actually to cover up his nervousness. At this moment, Ji Yuan's mind was spinning. Facing the sapphire handed over by Wei Wuwei, he was extremely excited. If it were me, the key to repaying kindness with jade should not be jade but people. Ji Yuan would rather think too much on his own than make any changes. And there is another most critical reason. From a blind eye, the man in black is almost showing his hostility. He is definitely not a good bird. And this Wei Wuwei is definitely not a good person. If he really wants to be safe, do we have to force him to ask about the specific fate and then silence him? Can you be ruthless if you can kill someone yourself? It might be possible to kill the vicious gangsters, but is it safe to kill Wei Wuwei and others? Is my character like this? When teaching the tiger, you have to say that you should be a human being before you practice, and you can do everything you want to become an immortal. The god in my heart is carefree, but not ungrateful, and can laugh and be emotional when seeing the warmth and coldness of the world. What kind of fairy do you want to be when you are a pervert? The man will never be in the second class until his death, but at this moment the soul of the second class comes up with Ji Yuan, but his mind is more open-minded. When I was preaching to the little fox, I still said that people should not be too greedy. Isn't it ridiculous for me now? I have to say that Ji Yuan is very aware that his current thinking may be a little naive, but since he has a choice, why can't he choose the one with few variables and a clear conscience? At least he has the sword intent post in his hand. Taking a deep breath, now that I have made a decision, my heart feels as if all the veins are connected, and I feel an indescribable comfort all over my body. I think it is the sense of accomplishment that I have figured out the problem. Looking at the sapphire that Wei Wuwei handed over, Ji Yuan also felt a little bit of a joke without any burden and naturally reached out to take the warm sapphire and played with it in his hand and looked sideways at Wei Wuwei. Patriarch Wei, this sapphire is an ancestral treasure of your Wei family. Besides, if what this person said is true, and it is related to the treasure of the immortal road, you just give it to me like this? Are you sincerely repaying it, or are you afraid that I will do something to you? Wei Wuwei almost trembled when he said this, but he covered it up with his strong will and all his weight. I'm not afraid of adults' jokes. Wei Wuwei, are most greedy for life and afraid of death, but I'm not so good at treating a gentleman's belly with the heart of a villain. I really want to give this jade pendant to an adult. Besides, being a god can let me enjoy the glory in the mortal world. Wealthy and comfortable, Ji Yuan grinned, suddenly felt that Wei Wuwei was also a wonderful person. Ha 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 ha. This laughter is not only for Wei Wuwei, but also a catharsis for the physical and mental comfort at this moment. Of course, Ji Yuan's sudden outburst of laughter startled everyone. He weighed the jade pendant in his hand and threw it back to Wei Wuwei, causing the latter to catch it in a hurry. Your Majesty is just passing by here and still needs to investigate the important case, and it has been delayed long enough. Please trouble Patriarch Wei to hand over the criminals to the government. After saying this, Ji Yuan raised his breath and jumped, and with Qinggong, he stepped on the trees beside the official road to borrow his strength, bending a small poplar tree slightly, and then withdrew his strength. With a whoosh, the whole person flew out directly, and the speed became faster and faster under the repeated leverage of the tree trunk, without any intention of turning back. Everyone was stunned, but Wei Wuwei reacted the fastest and hurriedly yelled at the retreating figure. I still don't know your lord's name. It's just that there is no response until the back disappears. In the woods, on the official road, beside the carriage, there was silence. Wei Wuwei turned his head and glanced at the bandits and men in black who were still in astonishment, touched his chest to comfort himself, and spoke with an irrepressible smile. It seems that you have all fallen into my hands, he. While resisting the attack with all means, he kept retreating and evading. Your Excellency, do you really want to kill them all? Don't you want to go one step further, rich, high-ranking officials, and generous salary? Seeing that Ji Yuan ignored him at all, the man in black sternly shouted in desperation. Don't you want to look down on the world? Don't you want to become a fairy? This time, instead of slowing down the attack, Ji Yuan changed his move strangely, using the sword on his right arm to perform the sword technique in the iron punishment post. The man in black only felt that the distance he had just fled from was shortened in an instant, and the sword in his hand was faster than himself responding. He crossed the block and hit his chest with both hands. Boom! The body of the man in black was sent flying, and Ji Yuan grabbed his feet in the air. Drink! As if swinging a big stick, the man in black was slammed to the ground again, leaving only the strength to twitch. On the other side, Wei Wuwei and the two guards also just settled the battle, and the remaining 4 thieves were all sealed off the big cave. Cheng Xian, do you want to deceive me with this kind of nonsense? Ji Yuan sneered and looked at the man in black on the ground. Ho ho! The fairy trail is vague, but it's not without traces. Legend has it that the left madman has broken into martial arts. You can ask this Wei Wuwei. The blue jade of the Wei family. The origin is good, but it's not ordinary. Enduring the pain on his body, the man in black finished his sentence intermittently, hoping for many years to finally come true, and it would be too unwilling to fall in front of him, Patriarch Wei. What is the origin of the sapphire in your family? Wei Wuwei felt a little relieved when the mysterious gongman figure said this. Although this matter is considered a secret, it is not really impossible to say, and this situation is not what Wei Wuwei wants to do. My lord doesn't know something. It has been passed down from word to mouth in my family. My Wei family ancestor once rescued a crane. Afterwards, the crane returned with a jade in its mouth. It was a gift to my Wei family ancestor to repay his kindness. This sapphire has been passed down from generation to generation, and now it is passed down to me. In Wei Wuwei's hands, It is true that some elders said that carrying this jade can drive away evil spirits, but these are just rumors, and there is no actual evidence. Speaking of this, Wei Wuwei paused and looked at the man in black lying on the ground, unable to move. The matter of becoming an immortal is too illusory. Back then, Emperor Ji Yuan, Dajin Ji Yuan, spent half his life seeking immortality, but died prematurely. The left madman was known as the Sword Fairy. So he died with hatred? Wei Wuwei thought it was extremely ridiculous. Even if he really got them the sword intent post to decipher the secret and found Zhuo Guangxi's peerless cheat book, even if he gave him the sapphire, would he want to become a fairy with these? The emperor can't do it, let alone these people. It's ridiculous. It's more reasonable to go to the temple to pray to gods and worship Buddha. I didn't expect Wei Wuwei to be attacked by a group of lunatics. To be honest, based on intuition, Ji Yuan thinks that Wei Wuwei's disdain is not fake. That is to say, the Wei family really only knows a story handed down by their ancestors, and even thinks that this sapphire may not have any magic other than its value. However, the man in black on the ground didn't refute either. Instead, he was lucky enough to heal his inner pain and waited patiently for Wei Wuwei to finish mocking him before he was ready to speak, focusing mainly on Ji Yuan. I'm afraid that this Gongmen man will not hesitate to act in accordance with the law. And now, there is still discussion if there is no outbreak. And look at the other fellow man in black who has already passed out, while Xiang Feng and others don't care. Indeed, what you Wei Wuwei are right, but do you dare to say that there are no immortals in this world? 6 years ago, there was no wind or rain. Guangdong Lake was flooded for 30 miles, and no one knew about the disaster-stricken people along the coast. 2 years ago, the swordsman Du Yuxianjiu after slaying ghosts. The blade is frosty for 3 days. Who knows who has made friends with the Du family? Smiling Raksha became the envoy of the city god of the northern capital in a big dream, and after waking up, his friend died of illness, so he changed himself to be the envoy of the smiling face. It's not just rumors in the rivers and lakes. The man in black saw that Ji Yuan remained calm, and his black face seemed to be watching his jokes. So he couldn't help but become more and more excited. Ji Yuan, Qinggong, jumped and ran wildly. And after leaving the site of Wei Wuwei and others, he detoured back to Ning'an County. Along the way, the sound of the gust of wind whistling past his ears was also very pleasant. So Ji Yuan simply untied the hair tie on his head and let his long hair flutter in the wind. This era is different from the land of China in the previous life. The forests and grasses are everywhere, and there is almost no pollution. The night birds and warblers in the farmland, the mountains and the peaceful plains are different scenery, and the night and day are different. A small river in the woods outside the city. Ji Yuan leaped and rolled directly while galloping, borrowed strength from the small treetops by the river, and jumped into the river in the night with a plop sound, splashing a splash of water. After a while, amidst the sound of crawling, Ji Yuan emerged from the water again, and when he swam to the other side of the bank, his legs under the water suddenly kicked the water hard, and his right palm hit the water hard. Boom! In the splash of water, Ji Yuan pulled out of the water and jumped onto the opposite bank. Ha! Comfortable. The body started to run again, jumped high in the sprint, spun the air for several weeks, countless water droplets flew, and continued to move forward after falling, playing with martial arts to the fullest like a child. It wasn't until he ran another 2 miles that he performed the small water avoidance technique to drain away the remaining water droplets stuck to his body and clothes. It was regarded as a bath in this way, and the sweat from the fight and tension just now washing off together with fatigue. It is more like peeling off a layer of greasy in the mood. It is really refreshing both physically and mentally. When they returned to Ning'an County, it was already dead of night. Ning'an County has always had good law and order, and there has never been a curfew. However, Ning'an County itself is a small place. Except for the occasional temple fair, there are basically no entertainment activities at night, so it is naturally very quiet at night. After Ji Yuan entered the city, no one was disturbed, and he returned lightly to the small pavilion of Juan, glanced at the sword-like post hanging in front of the desk in the corner of the main room, gave up the idea of studying it now. changed into his sleeping clothes, and went to sleep. The second day was still sunny. After getting dressed and washing, Ji Yuan sat down at the desk in his room like a student in awe and carefully observed the sword meaning post again. On the desk are the simple 4 treasures of the study, all presented by Yin Zhaoxian. They are not valuable items, but they feel good when used, and they are obviously carefully selected. In the eyes of Jinny Post, it is still a mysterious word art, but this has already been seen through by Ji Yuan, but no clues to the tomb have been found. Is it going to be soaked in water and burned? Ji Yuan took the sword intent poster off the wall and put it on the table, touched the paper of the sword intent poster. It was just ordinary rice paper. It couldn't stand that kind of trouble. Is it on the shaft? Swipe up and down with his fingers. The 2 thin wooden sticks on the scroll part came off by themselves. Ji Yuan picked it up and looked at it carefully, but there was nothing recorded. Could it be inside? Ji Yuan moved his finger, pointed at the top of one of the wooden shafts, and flicked it hard. Crack! The wooden stick was split in 2 vertically. Look at it, feel it, smell it. Nothing unusual. It seems that you still have to find it from the content of the copybook itself. To be honest, with Ji Yuan's eyesight, the words in ordinary paper books can't be read clearly. But this sword intent post is special because of its deep sword intent, so it can be read clearly. Since I was young, I have loved weapons, especially swords. I got wooden swords when I was 6 years old, and iron sword when I was 12. I was full of vigor when I was 20. Although I didn't have a new sword, I was unparalleled in sharpness. 10 years of human growth is long. Where's the end of martial arts? Is there a fairy above the innate? The sword falls on the paper, and the heart is unwilling, unwilling, unwilling. Ji Yuan lightly read the 100-word sword intent post, and he also sighed slightly. Before, he wondered whether the martial arts wizard who knew this book was the sword intent post was still alive, but now he knew that he was already alive. Passed away for dozens of years. Oh, it's a pity, but you made it clear. While sighing, Ji Yuan couldn't help referring to the sword, and danced the dragon in front of the sword meaning post. But this unintentional, soothing movement suddenly made his heart move. As soon as the sword turned, he no longer danced as he wanted before, but swung the sword in the order between the lines in the text. Although there's a lack of sense of shortcut and naturalness, there's a lot more cutting sharpness, but according to the life trajectory of his Wahiro and the sword intent revealed, there's a strange feeling. As a blind man, Ji Yuan just relied on his memory to gather the trajectory of the sword intent, time, and place names together in his mind. Fuck, is this a map? After experiencing it for a long time, Ji Yuan, who finally confirmed this point, was also a little bit dumbfounded. It's so difficult. No wonder Yuzwadashia has passed away for many years, and still no one inherits the mantle. Do you think that only a man of heaven like you is qualified to inherit your swordsmanship? Yes, very strong. Ji Yuan felt that if it wasn't for him, he would indeed be unparalleled in talent. The secret of this sword intention post may not be able to be cracked until it rots. Perhaps the peerless sword technique will not be seen again until someone who is lucky enough to accidentally discover it. Yes, that luck is probably about the same as the cheats for jumping off a cliff. It's really worthy of the word left madman. With this level of comprehension, Ji Yuan is completely relieved, and, at the same time, he is looking forward to Zui Kuangzi's peerless swordsmanship. A sword intent post allows him to understand the mystery of Yulong, and the swordsmanship itself must be even more sublime. Boom, boom, boom. Mr. Ji, Yin Zhaoxian is here to visit. I wonder if Mr. Ji is here? Mrs. Yin's familiar voice sounded outside the courtyard. Ji Yuan looked outside the door and realized that it was already noon. Yin Zhaoxian outside was carrying 2 things. One was a food box, and the other was a cloth bag. He knew very well that Ji Yuan's meal order was extremely accurate, so he deliberately rushed a little before lunch and asked his wife to make a few dishes of specialties to accompany it. After the last altar of flower carvings, I went to Juan Xiaoga. Nowadays, Yin Zhaoxian likes to run here, which is no longer the kind of eye he used to have, but also the contentment of discussing and learning with friends. Not long after, The courtyard door was opened by Ji Yuan himself. Master Yin, what are you? Ha! Today, I have a free day to visit Mr. Ji. Is there anything bothering you? Ji Yuan also smiled. He had already smelled the aroma inside the food box, and it was still steaming, so the smell must be good. So he stretched his hand inside. Master Yin, please come in. The two sat down at the stone table in the courtyard. Yin Zhaoxian put the cloth bag on the table first, and then opened it to reveal the wooden chessboard and 2 boxes of chess pieces inside. I've been seeing Mr. Ji study the classics of chess, but I haven't seen you play chess. I'm afraid there is no one who can play chess. Yin specially found this sandalwood chessboard, so I can talk with Mr. about a few games. Hey. I'm talking on paper, not because I can't find anyone to play chess, but because I really don't know how to play chess. Ji Yuan was a little dumbfounded. It seemed that he would lose face today. On the other side, Wei Wuwei took his people back to Ning'an County. After all, they were wounded and so many murderers were caught. In order to reduce the number of variables, Wei Wuwei tied them up and took them to the nearest Ning'an County, and at the same time asked the coachman to ride to Di Shengfu City and let the government over there and the Wei family go to the city together. Bring enough men to escort felons. Now Master Wei is living in the inn, sleeping soundly wrapped in the white tiger skin that he bought from the Ning'an County government for 1,000 taels. At noon, Wei Wuwei woke up from the bed and stretched comfortably. Oh, comfortable. I'm alive again. I moved my right hand a bit, and although it was not flexible enough, I was able to loosen my grip freely. It seemed that the injury to that finger was not a big problem other than affecting the movement of Jinqi. At least I could eat with chopsticks. After washing up in the room, he went downstairs to eat, and when everything was almost done, Wei Wuwei went to the prison of the Ning'an County government. 10 steps away from the right side of the Ning'an County government's litigation hall is the Ning'an County prison. At the moment, all the arrests in Ning'an County are gathered here, and the county captain Zhu Yinshu is personally in charge. 2 martial arts guard to the Wei family simply deal with after the wound is done. It is also guarded here. Seeing Wei Wuwei coming down to the prison, led by an officer, Zhu Yinshu, who heard the notification, came out with a wry smile. Patriarch Wei, you have made our officers in Ning'an County miserable. I've been up all night. Zhu Yinshu is the person with the highest martial arts in the entire Ning'an County official post system and even the original Ning'an County, and he is almost the second-rate master in the martial arts. But what he is practicing is the military-style killing boxing. When he really kills blood, he will not have so many scruples in the Jianghu. It is easy to ignore the pain and exchange life with injury. Ordinary second-rate masters need more than one to suppress it. The policemen in Ning'an County are much worse. The best martial arts are only third-rate, and some of them are at most strong men who have practiced some moves. Wei Wuwei also hastily handed over his hands and confessed. It's hard work, Lieutenant Zhu. Hard work? Everyone in the yamen. I, Wei, am also helpless. If I am attacked halfway, I can only ask for help at the nearest place. If I don't have the power to restrain the chicken, I will only be a drag when I come. I can't wait. Accompany you to watch the night. Zhu Yinshu shook his hand. Okay, I know all about this. I was just complaining about my duties, which made Patriarch Wei laugh. Don't dare to dare. I've already ordered a lot of food in the building outside the temple, and the staff in the building outside the temple will deliver the food later. So I will reward the county captain and all the servants. Okay, Patriarch Wei has a heart. After some courtesies, Wei Wuwei and Captain Zhu entered the cell to inspect the prisoner. After being tapped on the big acupoint and the acupoint, the gongmen paralysis was released, and the feet were bound by iron chains, and the hands were cuffed backwards, and the mouths were tightly sealed. Look at the few people who are ashamed of their hearts. It looks like they know they can't turn the waves. According to Wei Wuwei's estimate, not only officials from Dushing Mansion and people from the Wei family will join the fun, but probably Ding Yuan Fan's family and many martial arts people will join the fun. In fact, Wei Wuwei hesitated for a while last night. He originally wanted to silence everyone. The reason was that the words of those gods and chances would easily cause a lot of trouble for the Wei family if they were spread out. He just thought of the mysterious princess. Only then did the masters give up and obediently sent all the murderers to the officials. The warm sapphire on his chest made Wei Wuwei think about what happened last night, thinking about what the man in black said. Even though he scoffed at that time, now he feels a little itchy. Wei Wuwei, who walked out of the prison accompanied by Zhu Xianwei, accidentally looked up and saw a corner of the overhanging eaves of the county school loft in the distance. "No one in your county school today?" Wei Wuwei also asked casually, because he didn't hear the sound of reading aloud from the county school. "Oh, the school is closed today, so naturally no one is in class." Zhu Xianwei answered casually. "I see." Just after saying this sentence, Wei Wuwei suddenly thought of something. The incident that the magistrate of Ning'an County told him yesterday inexplicably stirred Wei Wuwei's mind. Mr. County Captain, do you know a person named Ji Yuan in your county?" County Captain Zhu looked at him strangely. "Mr. Ji, I naturally know that Patriarch Wei is old with Mr." Hearing the title in Zhu Yinshu's words, Wei Wuwei immediately changed his words and asked, No, I don't know Mr. Ji, but I heard about the red fox begging for help. I thought it was amazing. I was in a hurry yesterday. Now that the matter has come to an end, I also want to meet this strange man. You want to see Mr. Ji?" Zhu County Lieutenant smiled. "You can, but Mr. Zhu wants to remind you that there are many people who want to visit Mr. Ji, but the only one who really dares to go is Mrs. Yin from this county." "Oh, could it be that Mr. Ji has a bad temper?" Wei Wuwei glanced at him from afar anyway. Ji Yuan didn't look like such a person. Besides, the other party even saved the fox. "Ha, of course not. Mr. Ji is very humble and polite to everyone. No one has ever seen him get angry." Zhu Yinshu didn't give in again. "The reason no one dares to visit is because Mr. Ji's residence is very evil and very taboo. It is a famous haunted house in this county. Many things have happened in the past few years. Then he still dares to live?" This sentence Wei Wuwei almost blurted out. It's strange to say that after Mr. Ji moved in, nothing strange happened there. Mrs. Yin's family is fine. But even so, I'm afraid there will be no dangerous visits in a short time. After all, if you want to meet Mr. Ji and have a chat, you can meet him in the market." Wei Wuwei suddenly realized and nodded, but the idea in his heart became stronger. "I hope the county captain will tell you where Mr. Wei Muji lives. Patriarch Wei still wants to go? Think." Wei Wuwei felt the sapphire on his chest. Even if there was something there, at least this piece of jade was there, right? Half an hour later, under the leadership of an officer, Wei Wuwei was walking on the path paved with blue stones in Tianyafang. Passing through half of Tianyafang, there is a vague fragrance. This fragrance is not the smell of rouge gouache. It is very natural and unique. The servants around. "My poor man, what kind of fragrance is this?" The guard opened his mouth to answer without thinking too much. "This is the jujube flower fragrance from Juan Xiaoga, the only one in Ning'an County." Jujube? Can jujube be so fragrant? Wei Wuwei considers himself to be someone who has seen the world. He has seen many beautiful and strange sights of famous flowers and strange trees. He has never heard of jujube flowers being so fragrant. Maybe he can't smell them when he gets close to them, right? Hey, otherwise, why would Mr. Ji be a strange person? In previous years, Tianyafang didn't have this fragrance. Hearing these words, Wei Wuwei became more and more curious, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Gradually, the side of the small road began to look a little remote. After reaching the intersection of a certain alley, it seemed to open up a lot at once, and there was a lot of greenery in the city. East and west, pointing to the small courtyard road, dozens of steps ahead. Hey, the one with jujube trees growing in the yard is Juan Xiaoga, so I won't go there. Okay. Thank you, poor master. While Wei Wuwei was speaking, a small stack of copper coins appeared in his palm, and he handed it to the guide, who narrowed his eyes with a smile after receiving the copper coins. It's easy to talk about. After the guards left, Wei Wuwei straightened his clothes, looked at the yard with jujube trees in the distance, picked up the gifts on the ground, and walked towards Juan Xiaoga. Although this corner of Tianyafang is remote, it doesn't have any gloomy feeling. Wei Wuwei walked to the gate of the small courtyard and sorted out his words in his mind. On the stone table in the courtyard, A sandalwood chessboard was set up. Ji Yuan and Yin Zhaoxian were on their respective sides, and Yin Qing was sitting on the side of the stone table, resting his cheeks on the board and trying to look at the board that he couldn't understand at all. Playing chess based on fate is a very formulaic technique. It is based on the moves from the book. The start is very neat, but the chess is not strong. Fortunately, Yin Zhaoxian is not a master, so the two still play, can go back and forth. At this moment, it was Yin Zhao's turn to settle first, and he was thinking about it. Ji Yuan frowned and suddenly smiled. There are guests outside the door. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the person who came was either carrying a heavy object or was not light in weight. Yin Zhaoxian has long been familiar with Ji Yuan's ability to be almost a prophet, but he is just curious about who will visit. After all, there seems to be no one in Ning'an County who will run to Zhuan Xiaoga except his own people. Sure enough, not long after, there was a knock on the courtyard door. Boom, boom, boom. Excuse me, is Mr. Ji there? Wei Wuwei is a merchant in Dushing Mansion. I heard that Mr. Ji is an elegant scholar in Ning'an County. I am here to visit you. Is it Wei Wuwei? Ji Yuan was taken aback for a moment and immediately came back to his senses, looking at Yin Qing. Xiao Yin Qing, can you open the door for me? Okay. Yin Qing rushed out of his position. Tung, ran towards the courtyard door, opened the wooden door that was not bolted at all, and looked up and down at the big fat man in gorgeous clothes outside the door. Come in. Want me to help you get something? No, I'll do it myself. Wei Wuwei responded to this handsome child with a smile, picked up the things on the ground, and stepped into the small courtyard. Inside, a white shirt and a green shirt are sitting and playing chess, and sporadic small flowers fall from the big jujube tree with a breeze from time to time. Good view. Wei Wuwei secretly praised. Seeing the two players who were playing chess looked at him, and hurriedly said, Mr. Ji, this is Mrs. Yin. I don't know what to bring when I am in a hurry. These are cakes from the temple outside the building, and Chen Ji's fine wine. A small gesture is not a respect. Ji Yuan grabbed his sleeve with his left hand and took a white piece from the chess box with his right hand, and gently dropped it onto the board. He is still learning how to play chess gracefully. After playing a ball, Ji Yuan didn't stand up but just looked at Wei Wuwei and said, I don't know why Mr. Wei came here specifically. Could it be that he just wanted to see a certain side of the plan? Wei Wuwei was also slightly stunned when he saw Ji Yuan's pale eyes, and his heart was really as rumored. Facing the problem, he quickly put the things in his hands aside and cupped his hands. To be honest, I heard that a red fox kowtowed to Mr. for help, and the yellow dog retreated after hearing the sound. I thought it was miraculous. I had such a problem in my heart that I couldn't solve for a long time, so I thought of asking Mr. for advice. Yin Zhaoxian, who was holding Haizi in thought, also smiled when he heard this, but didn't make a sound, and Ji Yuan, who was opposite, also nodded with a smile and didn't speak. Yin Qing was very excited. That's right, Mr. Ji is amazing. Yesterday, Mr. Ji and I released the little fox back to the mountain. Mr. Ji gave the little fox a name, and it kept praying to Mr. Qinger. Yin Zhaoxian turned his head and stared at Yin Qing sternly. Yin Qing was so frightened that he hurriedly shut up, feeling aggrieved in his heart. Mr. Ji obviously didn't let him say that when father listened to him last night. He kept asking him, No problem. Ji Yuan smiled and persuaded Yin Zhaoxian, then pointed to a position on the stone table and said to Wei Wuwei, who was still standing, Mr. Wei, come and sit down and tell me what you don't understand. Good. Wei Wuwei went to the stone table in awe and sat down. As the saying goes, there is no taboo, and there is no interest involved. Judging from the reactions of the Yin family father and son, what Yin Qing just said is likely to be true. Wei Wuwei took a deep breath before speaking. Mr. Ji, may I ask if there are really ghosts and ghosts in this world, and is there really a way to seek immortality? The atmosphere in the courtyard changed slightly. Just when it was Ji Yuan's turn to make a move, he pressed the white piece in his hand onto the chessboard, and then he spoke without looking sideways, just a simple word. Some. It seemed that the surroundings became quieter all of a sudden. Yin Zhaoxian grabbed the sunspots and looked at the chessboard, but he was thinking about the city god back then. Wei Wuwei was so excited that his breathing became a little disordered. Such a gaffe. Except for Ji Yuan, only Xiao Yinxing has not changed. Father, it's your turn. Oh, good, good. Huh? What do you know, a child? Daddy is called Zisikalu. Hearing his son's words, Yin Zhaoxian came back to his senses, and while teaching his son a lesson, he casually dropped his son absent-mindedly. Wei Wuwei couldn't care less about watching chess at the moment. Looking at the blind man in green shirt who was holding his hand, he calmed down his somewhat excited mood before continuing to speak. Mr. Ji, my Wei family has passed down a piece of precious jade from generation to generation. The ancestors left a message saying that it was a gift from a crane to repay kindness. Over the years, there has never been any miracle. However, a certain Wei suffered a catastrophe a few days ago. I learned that there is still some chance for this jade. I don't know. I wonder if Sir can help me take a look? For some reason, Wei Wuwei has an inexplicable sense of trust in this situation and this person. The sapphire that the man in black was about to snatch yesterday is casually handed over here for others to see. And when they heard about Baoyu, Yin Zhaoxian and Xiao Yinxing also looked at Wei Wuwei curiously, wanting to see what he could come up with. At this moment, Ji Yuan turned his head to look at Wei Wuwei for a second time, nodded and said, "Bring me to see." What a coincidence! Yesterday, he thought someone didn't dare to take a closer look at the sapphire. If he really wanted to study the sapphire carefully, he would at least need to supplement it with spiritual energy. Now Wei Wuwei actually brought the jade himself to show him. How wonderful are the things in the world! When Ji Yuan was sighing in his heart, Wei Wuwei had already pulled out the jade pendant hidden in his clothes, untied the red string, and held it in his hand, carefully handing it to Ji Yuan. "Father, this jade is blue." "Well, it's really rare." Yin Zhaoxian also felt that he was very knowledgeable, but he still had a calm look. Ji Yuan took the jade pendant very casually. He could see the details in front of his eyes. The sapphire was round, without any detailed carvings. It looked a bit like a slightly larger safety buckle. The spiritual light on it is hidden, but flashes from time to time, and of course only Ji Yuan can see it. Without any hesitation, Ji Yuan slowly injected a trace of aura into the sapphire. In his eyes, as the aura flowed in, the inside of the sapphire seemed to be surrounded by water waves and like smoke. About 2 breaths later, there was a faint light from the sapphire, which even Yin Zhaoxian and the others could clearly see, and Wei Wuwei even held his breath. I saw a small character with aura appearing in each of the symmetrical 4 corners of the jade pendant, which happened to be the 4 characters Jade Huai Holy Land together. Ji Yuan's heart moved slightly, and he said, "So it's you, Huai Mountain." Wei Wuwei's 2 chubby hands under the table firmly grasped his clothes to restrain his strong agitation, and he couldn't even care about his injured right hand at all. Wei Wuwei saw the 4 words Jade Huai Holy Land clearly, and with his ingenuity, it is not difficult to speculate that the Jade Huai Mountain that Ji Yuan blurted out may be the real name. That is to say, my Wei family has passed it down from generation to generation. It is really a treasure. Fairy chance. The precious jade in my bosom has been passed on for many generations, and now I can tell the secret of heaven with 1 word. Wei Wuwei suddenly recalled a conversation he had with the old man in private when he was designated by the old man as the head of the new generation of the Wei family. At that time, the old man asked him, "Do you know why it is you?" Wei Wuwei replied very shamelessly, "Of course I am highly intelligent, well-learned, and excellent in martial arts, and no one knows that I practice martial arts. I am resourceful in both civil and martial arts, and know how to endure and show weakness. Who would I choose? Ha ha ha. Those are of course the basic conditions, but there is actually one biggest reason." "What's the reason?" The old man looked at Wei Wuwei seriously and said, "Good luck." Looking back at this moment, Wei Wuwei only felt that what the old man said was too right. He was so damn lucky. Now in the small courtyard, Wei Wuwei was still excited. While Ji Yuan was observing the jade pendant carefully, the aura circulated in the sapphire and retracted his fingertips again. The brilliance on the jade pendant gradually dimmed and returned to normal. Sure enough, there's something in it. When he checked it just now, He could clearly feel that there were still some things inside the jade pendant that he couldn't see through, perhaps like the so-called restriction in the novels of his previous life. Not only that, because part of the spiritual energy was absorbed by the jade pendant, Ji Yuan seemed to be able to feel a weak magnetic force in a direction that was obviously biased towards Wei Wuwei through this momentary induction. From this point of view, even if someone snatched this sapphire, it may not be able to achieve a fairy relationship, but I don't know if the man in black yesterday had a way to find another way, or he didn't know about it all. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. Thinking of this, Ji Yuan smiled and handed the jade pendant back to Wei Wuwei, causing him to pick it up with both hands carefully and then rubbed it carefully in his hands. Looking at Ji Yuan, who started playing chess again, Wei Wuwei asked with a dry mouth and an unusually cautious tone, "Mr. Ji, where is Yuhuai Mountain? But where's the Xian family?" In fact, Wei Wuwei is almost sure that Ji Yuan is definitely an extraordinary hermit, maybe even a fairy, but he dare not speak out, only dare to mention his own family affairs. Facing the 3 pairs of pricked ears in the courtyard, Ji Yuan also thought it was funny. But if he knew this kind of thing, he knew it. If he didn't know it, he didn't know it. I have never seen what Yuhuai Mountain is like. As for whether it is immortal or not, it must be true for ordinary people like me. Wei Wuwei tried his best not to get too excited and asked in a low voice expectantly, "I don't know how my Wei family can use this jade to find the fairy fate. Please teach me, sir." This is indeed a good question, but Ji Yuan himself doesn't know. As for the name of Yuhuai Mountain, Ning'an city god knows about it. Mr. Wei, Ji is just an ordinary person, but his vision is slightly wider than ordinary people's. As for the location of such a fairy place as Yuhuai Mountain, Ji, doesn't know. Ji Yuan smiled and took a moment to look at Wei Wuwei, who was a little at a loss. I just heard that Yuhuai Mountain is located in our Jizhou territory, and it should be in the north. That's all Ji said. Mr. Wei can do it for himself. After saying this, Ji Yuan intends not to pay attention to Wei Wuwei anymore. Anyway, there's nothing to say. This Yuhuai Mountain, Ji wants to visit it himself. Hey, I can't envy this kind of ancestral blessing, who made me not have a good father in my life. Wei Wuwei is not a person who doesn't know what to do. This Mr. Ji has obviously told him cryptically that there is only so much he can say. If he is not satisfied, then he is stupid. Is he really an expert and has no temper? Wei Wuwei stood up from his seat, took 2 steps away from the stone table, stood up straight, clasped his left hand with his right hand, slowly bowed 90 degrees forward, and bowed respectfully. Mr. Ji's kindness today, my Wei family will never forget it. If there is anything that can be used in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. As long as you know your identity, the Wei family of Dashing Mansion will do their best. After thinking for a while, Wei Wuwei took off a piece of jade from his waist and put it on the table. This is a token. Please accept it, Mr. Ji. Even if money is tight, you can exchange it for some money. After Ji Yuan saluted and put down the jade pendant, Wei Wuwei bowed his hands politely to Mrs. Yin and then walked out of Xiaoga with excitement, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Once outside, this excitement could no longer be restrained. Wei Wuwei, whose heart was pounding, started running in small steps. This run went directly to the door sign of Tianyafang Fonko, rubbing his chest to calm down, and became that stable and wealthy businessman. Wei Wuwei planned to not tell anyone about what happened today, except for those in his family who he absolutely trusted, let alone publicize it to the outside world. Since Mr. Ji has said several times that he is just an ordinary person, it is equivalent to telling him that Wei Wuwei doesn't want to be disturbed, so he naturally understands what to do. Otherwise, it will be bad if good things turn into bad things and good karma turns into bad karma. In the courtyard of Xiaoga, after Wei Wuwei left, Yin Qing asked Ji Yuan very curiously, "Mr. Ji, don't you really know where that Yuhuai Mountain is? I haven't seen a god like that yet. Yeah, I want to meet Mr. Ji. What kind of god? I hope it's similar to what I think. As for whether I really don't know about Yuhuai Mountain, little Yin Qing, when did you see me lying?" While taking the food box from the ground, Ji Yuan took out the pastries and packages and put them on the stone table, while laughing and laughing back to Yin Qing. But I've only known Mr. Ji for a few months. Mr. Ji, you lied before, and I couldn't see it. Qinger, Yin Zhaoxian was really taken aback by his son this time. This bastard dared to say anything. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yinqing is right. Mr. Ji is not always lying, but he is not lying. Also, children have to care about other people's feelings when they speak. I am fine here, but from now on you have to, when you go out, you have to be careful that the misfortune comes out of your mouth. Yinqing is cute, but it doesn't make him have the tendency to develop into a brat. Mr. Ji's words are very true. This child must be disciplined strictly. Do not forget etiquette, and do not hurt others with words. It is rare for Ji Yuan to seriously agree with Master Yin's discipline of the children, and he nodded solemnly. What Mr. Yin said is very true. The outside world is not as peaceful as this Ning'an County. The market is like this, the rivers and lakes are like this, and the officialdom is like this. Even those ghosts and ghosts are often attracted by words. Don't be careless. Little guy even dares to hate you, Mr. Ji. Mr. I am magnanimous, but I am not ambiguous when I am a whole person. Ji Yuan thought very darkly, and then made another blow as if nothing had happened. Oh, don't waste the cakes from the temple building. Use them together. It's better to obey than to respect. Yin Zhaoxian was no longer polite, and started to eat together with Ji Yuan. Only Xiao Yinqing had a bitter face, and felt a little sad seeing his father holding back his energy. What Ji Yuan admires most about Yin Zhaoxian is that even if such a miraculous thing happened just now, he can chat with himself, play chess, and eat cakes with a relatively normal state of mind in such a short time after the shock. Even if he has ordinary desires and desires to envy many things, but he can keep the rules and restrain himself and return to the ritual. It's rare, Ji Yuan thinks. It's even more rare than being indifferent to fame and fortune and ascetic. And it's also the reason why he can often learn something from Yin Zhaoxian. As for the cakes, the chess game between Ji Yuan and Yin Zhaoxian lasted until dusk. Both sides won and lost. One's confidence was greatly boosted, and the other just thought that the other party let him take care of face. Both were in a good mood. The last game of chess was over, both sides packed up their chess pieces, and Yin Qing helped by picking up a few pieces in vain. Master Yin, Ji will leave Ning'an for a long trip soon. This matter had already been settled when he heard the news of the sword intent post last night, and this morning when he deciphered the secret of the sword intent post. The tomb of the Zuihiro is definitely not close, and now Ji Yuan is just giving an advance notice. Yin Zhaoxian paused for a moment. The words came too suddenly, making his gestures to pick up the chess pieces much slower. Yin Qing just wanted to yell and talk, but Yin Zhaoxian, who reacted faster this time, gave him a glare and choked him back. When is Mr. Ji going to leave? I don't know yet. Maybe 3 or 5 days sooner, or 6 or 7 days slower. The main thing is to find a way to get acquainted with the rough maps of Dajin's prefectures, and also to meet the county town god to say goodbye. There was silence in the small courtyard for a while. Yin Qing lay down on the stone table a little dejectedly. Yin Zhaoxian put the last 2 white pieces into the chess box before continuing to speak. Yin knows that Mr. Ji is by no means a very human being, and he has a reason to leave. It is inconvenient for Yin to ask more questions. If I can inform Yin when the time comes, I will see him off. If it is inconvenient, I can only wish him well. The time will be smooth sailing. Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Yin, for your kindness. Ji Yuan also smiled and cupped his hands, rubbing the listless Yin Qing. Seemingly thinking of something again, he looked up at the jujube tree in the courtyard and just sighed. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat this year's jujubes. I hope Mrs. Yin and Xiao Yinqing can pick the ripe fruits and share them with the neighbors. Yin will definitely do it. Please rest assured. Yin Zhaoxian also looked at the jujube tree when he answered, but the two did not return the gift as usual. After this conversation and a few more chats, the Yin family father and son were obviously not very interested, and it was almost dinner time, so they took their leave and left soon. After Master Yin's family left, Ji Yuan also worked and rested as usual, went out to eat, went home to practice, and went back to sleep on time. It was night, and the flowers of the jujube tree in the courtyard withered and fell, and were covered by the growing green jujube branches. When it was almost dawn, the jujube tree leaves in the courtyard of Juan were mostly withered and yellow, but the branches were already dead. Fruitful. Early in the morning, when Ji Yuan woke up and opened the door, he was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He stared at the jujube tree for a long time before opening his mouth out of emotion. Suddenly, like a boom! At this time, there was a faint sound of thunder in the sky. Ji Yuan looked up. In addition to being able to clearly see the lightning in the distance, he could also vaguely see that the sky was full of dark clouds. It should be raining soon. Sunny is great. Rain is even better. Good sign. After coming to this world, perhaps because of the relationship between eyes and hearing, Ji Yuan's favorite weather has become a rainy day. If I want to be more precise, it's best to have moderate rainfall, neither too small nor too large. No matter how normal outsiders see Ji Yuan's actions, it can't cover up the fact that Ji Yuan's own eyesight is bad, and only on rainy days can the world become extraordinarily clear in Ji Yuan's mind. After taking the willow branches picked by Yin Xin yesterday, after a brief wash, he took an oiled paper umbrella and went to the street. Walking on the streets of Tianyafang, the scent of jujube flowers in the past has disappeared. Perhaps the neighbors of Tianyafang will feel something is wrong after waking up today, but they can't tell what is wrong. Maybe those who are more sensitive can suddenly think that the fragrance is not up. But at least Ji Yuan hasn't seen any of the villagers he met ask him about the fragrance of flowers. After leaving Tianyafang, I just arrived on the street. The heavy rain fell down. Ji Yuan happened to put the umbrella on top of his head 2 seconds before the rain fell. And he couldn't help but smile knowingly when he heard the raindrops falling on the streets on 3 sides, and even the pedestrians and street dogs were caught off guard. At this moment, Ning'an County within hearing range completely lived in Ji Yuan's heart. I have lived in Anxiet for several months, and there are not many rainy days. Instead, I'm about to leave now, but I'm close to the Mangzhong, and it is the rainy season in Huangmei. If there is really a meticulous person who can observe Ji Yuan walking in the rain at this moment, he will find that even the lower body that is difficult to look after under the umbrella, Ji Yuan is still not wet on his shoes or wet on his clothes. Mr. Ji, are you eating stewed noodles today? There are beef offal, which is rare. Passing by Sun Ji noodle stall, the old man's son under the canopy yelled at Ji Yuan, who was holding an umbrella. Ji Yuan turned his head to look and could vaguely see many diners and passers-by sheltering from the rain. No, I have something to go to the town god's temple. Okay, then go slowly. Do you want me to leave you some offal? No. While Ji Yuan politely refused, he walked towards the temple of the city god. Due to the rain, the number of people on the street has dropped sharply, and the same is true of the town god's temple in Mayasafang. Walking into the temple, it is like a common people praying for blessings. The county town god burned 3 sticks of incense. As soon as the incense was plugged in, Ji Yuan bowed slightly to the statue of the city god and then went out of the temple directly to the outer building opposite the temple. Stepping into the gate of the outer building of the temple, there's a busy scene inside. After all, many people have come in to hide from the rain. There are also many people who have spare money to buy a pot of tea, and many people go to the 2nd floor to listen to books and join the fun. Hey, it's Mr. Ji. Please, are you still packing pastries today? A store clerk, who knows Ji Yuan warmly, came to entertain him. No, there's still space on the 3rd floor. Prepare something to eat there, and friends will come over. Okay, come with me. There's still many empty seats on the 3rd floor. Next to the window railing on the 3rd floor, after Ji Yuan took his seat, a table of signature cakes from the temple building and a pot of Nikishan camellia just picked this spring were served quickly, and it was fast without cooking. Only a few minutes later, an old man in black robe went up to the 3rd floor, bowed to Ji Yuan from a distance, and Ji Yuan hurriedly stood up to return the salute. Mr. Ji, how are you doing recently? After Ji Yuan arrived in Ning'an County, apart from the first time, he only met the old city god once, and this time was the 3rd time, but neither of them was restrained. Hello, Mr. Song. Thanks to you, Ji is living a very comfortable life. The two sat down, and it was no nonsense to plan fate. Ji came here to bid farewell to Mr. Song. He has something to do and is planning to visit other prefectures of Beppu. He just wants to ask Mr. Song something. The old city god picked up a piece of rice cake, brought it to his mouth, and smelled it. Only bit off a small corner and tasted it in his mouth. The remaining half flew into his mouth with a burst of white air and put the part in his hand back on the plate. Mr. G said it directly. Song will never refuse if he can help. Well, Mr. Song sent messengers to send me bamboo slips several times, which helped me a lot. You also know that my eyesight is not good, so I hope to ask you for a map which can roughly engrave Dajin and its surroundings into the map. When Ji Yuan said that, it was tantamount to asking for an engraved drawing. It's easy to say, Wu Wan will personally supervise this matter tonight. I wonder how small the engravings can be distinguished by Mr. G. As long as you are organized, you can distinguish every minute. After Cheng Huang tasted the second piece of pastry, he fixed his eyes on Ji Yuan. Okay, Mr. G must be satisfied. Talking between smart people is easy. After talking about the business, the two chatted while eating and then dispersed after the food on the table was finished. After the two of them checked out and left, a shop assistant came upstairs to clean the table. Walking to the table with brisk steps, I saw that more than half of the pastries were still on the table, and they looked complete. The store clerk looked around and saw that no one was paying attention, so he grabbed a piece of stuff and chewed it in his mouth with a smile. Baba. The dry powder is still very astringent. Which master in this building made it? Pick a few more pieces to try. Ba 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 ba. How can you be so fucking unreasonable? The fact that the jujube tree in Juan Xiaoga bore fruit overnight really shocked Yin Zhaoxin's family. What's more, the father and son of the Yin family only heard Ji Yuan say yesterday that they could not eat this year's jujubes, and the next day they will be fruitful, the mystery of which is enough to amaze ordinary people. The jujubes in the courtyard can be said to be full of fruit and attractive in color. Taste it. It will make your mouth full of body fluid, and swallow it to leave a fragrance on your lips and teeth. However, Ji Yuan only allocated some dates to Yin's family for the time being, and did not subdivide them in the workshop, so as to save everyone from making a fuss. I thought I could receive the engraving of the city god overnight, but I didn't expect to wait for 3 days. When I got to Ji Yuan's hand, I realized that it was 3 pieces of black with strips that were 3 fingers wide and 2 palms long. Put together, it is a carved map. The mountains, rivers, and waters in the picture are detailed, and the textures are slightly different, but the squares are not chaotic. There are place names in many places. Overall, it is even better than what Ji Yuan expected. On the night of the 3rd day, Ji Yuan thought about it, and felt that he had to leave something for the Yin family, and he didn't know how long he would be out. So, after several months in this world, I picked up the brush for the 2nd time. Then I'm counting on someone. This time, I'll give Wen Qing a hand. In a flash, the aura of the body pours into the mind, and the aura of the surroundings slowly gathers. The book is just a piece of rice paper, which is both a letter and a copybook. There are not many words, but it takes half a night to write. In Yin's courtyard in the early morning of the 2nd day, when Yin Qing was the first to open the door and was about to run out, he found a letter floating in the crack of the door. On the front, there is a letter. Master Yin personally opened it and plans to stay. Daddy, Mr. G left a letter on the door. Coming. Yin Zhaoxin's voice came from inside the house. When he arrived at the door, he was still arranging his clothes, and then he frowned and took the letter from Yin Qing's hand. If you leave a letter, then Mr. G may have left without saying goodbye. Looking at the text on the envelope, an exclamation of good word sounded in my heart. Then carefully opened the letter, took out the folded rice paper and unfolded it. The contents of the letter came into view, and saw Ji Yuan calling him by special title for the first time. To Yin Zhaoxian, I got acquainted with you after Guyu, and before parting with Mangzhong for a while, I lived in a small pavilion, and the only friend in the county was you. Recalling the past, the first time I met Shang Jueqian at the table, I laughed and said that Brother Yin was lonely. However, although you're only a teacher of county, you are worthy of the book of sages and sages. You know the truth and are good at learning. A gentleman wants to be clear and get it in a proper way, and the common people are always happy not to disturb others. Who is it? Ning En and Yin Zhaoxian. It's a pity that the sky is bright and the moon is always clear. There's no feast on the ground, and the stars hang in the sky and go away. Don't you blame it. Walking at night without saying goodbye, give a sticker before leaving, sit opposite each other, and play chess again. We will meet again for a while. Wang Jun, teaching and educating people should be done in detail, and the contribution to the society should not be taken for a moment, and the heart remains the same from the beginning to the end. He wrote books and biography, benefited children from hundreds of schools, and educated all people in the world. A generation of great Confucians can be expected. When it is time, you can travel in the mountains and rivers, step on the sky and the earth. Do not change your face in the turbulent waves. Walk on the waves with ease. Have thousands of inks in your belly, and have righteousness in your chest. When Yin Zhaoxian read the last word, he felt a slight numbness in his scalp, and the muscles in his hands and legs were still trembling uncontrollably. Take a deep breath. Face the sky outside the door. Straighten your chest. Put your hands behind your back, and have infinite ambition brewing in your heart. On the official road dozens of miles outside Ning'an County, Ji Yuan raised his right hand in a dazed look, and a phantom chess piece disappeared in a flash. What's going on here? Ji Yuan was very puzzled. What's going on? Could it be that this coin came from the previous Wei Wu Wei? But when I told him Yuhuai Mountain before, I didn't see anything happen. At that time, Ji Yuan's inference was that it was either because the object was a person this time, or the degree of influence was actually nothing. After thinking about it for a moment, Ji Yuan overturned the possibility of Wei Wu Wei's side, and it's not playing cross-border online games. And there's a delay. Could it be Master Yin? Ji Yuan remembered a letter he left. From yesterday to now, he has only done such a proactive event that will affect others, and the time is also calculated. In front of Yin's house, Yin Qing looked at his father in confusion. "Mommy, what's wrong with Dad?" Yin's mother, who had just come out of the back room, looked at her husband and just wanted to call her husband, but suddenly felt that his husband was very eye-catching at the moment, and she was a little bit peachy. "Annie, what's wrong with you? Don't bother your father. Go wash up." "Oh." Yin Qing originally wanted to ask his father what Mr. Ji wrote, but after thinking about the lessons of the previous few days, he still felt that it would be better to be good, and it would be safer to ask after breakfast. "Qing'er, Mr. Ji has already left." "Oh." Yin Zhaoxian smiled and raised Yangtong's key in the envelope. "Let's pick dates in a while." As expected, this proposal immediately attracted Yin Qing's attention, and he was so elated that his saliva was about to flow out, but then he suddenly remembered that Mr. Ji was no longer in the small pavilion, and the sense of loss would return. In the early morning, the Sun Ji noodle stall on the street opened early. The old man's son is basically busy with breakfast and lunch throughout the day. Wontons, noodles, and chop suey are the main ingredients, and he will close the stall early in the afternoon and go home. He often goes to bed soon after dark and gets up before 5 o'clock to prepare the materials for the stall. When he gets old, he goes to bed early and wakes up earlier, which is also in line with his schedule. After setting up the canopy, setting up the tables and chairs, and wiping them down, the old man waited for the guests to come to his door, thinking about the price changes of flour and meat and the cost of sending Sunzi to study in the county. When the flow of people on the street began to increase, and the stall gradually started to have business, he looked up while he was busy and saw Mrs. Yin from the county school walking towards the stall with Yin Qing, holding a small basket in his hand. "Hey, Master Yin and young Master Yin are here. I'm here for breakfast. There are excellent wontons and Yangshan noodles." Yin Zhaoxian arched his hands with a smile. No, I've already used it at home." Having said that, Yin Zhaoxian handed over the basket in his hand and lifted the cloth covering it. "This is the fruit of the jujube tree in Mr. Ji's house. Before he left the house, Mr. Ji said that he would share it with his neighbors. If he often comes here to eat, he should also give it to the old man." Old man's son stared blankly at the fresh jujube and wiped his hands on his apron again and again. What an embarrassment, what an embarrassment." Having said that, He reached out to pick it up very honestly, and only after he got the basket did he realize what Ian Zhaoxian said earlier. Mr. Ji went out? When will you be back? I don't know yet. Put the dates in the car. I will take the basket back with me. Oh, that's right. Old man Sun hurriedly poured the small basket of dates into a washing basin on the noodle cart and handed the bamboo basket back to Ian Zhaoxian. Master Ian, your basket. Well, I won't bother you. You are busy. Hey, Master Ian, go slowly. Seeing the back of Mrs. Ian Zhaoxian walking away, Old man Sun carefully looked at the dates in the pan. Old man Sun, what kind of fruit is this? Yeah, can I have a taste? Some diners couldn't bear their curiosity, so they stood up and looked at Old man Sun's wooden cart. Strange, are these jujubes? It's not enough for the mango seeds. The jujube trees in Mr. G's yard are already bearing fruit? Old man Sun clicked his tongue in amazement, handed one to the diner next to him, then took one himself, wiped it on his clothes, and took a bite. Fresh sweetness bloomed in the mouth and tongue, and a faint fragrance permeated the surrounding area. Well, delicious. Old man Sun, give me some more. This has a scent. Give us a taste, too. Old man Sun was still reminiscing. Hearing everyone's request, he hurriedly stuffed half a date into his mouth, protected the washing basin with his hands, and carefully put it into the cabinet of the wooden cart. It's gone, it's gone. There aren't many. It's only a handful. I have to take it home for my grandson to eat. It's gone. In addition to the Sunji noodle stall, Dr. Tong from Jirintang also received a portion of dates, and the quantity was quite a lot, about 2 or 3 caddies. Enjoy as a family. In the evening of this day, every household in the neighborhood of Tianyafeng received a handful of jujubes, and the taste was really unforgettable. The fact that the jujube trees in Juanshaoga were fruiting and ripening a few months earlier made the residents of Tianyafeng like to talk about it. And the next day, the entire Ning'an County was amazed at this matter. At noon the next day, in the Yunlai Inn, Wei Wuwei, who was having a meal, heard a waiter chatting with the shopkeeper about Juanshaoga jujube trees. He couldn't help being curious, but he couldn't hear it clearly. Shower, can you tell me about the jujube tree fruit you just mentioned? For things like gossip, the speaker and the listener enjoy almost the same level of pleasure, which requires the waiter in the shop. How can he refuse? And he has to run to Wei Wuwei's side. Guest officer, you don't know. A strange thing happened in Tianyafeng of this county. There is a small pavilion in the middle of the county. There's a big jujube tree with dense branches in the courtyard. The jujube should take several months to mature. I didn't expect the dates on this tree to be ripe now, and everyone in Tianyafeng got fresh dates to eat. The waiter thought about it for a while. My elder sister married into Tianyafeng, and her family was also assigned to it. I tasted 3 of them. The taste is so delicious. I have never eaten such delicious dates in my life. The waiter saw that many diners in the lobby were almost attracted by him, and he was a little complacent, so he deliberately amplified his voice. Speaking of this, there is one more strange thing. It is said that the jujubes in Juanshaoga matured overnight. The day before, half of Tianyafeng could still smell the fragrance of jujube flowers, and then they suddenly disappeared. Some people say that the dates are already ripe at that time. Oh, is there such a strange thing? Shower, you won't talk nonsense, will you? That's right. How could it be cooked overnight? Could it be that the gods cast spells? The guests at a few tables next to him made a fuss, which made the waiter in the shop suffocate. Humph, that's because you outsiders don't know. So you put your ears out and listen carefully, so you can brag to your friends when you go back. This day, a strange person from the county lives in the Juanshaoga in Tianyafeng. The jujube trees in the courtyard are fragrant after they bloom. Speaking of this, the waiter in the shop put a lid on it. Seeing that everyone was listening carefully, he continued. The next thing I heard from others is that Mr. G planned to leave the county for a long trip the day before yesterday. When he said goodbye to Mrs. Ian, he sighed in the courtyard and said that it was a pity that he couldn't eat this year's dates. What a pity, what a pity. The waiter in the shop pretended to learn an imaginary literary line and then rubbed his expression. Guess what? The jujube trees began to bear fruit that night, and when Mr. G woke up at dawn, he opened the door and saw that the jujube trees in the garden were full of ripe dates. It's amazing. Is there such a thing? I said, Shower, you are so talented to be an boy, and you can become a storyteller. Extremely extreme. According to what you say, the one who lives in Juan may not be a fairy. Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of laughter in the lobby of the inn, and the shopkeeper was also smiling and shaking his head there. Only Wei Wu Wei was throbbing in his heart. Hurriedly went to the counter to pay for the meal, and then hurriedly ran towards Tianyafang. With Wei Wu Wei's martial arts, he was panting slightly when he ran in front of the Juan pavilion, which showed how anxious he was. Who PH? PH. While calming down, he looked up and saw that the jujube tree in the small pavilion had no flowers. Only scattered jujubes were still hanging on the lower branches, while those on the highest branches were still blooming. Hang a lot. Looking closer to the small pavilion, there's a copper lock hanging on the courtyard door. An emotion mixed with annoyance and secret regret rose in Wei Wu Wei's heart. Mr. Ji really left. Then Wei Wu Wei changed his mind and looked at the jujube tree. Well, I have to find a way to collect a few dates to taste. As for going directly over the wall to pick up the rest, this kind of thing is absolutely not dared. At this moment, Ji Yuan was walking alone on the official road in the north of Ning'an County, running and jumping leisurely from time to time, and he was in a good mood. There is very little luggage with me, except for the clothes on my body. There's only a bag and an umbrella, and there's only a set of inner and outer clothes in the bag, and the rest are some copper coins and sundries, and fresh dates occupying half of the space. It looks like 4 caddies. Except for the jade pendant that Wei Wu Wei gave to Ji Yuan. The remaining 140 taels of silver and silver notes were exchanged for some broken silver and copper coins, and most of them were exchanged for an ingot of gold ingots. Except for the elder's gold jewelry, Ji Yuan has never seen much gold in his 2 lifetimes. He thought that this 12-tael gold ingot would be very big, but he didn't expect it to be only a small one, which looks a bit miniature. Ji Yuan walked leisurely, and then took out the gold ingot from his bosom to play with. It's not that he is greedy for money. It's just a feeling of getting a new toy. Gold is really heavy. With a sigh, he weighed it and put it back into the inner bag of his arms. The reason why I went to such lengths to exchange money was not because I didn't want to go on the road easily, but because I realized it after a few months. In this life, there is no banking system as developed as in the previous life. Banks that cross states or prefectures are rare. Bank notes from the local banks in Ning'an County cannot be withdrawn from other places, so they can only be withdrawn in cash and taken away. At this time, Ji Yuan envied Lu Shanjun very much. He didn't know the structure of that guy's stomach, so he could spit out the big white tiger skin. Maybe it would be a treasure to take out the stomach bag. Even if you take the official road, the scenery along the route is still beautiful. There are fields and shady trees everywhere, and there are also many farmlands with farmers shuttling. Although he could see it vaguely, the sound of the rice seedlings being planted in the water, the chatter of the farmers, and the chirping of birds around him allowed him to compose the picture naturally. The clacking of horseshoes sounded from behind, accompanied by the riders shouting and whipping. Drink, drive, drive. As the sound approached, Ji Yuan hurried to the side to dodge, and after a while, 3 horses galloped across the road in a row, and the horseshoes brought up a cloud of smoke. It's amazing to have a horse, Ji Yuan muttered in a low voice, and continued to drive his number 11 car. In fact, originally, Ji Yuan also wanted to buy a horse, and his money was enough to buy a decent horse. But the problem is, firstly, Ji Yuan has never ridden a horse in 2 lifetimes, and secondly, buying a horse is not enough to just ride it, but also has to take care of it, and the horse needs to be washed and washed, which feels super troublesome. I don't know how to ride. I believe it is not difficult to learn with the current physical foundation, but it is cumbersome to take care of the horse. Then this is not a cheap waste of money. I don't plan to spend it. You must know the price of buying a good horse here. It's similar to buying a car in my previous life. It's not worth it. Anyway, let's assume that someone is also good at immortal arts, and his martial arts are not bad. How can he be inferior to horses with his body skills that incorporate the will of the dragon? Well, it's convenient. Having said that, seeing other people riding tall horses now, I still have a strange mentality of envying other children's beautiful toys. reaching out his hand to find two jujubes in the gap of the bee. Burdened behind his back, he gnawed on one of them. Ji Yuan swung his feet, performed light kung fu and body skills, turned into a blue shadow, and swept forward. Ji Yuan didn't intend to go over the mountains. No matter how advanced his kung fu is, he's still half blind. The rugged road is either impossible or too labor-intensive, and Liu Shanjun is a fierce tiger. He's still a little timid, so he won't test his luck. I have already touched the paperweight engraved map carefully, so I don't have to worry about finding the wrong way along the official road for the time being. I will wait until I leave Ning'an County along the northern road, then head east and just ask for directions after finding the city. By comparing the several place names that can be found on the paperweight engraved map, and comparing the meaning of the words and the hidden lines in the sword meaning, Ji Yuan figured out that the tomb of the left hero should be far away in Izhou. It's not a one-and-done thing. So Ji Yuan's current destination is to go to Chumu River to see if he can find the old turtle. Although Ji Yuan only knows about the section of the river that is roughly south of the city of Chunwei Mansion, but with Wei Wuwei's astuteness, he will definitely use various means to force out some details from the people in black. There will be good news on May 15th to watch. Ning'an County is a small and remote county. The main area is close to Nyokue Mountain. The range is relatively narrow and long. He traveled all the way, sometimes walking slowly and sometimes galloping recklessly. When it was dark, he had already left the boundary of Ning'an County. Normally, it should be in the neighboring Shunbao County, but in the middle of the road, the population gradually becomes scarce, and a large section of the road can't even see the fields, let alone ask someone for directions. So Ji Yuan doesn't know what he is at all. At that time, it was time to turn toward the east, but at the end of the day, I gave up my mind and turned into the wide road to the east and just walked forward. The feeling of this walk was not so good. There were no people for a long time, and the sky turned dark before I finally saw the farmland from a distance. No matter what happened, I immediately turned around and walked along the path beside the field. After a long time, there was a farmland Kimura appeared in sight. There is a small river beside the village. It is too dark to see the rest, but the reflection of the river water in the night can still be seen. It seems that Shunbao County is far less developed than Ning'an County. It is impossible to find an inn in this kind of place. It is best to find someone to stay overnight. In the case of a high probability of getting lost, it is lucky to find a village. At this time, the villagers who were busy with farm work in the village had basically gone home, and few people were outside. Compared with the smooth official road, the small road at the head of the village is much more rugged. Because of eyesight, he walked fast, and Ji Yuan staggered from time to time, but he didn't fall because of his good balance. Fortunately, he walked slower and walked again, stabilized. Of course, if you really move forward with agility, it's not impossible to be steady and fast, but the fate is not here to show off. Maybe it's more like a ghost at night. If it's too exaggerated, the villagers will feel uneasy if they say it, and there'll be a weak passerby. To win sympathy, it is more convenient to stay overnight and have a meal. At the entrance of the village, some villagers noticed someone coming. At first, they didn't pay attention, thinking that it was someone who had returned to the village late, but later they realized that they were not from their own village. "Hey, the one in front, who are you? What are you doing here?" An old man shouted at Ji Yuan, and some young villagers came out of the house with lighted paper lanterns. This era is not the time in the previous life. This kind of remote village is surrounded by fences at night to prevent wild animals and thieves. Strangers need to be carefully screened, whether they are good or bad. This old man, I'm just a passerby. Seeing that it's already dark and the pace is slow, it's too scary to go on the road at night, so it's not convenient to stay in the village for one night. Ji Yuan also responded with a loud voice, and then kept his feet on the ground, slowly approaching the head of the village, and from time to time symbolically tapped the road with the tip of the umbrella in his hand to see if there were any raised stones that would trip him. When he got closer, several villagers gathered at the entrance of the village also saw the general appearance of Ji Yuan clearly. He wore a wide-sleeved robe with casual hair on the temples, long hair on his back, and a wooden hairpin on the top of his head. He looked very refined. Looking at Ji Yuan, although he walks normally most of the time, he walks very slowly, and if he stumbles, he immediately pokes the road ahead with his umbrella. Presumably his eyesight is not very good. Sir, your eyes? Oh, my eyes are not very good. It's really inconvenient to walk at night. I hope you can let me stay overnight. Behind the wooden fence gate, an old man with a hood over his head took the lanterns from the young and strong hands beside him, picked out some, and took a closer look at them, stared at the shadows under his feet that slanted with the light, and then looked at his complexion and eyes. Okay, this gentleman, wait a moment. Who's he? Open the door and let the gentleman come in. Ji Yuan hurriedly held the umbrella and bowed. Thank you, thank you, thank you all. Huh. Life is like a play. It all depends on acting skills. I think someone will have a place to sleep tonight. Crackling. There was a slightly harsh sound from the friction of the wooden pivot. But Ji Yuan keenly noticed that the positions of several young and strong villagers seemed to be a little tricky, and some of them seemed to be holding things in their hands. Am I too happy? Come in, sir. I will give you a hand. The old man didn't wait for Ji Yuan to speak. He came over to help Ji Yuan's hand first, felt Ji Yuan's body temperature, and his heart immediately relaxed. Sir, don't blame me. Let's go. Go to the old man's house to drink water first. A good. Ji Yuan let the old man support him, and while walking, he looked at the villagers who were closing the door and the few other people who had dispersed, thinking about the way. The creaking sound of the fence gate at the head of the village was still behind him, and the old man who supported Ji Yuan did not let go, and led Ji Yuan directly to walk a dozen steps in, to a house whose outer wall was painted with earth and mortar. Sir, beware, the threshold is high, feet high. The high threshold is not a joke. It is really high. Vaguely feeling that his own calf is high, Ji Yuan took advantage of the situation and stepped into the house with the old man. This house is not like a normal house, because there is only one room, neither a kitchen nor an inner hall, only a table with an oil lamp on it for benches and 2 beds beside it. Well, more like a makeshift dormitory. When he arrived indoors, the old man finally let go of his hand and beckoned Ji Yuan to sit down. Sir, please sit down. The old man's surname is Su. I don't know where Mr. Gao's family lives. While speaking, he also took the initiative to move a stool to facilitate Ji Yuan to sit down. The sound of the stool, feet rubbing against the ground, drew a colorless thread in Ji Yuan's heart. Okay, thank you, old man. My surname is Ji, and I'm from Ning'an County. Ji Yuan touched the edge of the table and sat down while talking and put the burden and umbrella on the table. The old man at the side took one from a stack of dishes that were overturned by the table and lifted the earthen pot beside the table to Ji Yuan. The edge pours water. Oh, people from Ning'an, we generally don't welcome strangers casually here at night. As the old saying goes, there are shadows and warm people who are alive, and you can't look back at night. Are you kidding me? The sound of tea being poured into the bowl is crisp and clear, and when the bowl is filled up, there's a little splash. Sir, please drink water. It's okay. Be careful. There's no big mistake. Thank you. Thanks again. Ji Yuan took a sniff and drank it without thinking about anything. At this time, the old man suddenly asked him, Sir, are you a ghost? Puff. Ji Yuan took a sip of tea and sprayed it out. Cough, cough, cough. The old man was joking. Of course I'm not a ghost. The sudden hardcore question from Nima made Ji Yuan choke, coughing for a while, and the old man next to him apologized again and again. Don't blame, sir, don't blame, sir. The old man has a bad memory. He suddenly thought of something and subconsciously wanted to confirm it. It's really that our place is too biased. Few people come here alone at night. Ji Yuan coughed a few times to run his spiritual energy, smoothed his trachea, and asked helplessly and curiously, What are you confirming? Didn't the old man pass his pulse? What you say is what you say. It's just that some people don't even know they're not alive when they're dead. This kind of person is the most difficult to tell. You need to tell them in front of him. We call this method the Mandarin duck method. What strange name? Ocean? Resentment? It can't be a Mandarin duck, right? Tossing out the thoughts in his mind, Ji Yuan asked the old man directly. Old man, do you often get haunted by ghosts? Otherwise, Why are you so nervous? But as long as it's not a ghost, it's not a big problem. A few years ago, I did meet someone looking for a dead ghost. We are a village in the wilderness for dozens of miles. Everyone is on guard, afraid that something strange will come here, but ghosts are okay, as the saying goes. It is said that people are 3 times afraid of ghosts and ghosts are 7 times afraid of people. There are so many people in the village who are full of courage. The old man paused, hesitated for a moment, and continued to speak. It's just that we've had trouble with beautiful snakes before, and it's nighttime this season, so everyone can't go out if they can't go out. Beautiful snake? Ji Yuan frowned. Could it be a demon? Well, it is said that it is a big snake with a beautiful head, and it likes to trick young men into eating it. Beautiful head? Can you deceive people? Don't lie to me, old man. Ji Yuan took a breath and subconsciously thought of Nyo Quishin's Tiger Lu. Is this something ordinary people can guard against? The light of the oil lamp in the house flickered, but the room was still dim, and the flickering light seemed to be a mood of predestination. The monsters and monsters that can speak are all virtuous. They have already refined their bones, and they are not small monsters that will be killed by an iron rake and hoe if they are not careful. And if this snake really has a human head. Ji Yuan didn't dare to think about it anymore, and even had the urge to leave, but if he went outside, his chest was tight. There's no way this county doesn't have a city god, right? Do you still care about this place? Hey, many people know about this. It made our village panic for a long time before. How could I deceive you? Let's not talk about it. Speaking of this, the old man got up from the stool on one side and went to make another bed. Sir, my family is still in the inner village. The house at the head of the village is temporarily lived in by people who take care of the entrance of the village. Please spend the night here today. If you want to go to the latrine at night, you can wake up the old man and I will help you there. By the way, are you hungry, sir? If you're hungry, I'll get you something to eat. No, I'm not hungry. While refusing, Ji Yuan went over to make the bed together, smelling the smell on it. It should be off and drying, but even if the smell is heavy, it doesn't matter. He doesn't really care about it. And he doesn't care. Wow, woof, 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 woof. There were bursts of dog barking outside, and a few curses. Ji Yuan listened carefully, and seemed to be able to hear words, such as it's unpalatable and unlucky. Ji Yuan saw that the old man on the side didn't respond, and temporarily put aside some uneasiness in his mind, and asked about his journey. Old man, what is the name of your village, and where is it located in Shunbao County? What is the best way to go to Jiao County? Shunbao County? Hearing the old man's doubtful voice, Ji Yuan felt a little bad. Mr. Elder, you're going a little way off the road. This is Shangagu Village, which is already the northeast corner of Suiyuan County. It's already past Baoshan. Suiyuan County? How the hell did I run across 2 counties? The paperweight map is fine, but if the lines are too fine, the scale of the map is difficult to grasp. Only through this condensed map can we understand the general context of each boundary. The 13 prefectures of Dajin have been stuffed beyond the limit. A county and there is only a small dot on the picture, and the engraving of a very small name to mark the official path is already a magical work of Wuwan, and the sense of distance can only be reflected from the land of a house. So, I underestimated the power of my feet. I'm afraid that when he chased the 3 fast horses with light kung fu, he had unknowingly overrun it. Drag racing accident. Ji Yuan, who was lamenting in his heart, hurriedly continued to ask the old man, "Then if I'm going to Chunwei Mansion, does the old man think it's better to go back the same way or choose another way?" "Well, old man, I haven't run so far before. How about this, Mr. G rest first? And tomorrow morning you can ask the merchants who are also staying in the village. I heard that they will eventually go to Du Meng's Mansion City. Maybe they know how to go. Hey, that's the only way. I really miss mobile navigation." Late at night, people in the village went to bed earlier than those in the city, and they didn't sleep at night. The old man in the room was already snoring, and there were occasional dogs barking from the village outside. Ji Yuan lay on the bed with his eyes closed, but he did not fall asleep. On the one hand, it was because the snoring beside him was too obvious in the quiet night, especially in his ears. Plan your route. Wow woof, woof woof, woof woof, wow woof woof. The barking of dogs suddenly became intensive, and Ji Yuan opened his eyes almost at the same moment he heard it. He could hear many village dogs gathered in a certain place, barking in one direction together. After waiting for a while, the barking of the dog gradually subsided. Old dogs that have been kept for a long time are often very spiritual. Ji Yuan had seen this once in Ning'an County, and he had heard the old man say that dogs have psychic eyes in his previous life, so Ji Yuan was still a little concerned about the sound of dogs barking. "I'm a little flustered." By the river outside the village, long black shadows slid across the ground, but crawled slowly in an S shape in the coastal area, and the dense scales rubbed against stones and branches, making a screeching sound. Somewhere, the black shadow raised his body and looked towards the village, revealing his thick body and white scales on his abdomen. Hiss, hiss. After standing there for a while, spitting out the letter, there was a burst of violent barking in the village. But in fact, those domestic dogs often just approached the fence and barked, but had no intention of rushing out. Hiss! The big snake lowered its body, and its slightly bloated body twisted a few times along the shore. After a plop, mixed with the sound of water waves being pushed away, a long black shadow slid into the river, and some small boats on the side were also shaking because of the ripples on the water surface. People like to work and rest in accordance with the weather. Even in this environment, Ji Yuan still slept for a while in the end, but after the bloody and tearful lesson at the Nikishin temple, Ji Yuan never fell asleep again. Oh! Ji Yuan woke up when the first rooster crowed in the village. This time should be in the first half of the 5th watch, which is around 3 o'clock in his previous life. People in this era always have a strange psychology. Even people who are afraid of the dark will subconsciously feel at ease when they hear the crowing of a rooster. This is not groundless. Ji Yuan learned a lot of useful basic knowledge during the few chats with the city god of Ning'an County. Not to mention ghosts, there are very few people who are not afraid of the sun. Even monsters, before they become a certain climate, some small tricks can't see the power of the sun, so they hate the daytime. At this moment, Ji Yuan, who heard the rooster crowing, also relaxed a lot. Seeing that the old man in the room was still sleeping soundly, Ji Yuan also planned to sleep back into the cage. It was still dark outside. In a small house in the northeast corner of Shangago village, someone got up from the bed yawning. It was a businessman staying overnight. Ha-ho! Looking at the other people who were still sleeping soundly beside him, the person who woke up put on a coat and walked out of the room shaking. Chicken crows sounded from time to time, but I didn't see half of the people out of the yard, so I thought it was still early. The hut, over there. After walking quite a distance, I saw a hut on the edge of the village wall. The rectangular building with a small slope is very surprising to the surrounding houses, and you can easily identify what it is. When you walk to the side of the hut, the smell rushes to your nose, and the visitor wakes up a lot. Opening the grass door of one of them, the stench suddenly rose to the sky. Ugh! The huts in this village are a bit dirty. If it was a small one, the visitor would not hesitate to deal with it outside. But it was a large one, so there was no other way, so he bit the bullet and went in. As a result, when he took the first step, he felt something soft under his feet. You bastard! 8 lifetimes of bloody misfortune. After a while of cursing, the person who came squatted down inside, hurriedly resolved it, grabbed 2 handfuls of thatch that made up the hut as toilet paper, wiped it, and jumped out of the latrine as if fleeing. Ugh! TSK, this is disgusting. Walking is basically dragging one foot here and there, and my hands didn't seem to be very clean just now. In the end, I still couldn't take it anymore. It took a long way to get back to the small courtyard where I slept, and I didn't know if there was any water in the water tank there. I looked at the small river outside, hesitated for a while, and then walked towards it. The fence gate next to the river was only inserted with a wooden pin randomly. The merchant shook his hand, opened the latch, opened the door a crack, and squeezed out. Wow, woof, 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 woof. There was a dog barking behind him, and the man subconsciously turned his head to look. The dog's eyes were glowing green, which made him shiver subconsciously. Wow, woof, woof. Wow, woof, woof. Wow, woof, 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 woof. Originally, there was only one dog, but now several of them have gathered, all barking at him. "Mother, these bastards! Why are you yelling? If you dare to bite me, I will kill you stewed dog meat." He pretended to be fierce and yelled at the dogs, and quickly squatted down as if picking up stones. Sure enough, several dogs subconsciously jumped a few steps away. "It's good to know that I'm good." On the other side, the dense barking of dogs immediately woke Ji Yuan up again, but this time the barking of dogs continued continuously, and many people in the village who were closer to the river beach were woken up. Ji Yuan waited for a while, but could not hear the barking of the dogs subside. Instead, there was a tendency to bark more and more fiercely, and he couldn't stay any longer after tossing and turning on the bed. "Huh, go out and have a look." Standing upright, Ji Yuan got off the bed, put on his clothes and glanced at the sleeping old man, walked to the table by himself, pulled out the torch on the top and blew. The sparks gradually became stronger. Put on the wick of the oil lamp on the table and let out a breath, and the oil lamp lit a flame. Covering the fire cover, he glanced at the sleeping old man again. Ji Yuan stretched out his hand and waved his sleeve, and the light on the oil lamp was pinched into the sleeve. "I like to see if it's a human or a ghost." Gathering his mind, Ji Yuan slowly unplugged the latch, gently opened the wooden door and walked out, then slowly closed the door. Looking to the east, there is already a white line in the distant sky. Snort! With a strong step on his feet, Ji Yuan instantly jumped up and landed on the roof of a bungalow nearby. Then, with a light touch, he played a trick and dragged his robe and long hair towards the direction of the barking dog in the northeast of the village. On the river beach, the businessman washed his hands first, then took off his shoes, grabbed a handful of weeds on the bank, soaked them in water, and began to scrub the soles and edges of his shoes. Clatter! There was a sound of water in the distance, which startled the man to look up, and there was a disturbed water hole on the river a little far away that was fading. Maybe it's a fish making a nest. Even though he thought so, the visitor speeded up a bit and hurriedly scrubbed the soles of his shoes. Clatter! There was another sound of water, but this time it was on the shore a little farther away. "Oh, it stinks. I hate it." A soft voice with slight anger sounded from the side. The young businessman who washed shoes stretched his head to look there and saw the scene of white flowers on the shore in the dim light. "Oh, what are you looking at? Don't look at it." Girl, don't blame the girl, don't blame the girl. I didn't know you were taking a bath here." When a merchant said this, his heart fluttered. People thought that no one would come out. When you came, I had to hide in a corner of the bank and wait for you to leave. "Who knew you?" The merchant looked at the shoes in his hand, then looked at the direction of the running water, felt embarrassed, and hurriedly hid the shoes behind him. What are you still doing in a daze? Don't hurry up. I'm about to get up. The water is so dirty." I'll avoid it now. Avoid it immediately." The merchant took a deep breath, saying that his heart was beating so fast to avoid it. The glimpse just now made his heart agitated. The sound of cracking water made the merchants subconsciously imagine the boundless spring in their hearts. Wow, woof, 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 woof. Wow, woof, woof, woof. Wow, woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof. The barking of the dogs at the head of the village suddenly became more than a little louder, and many yellow and black dogs came to the fence, attracting merchants to look at the dogs in the fence in the distance. Plop. What's the matter with you, girl? The merchant turned around nervously and excitedly, and ran 2 steps forward but stopped again. He didn't see the woman coming ashore, and naturally he couldn't see the expected scenery. Hiss! Just as I was about to go ashore, I was startled by the dog, and fell down. My foot, I can't use my strength. After a pause, it was like a woman hiding in the water on the shore, gritted her teeth in an ideological struggle. "Young master, can you help me? Is this appropriate?" The merchant said so, but his footsteps were very nimble, and he ran to the bank and looked down. A delicate snow-white figure shrank in the water, revealing half of his body. The woman stretched out one slender hand. The other hand was protecting her chest. She turned her face away and whispered in a voice as small as a mosquito. "My lord, please help me up." At this moment, the businessman's blood was racing, and he swallowed his saliva and pulled it with both hands. Plop! Crash! The merchant was pulled into the water, but he still had a pleasant look on his face, sticking very close to the woman in the water. Ji Yuan walked along the roofs of the village, facing the wind, looking for the direction with the most barking dogs. Along the way, he could see people near the river awakened by the barking dogs, and came out with their clothes on to check the situation. Flying to the roof of the outermost house, he could already smell a kind of evil smell in his nose. Looking for the direction immediately made Ji Yuan's eyes widen regardless of the pain. A little far away by the river, a big snake loomed in the water, but it was clearly visible in Ji Yuan's eyes. There is a female phantom near the snake's head. A young man with wet clothes is being coiled by the snake. At this moment, countless thoughts and possible struggles flashed through Ji Yuan's mind, and the aura in his body was boiling and restless. Only a second or two later it turned into a thunderous roar. Sinister! How dare you deceive the sacrifice with a trick of the eye? This roar is based on its own aura to run the dull drinking sound in the iron punishment post, which was originally the sound skill used by the public arrest to frighten Xiao Zhao's villains. In fact, it's nothing special, it's just a technique to increase the voice as much as possible, but Ji Yuan's roar has the grandeur of thunder and whistling. Not only was the sound rolling in the river below, but many villagers who were still confused or who had just come out of the house were suddenly startled, and those who were frightened trembled were fine, and some even fell to the ground in fright. All the dogs in the village were frightened into a pause. Ji Yuan could see that the big snake in the river vibrated obviously, and the ripples of the river swayed endlessly. With this vibration, a demonic aura obviously rose from the snake, but it was not strong, at least it was far worse than Lu Shanjun. Very good, it's not over yet. Ji Yuan could even see a hint of panic from the big snake's sweeping eyes, and now Ji Yuan's heart is even more settled. Things like aura, ebb, and flow. People are afraid of me. I'll be brave 3-point. And the businessman who was originally obsessed with beauty was instantly awakened by this drink. Although he couldn't see through the monster's transformed body, he could see the terrifying snake body on its lower body. Ah, monster! The explosive power of a person under the desperate struggle is absolutely not to be underestimated. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the big snake being frightened by Ji Yuan, the two legs kicked and kicked quickly in the water, as if a little girl had stepped on a big mouse and jumped on the snake. The shore. Hiss! The big snake didn't chase Ji Yuan because of its fear, but it seemed that it was still unwilling. A snake tail swept ashore and swept the merchant down. The latter still wanted to escape even after rolling and crawling. Help! Help! It wasn't until this moment that Ji Yuan and the terrified businessman really saw the big snake's body clearly. The bucket-like thick and thin body was 4 feet long. Ji Yuan didn't care whether it was a kind of temptation to himself or not. He was already holding his breath in the extreme excitement at the moment, and when he saw this almost provocative scene, he immediately acted. He doesn't know how to fight big snakes in the water, but the landing part is another matter. With a wave of his hand, a pile of dry firewood in front of the house under his feet floated in front of Ji Yuan, and he grabbed the dry firewood with the gesture of raising a sword. Qing Ying jumped out of the roof and fell to the outside of the fence, and the speed of his feet increased sharply. His body skills were running to the extreme, and he reached the river almost instantly. With the momentum of dancing the dragon sword, coupled with the use of blindfolds, the figure glides like a wandering afterimage. This kind of falsehood should be more effective than directly performing blindfolding in front of monsters. Hiss! The tail of the snake swept towards Ji Yuan's body with the sound of the wind, but it just passed through the afterimage as if breaking through a layer of foam. This layer of seductive action made Ji Yuan more sure that even though the big snake was scary, its reaction speed was not as fast as his own. In the next moment after dodging twice, Ji Yuan's real body flashed behind the snake tail that had just swept aside, just as if he had changed shape. Inside the sleeve of his right arm, which used wood as a sword, a bean-sized flame was agitating endlessly under the impact of spiritual energy. Snakes belonged to Yin, Use the lamps of the people's homes as a guide to control the fire of people's livelihood, and see if you can stop my sword. At this moment, Ji Yuan, who has hidden his clumsiness, at this moment of rapidity and sudden slowdown, it seems that the real body appears from the double shadows, catching up with the body one after another from behind. The fire. It seems that the fire will not reach Ji Yuan at all. Even his sleeves will not be burnt. The top of the half-burned firewood was as sharp as the tip of a sword. With the momentum of the body moving forward, the speed of the sword was extremely fast, and the sword intent was like a dragon. Yulong sends fire, recalling the last form of the sword dance in the courtyard. Go! A shocking drink came out of his mouth. Z. At the same moment, there was a beep, and the entire burning wooden sword was reduced to ashes. The endless flames mixed with the sword intent looked like a swimming dragon, and instantly followed the pierced gap, break into the body of the big snake. With one hit, Ji Yuan stomped on the ground with a bang almost at the same moment, stepped it out of a small hole, and retreated backwards. In the process of flying away, he reached out with his left arm and caught the businessman. Customer's belt. One of the two was like a flying rook swept back, and the other was like a dead dog caught by an eagle. They retreated dozens of steps away from the big snake in an instant. Hiss! Bang, bang, bang. The big snake can no longer maintain its blindfold, and most of the snake's body is swaying wildly. Many villagers who have surrounded the fence can see with naked eyes that the snake's tail into the sword and the big snake. There's a fiery red light coming out of the scales and constantly climb above the snake body. Hiss! Bang, bang, bang. The snake's body bumped into the water, causing waves of white mist to scald the surface of the water, and the waves of the river were rolling with the struggle. With a boom, a small boat by the river was cut off by the painful snake. After seeing this scene, Ji Yuan took a breath in fear, thinking to himself that his current body would not be able to please him if he was drawn in such a way. Hiss ho! The snake roared hoarsely in pain, and found that the fire in its body could not be extinguished in the river, and its life was seriously threatened. Location bite. Puffed. Crackling. The sound of flesh and blood being torn apart made everyone's scalps tingle, including Ji Yuan, and the big snake bit off at least a quarter of its body, including its tail. The river was instantly stained red with snake blood, and the big snake didn't dare to stay at all and frantically muddied the river and fled downstream. This scene happened only within a few seconds, and the instigator's fate could not react in time. What a villain. You actually cut off your tail to survive. Just as he was about to chase after him, Ji Yuan stopped in his tracks again. This guy is now more trapped than a trapped beast, and he is in the water, so he consumes a lot. 2 seconds later, Ji Yuan started drinking again. Whereas the day and night parade under the jurisdiction of the city god of Sui Yuan County. The huge roar rolled and echoed in the empty wilderness sky. Monsters appear in the county to harm people, and I hope they will show up and arrest them quickly. The huge roar spread far away, and the echoes of the sound wave roared like the wind. I still hope that you will show up quickly to appear to apprehend. Ji Yuan covered his chest to calm down the remaining aura in his body that had been consumed too much, and also held back his crazy heartbeat. He had already performed beyond his level, and there was only so much he could do. At this moment, apart from the sound of the water caused by the big snake fleeing in a hurry, there is only that section of the snake's tail that is still red and glowing attached to the water surface, raising white air bursts. No matter the chickens or dogs around, or the people in the village who had just surrounded the fence to watch the end, all were silent, and it took a long time to recover from a huge shock. It's a monster. Beautiful snake. Hey, it's by the river. This merchant took his life. Fortunately, an expert passed by, otherwise our village would be in danger. Were you passing by? They came to stay overnight last night, and were received by Old Sue. Did this expert just call the city god's messenger? I don't know. Hey, don't go out. Don't disturb the master's way. Woof woof, woof woof. Wow woof woof. The domestic dogs in the village rushed out one after another, squeezed through the gap in the half-open fence gate, and ran to the river, barking at the river. Ji Yuan slowly adjusted his state to suppress his excitement and looked at these dogs dumbfounded. What did you guys do just now? After a while, perhaps seeing that the fight was really over, a brave villager in the village finally opened the wooden gate of the fence and came out. Just when the village head was pulling the awakened old man Su to talk to Ji Yuan, Ji Yuan's expression changed, and he looked to the other side of the river. That official robe made Ji Yuan finally heave a sigh of relief. 2 errands crossed the border, causing all the dogs by the river to flee to one side, and the others also felt cold and cold. Insha stopped a foot away from Ji Yuan and bowed their hands together to salute Ji Yuan. The city god of Sui Yuan County has a night parade under the jurisdiction, and I have seen this fairy. That part of the snake tail that is still red and never fades is so conspicuous that no one can ignore it, and it is impossible to be sure what kind of fairy magic is hurting it. Ji Yuan didn't wait for them to ask anything, and directly opened his mouth to explain the situation quickly. A snake demon appeared in the river in front of this village tonight, trying to absorb the man's flesh and blood Yang Yuan by means of deception. I happened to stay in the village overnight, and when I realized this, I shot angrily, but I didn't expect this monster to cut off its tail with a sword for survival. Please report to Lord City God of Ming Sui Yuan County to kill this beast. The 2 servants once again bowed their hands at 90 degrees to salute. Thank you, Xianchang, for saving the people of Sui Yuan County. And thank you, Xianchang, for giving me the opportunity to make up for my mistakes. I will kill the monster before it escapes from my Sui Yuan jurisdiction. After finishing speaking, the 2 messengers vanished in an instant. One went downstream, and the other went to the far side of the river, presumably where Sui Yuan County was located. In the town God's Temple in Sui Yuan County, which is smaller than Ning'an County, the soul-calling bells that ordinary people can't hear are called by the gods. The returning night parade immediately reported what he saw and heard to the county town god, and explained everything he saw and heard clearly in a few words. Relying on your profound morality and immortality, you actually shouted at the wandering envoys in this county. Doesn't this celestial expert know that there is only 1,000 days to be a thief, but not 1,000 days to defend against a thief? On the surface, they are angrily criticizing the parade day and night, but in fact, even the Sui Yuan County City God system has been criticized. The chief officer of the Department of Punishment and Punishment expressed his dissatisfaction with Ji Yuan's yelling, while the chief officer of the Department of Rewarding Goodness shook his head slightly. It's not necessarily true. His sword made the snake demon cut off its tail and escape in a hurry, but he didn't strike again. Or he was aloof, but it may also be to respect my Sui Yuan City God's justice. Okay, we'll talk about this later. The top priority is to kill the snake demon. The tour envoy has already made a promise on behalf of Sui Yuan Insi. Don't let outsiders see the joke. The county town god, who is in charge of the underworld, carries a Dharma sword on his waist, walks out of the body, sculpting step by step, drags his robe and sleeves, and gives orders. Follow me to block the Ligo River, a snake essence that stole Yuan Yang from a mortal and is seriously injured. Even if I measure it, it won't be able to run away from me. As long as the snake monster has not become a climate, losing its tail is equivalent to cutting off a leg of an ordinary person, and it cannot run fast at all, let alone the injury may not be that simple. Because in the description of the night parade before, it explained the situation of the broken tail. The red light never recedes. The internal firepower is like a living thing, and there is only a sharp edge under the restrained power. It must have been broken by such a sword it won't be easy in the end. This is also a major basis for the deduction of the chief officer of the Shangshan division. If the sword part of the snake demon is a few feet higher, I am afraid that it will surely die, but the tall man only burned one of its tails. The reason why the chief officer of the Department of Punishment and Evil Punishment was annoyed by the jurisdiction of the city god of Yuan County was just because the loud shouting was a little embarrassing. Under the personal leadership of the county town god, for chief officials of the 7 divisions accompanied them, and dozens of errands from each division almost collapsed. He also has the idea of showing his existence and power. using the golden body of the city god's land only to run his mana and display his supernatural powers. He leads the city god's divisions to approach the Ligo River at a speed almost teleporting, and he can already hear another the spirit bell of the parade envoy ring. At this time, the county town god looked up, and the eastern sky had turned white, which was in stark contrast to the darkness on both sides of the Ligo River. It's a little troublesome for us to wait during the day, so let's solve it quickly. The city god was in the front, and the chief officials of the 4th Department were behind, and the two sides were walking along the two sides of the river, walking steadily but at a fast speed. That evil barrier was seriously injured. The river channel was disturbed by the giant snake and was very muddy, but the stinky blood on it was very conspicuous, and there was a long snake struggling in the water on the river beach ahead. Just ahead. Go! Following the city god's order, the 4 chief officials speeded up in vain, and their respective magic weapons appeared in their hands. Bold snake demon die. Take your life. After a few breaths, the Dharma light suddenly appeared, and they rushed towards the river one after another, stirring up the already turbid river water until the mud rolled, and there were continuous waves hitting the shore along the way. Boom! Boom! Bang! Slam! The snake demon, who was already seriously injured, was torn apart everywhere, rolling painfully on the river. Dare to take advantage of the loopholes before completely refining the bones, courting death. Soul seducer, hook out its soul for me. The city god withdrew his Dharma sword and stood on the head of the snake monster. He pressed the big snake to death on the river as if a heavy object was on top of it, but it did not sink strangely. Take orders. The 6 soul ecstasy ghosts marched, stepped on the river surface, and the ecstasy ropes around their waists changed, and they threw them down the river surface one after another. Hiss roar. The big snake roared and struggled, but at a certain moment, its body stiffened in vain, and all resistance came to an abrupt end. A phantom of a big snake was tightly bound by the 6-way hooking rope and dragged out of the body. The sky gradually changed from dark and gray to bright, and most of the people in the village had already gathered by the river beach at this moment. They all gathered around the bank with mixed emotions of horror and excitement to watch the snake tail stuck on the side of the broken wooden boat. At this moment, the snake's tail was a little scorched black floating on the water. The thickest part of the tail was like an adult's thigh, about a foot long, and many villagers felt lucky when they saw it. There are even some villagers who live by the river beach, describing the scene at that time with elaboration. Oh, it's really scary. The dogs in the whole village were barking last night, so I knew something was wrong. So during this period of time at night, the dogs in the village will always bark nonstop for a period of time. Yes, before dawn. Hiss. The more I think about it, the more frightened I become. If it wasn't for an expert crossing the border, sooner or later someone would die in the village. I see. The expert came here on purpose. Otherwise, why did he come yesterday, if he didn't come sooner or later? That's right. You don't know, that tall man was standing on the roof of Heir Zhuang's house at that time, and he yelled at the beautiful snake, and many people heard it. That's right, I was so scared that I almost peed my pants. Me too. I was paralyzed with fright. My ears were buzzing. That's right. If it wasn't for that loud roar, that unlucky businessman would have been eaten long ago. And then, to eliminate the demon. I didn't even see what was going on. The flames exploded around the snake demon, and then rolled around in pain. The river over there was still amazed and frightened, but Ji Yuan followed the village chief and others to the village chief's house. Many villagers pretended to pass by or watch from a distance outside. If the village chief hadn't come out angrily to drive people away a few times, a large crowd of onlookers would have gathered like the riverside. Ji Yuan is a little uncomfortable. He is not a person who is prone to stage fright, but he is also not a person who enjoys the stage, and the crowd is the same, but he will not express dissatisfaction too much. Ji Yuan felt that the move of driving away was quite useful, and it was much quieter. At this time, the businessman regained his senses, and he was so frightened that he was paralyzed at the end. When he got here, he was pinched and drank ginger tea before he recovered. Upon waking up, besides seeing the merchants traveling with him and several elders in the village, he also saw Ji Yuan sitting on a bench in the yard drinking tea. Ji Yuan knelt down in front of him. "Thank you, immortal elder, for saving your life. Thank you, immortal elder, for saving your life." Boom, boom, boom. The merchants kept prostrating to Ji Yuan and kowtowed on the yellow mud floor. Ji Yuan didn't directly stop him either. After receiving several prayers from him, he stretched out his hand to grab his forehead. Remember, in the future, there's a knife on Setzi's head, and greed and desire kill people, either harming others or themselves. Next time, someone may not come to save you. Yes, what the fairy elder taught me is that after this incident, I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Okay, I don't have the qualifications to be called the immortal elder. I just have a little tricks, and I don't have the Tao of immortals. The first half of Ji Yuan's sentence was for the merchants, and the second half of the sentence was a little bit joking, and it was for the villagers with their ears pricked up. The merchant nodded and said yes, but he didn't say anything. After he slackened last night, he was really scared out of his wits, so he also saw the ghosts. At that time, the two ghosts claimed to be under the jurisdiction of the county town god, called Xianchang. Therefore, after the merchant woke up, he subconsciously called the immortal head and kowtowed. At this moment, the old man Su also came in from the outside, carrying Ji Yuan's luggage in his hand. "Mr. Ji, your bag and umbrella." With a casual glance, Ji Yuan knew that he hadn't been turned over, took the burden, and nodded towards old man Su with a smile. "Thank you, old man." "Mr. Ji, I'm so upset. You're helping us get rid of the monsters." "Hey, didn't you, old man Su, also let me stay overnight last night?" Ji Yuan laughed, patted his clothes, and stood up. "This village can't stay any longer. It's not a big deal to be surrounded by villagers. If the government comes to investigate and inquire, it will be quite troublesome. It's better to just leave. In fact, this kind of monster that does not have a climate does not dare to harm people too much. The mountains and old forests are fine. In normal cities and counties, some people die strangely. Affected by the hostility and resentment of the deceased, the city god's department of good and evil books and Fusho books will have abnormal changes. It is easy to be discovered, and the snake demon's deceitful sacrifice is not a means of taking advantage of loopholes. Originally, I planned to leave before dawn. The reason why I stayed for a while was mainly because I was afraid that the city god of Yuan County would come to me. Asking for directions was secondary, but I didn't see any envoys from the Yin division of this county come over until dawn. Ji Yuan thought about it and didn't plan to stay any longer. The situation this time is different from the one where I lived in Ning'an County. At that time, no matter how rumored in the county that he was a strange person, it was just talking about gossip and gossip in private. It had little to do with the lives of ordinary people, and the gossip passed away. You can also come across everything when you go to the street to eat, and so on. It feels like a real person after all. This time, it will be more involved with the monster directly. Just look at the reactions of the villagers. As for the snake monster, even if it didn't die, it would definitely have been seriously injured. In addition, Yuan County City Gods departments must have taken precautions, so it shouldn't be a big problem. I directly pulled a few businessmen and asked carefully how to go to Chunwei Mansion, where to stay, and where to turn the road. After asking Ji Yuan, I used an excuse to go back to the cottage at the head of the village to sleep, but in fact, after entering the house, after playing a trick, he sneaked away. At noon, when the village head warmly invited Ji Yuan to have lunch, he found that there was no one there. Asking the villagers nearby, they all said that they had never seen it. And Ji Yuan, who is the rightful master, has been away from the village for half a day. According to the suggestions of merchants, returning to Shunbao County is better than going the wrong way and following the current direction. After passing through Duan, Qianzhou, and Tangshu counties, and then passing through Jidaoku County and crossing Laowa Mountain, along a road called the direction of the Shaoshan River flows into the Chumu River, and then along the Chumu River to Chunwifa City. Of course, there are some small details and road signs in the middle, and some uninhabited places will be bypassed. It sounds complicated, but Ji Yuan thinks that the actual action will not be too difficult because in the uninhabited places and mountain streams, he only needs to just go straight with a good sense of direction. And you can find suitable roads in several counties along the way as long as you don't turn all the wrong way, especially Judaica County, because it is a hub. The population in the county is very dense, and you don't want to miss it. Disaster. On the edge of the Northeast Avenue, Ji Yuan controlled his speed to the trotting state of ordinary people, but it seemed that he was actually walking, but at his invisible feet, the strides were much larger than ordinary people, but the feet were very close to the ground and the speed was also low. It is much faster so that there is no sense of jumping and running, but it seems to be walking leisurely at a normal frequency. In this state, with a step of about 1.5 meters, Ji Yuan is better able to calculate the distance he has traveled, so that he will not accidentally go over his head, and he can better allocate his physical strength and enjoy the beautiful scenery along the way. After turning over a mound, there's another small forest in front of it, but from a distance, the shade of the trees there seems to be a bit too dense, and there is an illusion of darkness. Ji Yuan rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. Good guy, wait for me here. The forest in front is almost the junction of Yuan County and Yuan County, and under the shade of the trees, the city god of Yuan County and the chief officer of the 2nd Department of Rewards, Good and Punishment stood there, and several soul ecstasy envoys held big black umbrellas. A long snake soul is tied to the soul binding lock. Of course, Ji Yuan has never seen the city god of Yuan County, but generally the body of the city god is much taller than that of the subordinate officials, and the divine light is also conspicuous, which is still very recognizable. Looking at the entangled and sluggish appearance of the soul of the snake demon, I am afraid that he has suffered a lot. This posture is a bit subtle. Goo! Swallowing, Ji Yuan quickened his pace a little and headed for the grove. A little farther away, Yuan County City God and several others have also seen Ji Yuan, each looking at each other approaching solemnly. Ji Yuan was more or less self-conscious. Last night was an emergency, but he didn't really dare not to take a county's division seriously. Therefore, when approaching the grove and not reaching the appropriate distance, he has already held his left and right, arched his hands, and then moved a little with his feet to get closer. For my next plan, I met Lord Chenghuang and Lord Juicy of Yuan County. The situation was urgent last night, and I had no energy to pursue, so I asked Yuan Insi for help. As expected, the snake demon has already been executed. Thank you, Lord Chenghuang and Insi. Everyone clean up for Ji. Ji Yuan thought that this sentence was sincere and polite, and it even told the truth of last night. Sure enough, the expressions on the faces of the city god of Yuan County and the chief officials of the 2 divisions suddenly became much softer. It turned out to be Mr. Ji. A monster appeared in this county, and it almost succeeded. Thank you, Mr. Ji, for your righteous action. Now the snake monster has been killed, and its soul is here. Mr. Ji, please take a look. The various divisions of Yuan County City God bowed their hands slightly to Ji Yuan in a polite manner, and their gazes were mostly focused on Ji Yuan, as if they were blind. The so-called people respect me 1 foot, and I respect others 1 foot. Face and courtesy are mostly given to each other, and this has been the case throughout the ages. Ji Yuan's words can be said to have given enough face, and even gave an division of Yuan County a comfortable step down. The more false the so-called ask the division for help when you can't pursue it, the slower the step will be, even if it is a penalty. The chief officer of the evil department suddenly felt full of sincerity. That's right, Mr. Ji, please take a look. Is it exactly this beast? The chief officer of the appreciation department waved his hand, and several servants immediately lifted the snake soul out. It's this goblin. It's still dark today, and it's using blindfolds to deceive merchants from other places. Ji estimates that he has reached the critical point of breaking through. He wants to arouse Yuan Yang, who wants to arouse his lust, to help him blend yin and yang. What Mr. Ji said is very true. It's a pity that this evil person has no eyes and hit Mr. Ji's sword. While speaking, the chief officer of the evil punishment department grabbed a soul-binding lock, pulled the snake demon's soul closer, and pointed it towards its tail. The soul there felt like nothingness, which was exactly where Ji Yuan drew his sword. Mr. Ji's ingenious technique is superb. The tour envoy once said that it was miraculous that the snake's tail and flames circulated endlessly at that time. It is a pity that we could not see the beauty of this sword. Ji Yuan took a closer look at the state of the snake demon's soul and gained a deeper understanding of the fire of people's livelihood. But it was also because the snake demon's skills were shallow. Don't even dare to go up. But when the chief officer of the Department of Punishments mentioned the word Miofa, Ji Yuan's heart suddenly became active. My lord, Ji is just a countryman in the mountains. He has not practiced for a long time, and he doesn't have any great magic skills. He just used a small fire control technique to attract the fire of people's livelihood, and he was lucky enough to use the sword force that he understood from the mortal martial arts swordsmanship. It hurt the snake demon. Small fire control technique? Mortal martial arts swordsmanship? Several officials of the Yin Division of Yuan County, including the city god of Yuan County, were slightly surprised. They didn't doubt whether mortal martial arts could eliminate demons. In fact, those who are truly superb in martial arts are full of qi and blood, and are hard to invade by ordinary ghosts and evil spirits. Even monsters, as long as they don't encounter a monster that has become a climate, it is not impossible to kill them. What is amazing about them is the effect they achieved. That's right. As the saying goes, the people's fire is endless. And Ji's comprehension of the sword power was born out of a book left by a martial arts prodigy. This is what Ji Yuan said in his heart. He has always had a high opinion of the sword art post, even a little higher than the 2 bamboo slips of cultivating immortals he got at first. So he has always been looking forward to the authentic swordsmanship of Zhuoquangzi. Cheng Huang and the 2 chief officials were silent for a while, but they still didn't believe it completely. Mr. Ji's skill in controlling fire is so handsome, it's amazing. Since it's over here, I won't hinder Mr. Ji from going on his way. If he passes me, sway you on again in the future. If you need help, just ask. After the county town god said this, the subordinates of the various departments followed him and bowed their hands again. It seemed that they were going to go back. Since everyone is happy, there is no point in putting it on the table. Do not. Now I have something to ask for your help. Ji Yuan had a thick skin in both his lifetimes, so he didn't care about any shame at this moment. So he hurriedly asked to stay. Master Cheng Huang and Lord Juicy, please don't leave. I do have an unfeeling request. I wonder if there are any immortal books or legal decisions in the Yin Division of your county. If there are no taboos, can I let you refer to them for details? After saying this sentence, as if thinking of something, Ji Yuan hurriedly added a sentence. No matter how big or small, any ancient book will do. After finishing speaking, Ji Yuan bowed again with sincerity. No matter whether it was a repeated small water avoidance technique or not, he asked for a first. It doesn't matter if he is shameless or not. Hearing Ji Yuan's request, Cheng Huang and his subordinate officials looked at each other, really confused. This, Mr. Ji, what do you want these for? Of course it's for reference and practice. Ji is also a person who seeks immortality and Taoism, but suffers from nowhere to rely on. I hope Lord Cheng Huang will help me. Ji Yuan will remember this kindness. This time it was different from the last time in Ning'an County. Even if it was wrong that time, Ji Yuan really helped a lot. But this time it was just a snake spirit with shallow morals. And there was even a little misunderstanding between the 2 parties at first. But the people who can be the city gods are all virtuous and talented people in their lifetime, and they have incense merits and virtues in their bodies. Under the circumstances, there is still some error. Ji Yuan has done all the work he can do, and he can't be more sincere. In the end, he did a small favor, but it depends on the other party, and he won't force it. The city god of Yuan County and his subordinates were a little confused. Naturally, this request was not too much. They just read some insignificant classics. The request is a bit puzzling. Could it be that this person really lacks these methods? Although this idea is a little absurd, the requirements of Ji Yuan can indeed be satisfied. The city god of Yuan County looked at Ji Yuan carefully, but Ji Yuan didn't avoid his gaze. His eyes, which were already lifeless, were as quiet as an ancient well. Okay, I will do my best for what Mr. G is asking for. There are no great books on immortality in this county, and there are still old miscellaneous books, 1 volume each, and 1 volume each of Tong Ming Su. So I will get it to Mr. G. Heretics? Clear strategy? This is obviously a noun that makes Ji Yuan's excitement gradually rise. Although he doesn't know what it is, at least it is not the small fire control and water avoidance skills that he already has. The land is only the land, and it benefits and suffers from it. Especially the town god of a place that relies heavily on incense will rarely step out of its own jurisdiction. Those with lower realms are greatly discounted. However, in remote small counties like Ning and Sui Yuan, it is already a pleasant surprise to have such a harvest plan despite being relatively isolated. Just when Ji Yuan thought that he needed to go back to Sui Yuan County with the Sui Yuan County Town God and his party, the County Town God actually took out 2 thick books from his sleeves, which surprised Ji Yuan for a moment. Did he still carry them with him? Wai Dao Zhuan and Tong Ming so happen to be with me, and I use them occasionally to relieve my fatigue. Although they are not rare, they are rare nowadays. Let me give them to Mr. G today. Cheng Huang handed over the book, and Ji Yuan hurriedly picked it up with both hands. The book felt cool to the touch, and Ji Yuan found that he could see clearly the 2 titles of Outlaws and Tong Ming Su on the blue background outside the book, and I suddenly felt that this book should be unusual. Thank you, Lord Cheng Huang, for donating the book. How does Ji Yuan feel now? Thinking back to my high school days in my previous life, when online novels had just become popular, there were many pirated and printed super thick A4 page books, each of which was amazing. Ji Yuan now feels the same as getting a new thick novel when he was bored, excited, and happy. While thanking, I couldn't help but started flipping through the pamphlets, only to find that the slightly yellowed paper inside was completely blank, without a word at all. Even if the books I came across in the past looked blurry, at least they still had words. What's the situation now? Could it be that there are no words in heavenly books? Looking at it carefully again, there was a change in the book. Some words gradually became clearer, allowing Ji Yuan to read the content clearly, and happened to see a line of small characters. Shui Zheijing Yao belongs to the category of the dragon. The flood of evil floods hundreds of miles, and the clouds of good deeds spread rain. Ji Yuan's smile gradually became hilarious, and then he suddenly realized that it was not time to read a book, so he hurriedly hugged the book and thanked the city god of Sui Yuan County again. Thank you, Lord Cheng Huang, for donating the book. It is exactly what I need urgently. Thank you again. Well, as long as you like it, sir, I wish you a very happy journey. See you someday, goodbye. After saying this, the city god of Sui Yuan County saluted, and just after Ji Yuan was busy returning the gift, the city god used his mana to move away with his subordinates, officials. Now Ji Yuan was really confused. Although he concealed it, he still noticed the subtle change in Cheng Huang's mood, mainly because this walk was a bit abrupt. But what happened? Wasn't it pretty harmonious just now? He doesn't even know the name of the city god of Sui Yuan County. The breeze blew slowly, blowing Ji Yuan's sleeves and temples, and he scratched his head inexplicably. Could it be that Cheng Huang actually likes these 2 books? Since I can't figure out the fate, I don't want to think about it. I really don't want to ask him to go back and return the book. At worst, I will pay him back later. With this thought in mind, Ji Yuan turned to the first page behind the cover of the Legend of Heterogeneity. There are handwritings on the front page. The biography of heretics is also a book written in heaven. Those who are consonant and Taoist can read it at a glance. Those who are mysterious can read it at a glance. Those who are wise can occasionally see the words, and the vulgar have no chance to see it. The corner of Ji Yuan's mouth twitched. Misunderstanding, really a misunderstanding. I must be the kind of Hui Yuan person, and there is something wrong with my eyes. It's really hard to wash it off now. Probably the city god of Sui Yuan County thought he was playing tricks just now, and he was already very bold when he left. I'll explain it next time. Now, it's not suitable to stay here for a long time. Obviously, he had done nothing wrong, but with some inexplicable guilt, Ji Yuan used his aura to generate wind under his feet, turned into a green shadow again, swept out of the boundary of Sui Yuan County, and went to a distant place. When Ji Yuan fled away, behind the mound in the distance, the city god of Sui Yuan County reappeared, frowning thoughtfully. Who is this person, Ji Yuan? Who is so sacred? I really don't know. The heavenly scriptures? People are in good spirits on happy occasions. Even if there was a little misunderstanding in Sui Yuan County before, but after leaving Sui Yuan's boundary, there's only joy left in the relaxed fate. Instead of resting while walking, he ran for tens of miles at a stretch and didn't slow down until he was exhausted. He even deliberately ran to a slightly remote place, subconsciously wanting to find a quiet place read well. The land in the south of Jizhou is mostly hilly terrain, and it is not uncommon to see mounds, slopes, hills, and small walls. In the distance, there is a rock soil slope, 4 to 5 feet high and more than 10 feet long, with gentle slopes on both sides and the highest in the middle, and a large rock wall that slopes slightly outward on the side facing Ji Yuan. Perhaps it is a miracle of nature. The rock wall is naturally concave, and there's a large hole in the shape of a lentil. It is only a few feet deep, but it is more than 5 feet long, and its height is slightly lower than the height of ordinary people. Ha! A great place! Ji Yuan laughed loudly. His body speeded up again, and he couldn't wait to rush forward. When I got onto the rock wall, I looked up. Due to the angle of inclination, this place should have a good effect of sheltering from the rain. Walking to the front end on the north side of the winding cave wall, he swung his sleeve and swept it vigorously, and a strong wind pressure immediately swept away all the dust and gravel on the ground rock. Leaning the umbrella to one side and using the burden pad underneath as a pillow, Ji Yuan lay down on the spot casually and took out a copy of the Legend of the Outsiders that he was covering in his arms. I was immediately fascinated by this reading. Some of the content in the book overlapped with the bamboo slips I got from chatting with Song Lei Ching Huang and the bamboo slips I gave as a gift, but most of them are novel. Even if I've already understood it, the book is more detailed, or it can lead to some interesting stories. Ji Yuan has already seen it. This is not a serious book of immortal secrets, but it is beautiful, quite beautiful, the kind that can't put down the book. The sky changed from bright to dark and from black to white, and a whole day and night had passed without knowing it. But Ji Yuan was still full of energy. At the moment when the sun was rising, he was revolving around the heavens and the earth to attract spiritual energy, but he still didn't take his eyes off spread the word. The text on each page of the book is not large, and the content is very rich. In some places, even the current Ji Yuan needs careful scrutiny to understand what the author of the book wants to express. It seems that the other party wrote very casually. There are also different interests in places that are viewed repeatedly from different angles. Because of the experience in his previous life, Ji Yuan's imagination is also extremely rich, even if some stories are only a short paragraph. But because of the full description of the charm and the above some small but magical illustrations that can be displayed under concentration, Ji Yuan is happy. It takes a long time to come up with a complete story. Ji Yuan forgets to eat and sleep while reading, and when he's really hungry, he just touches a few jujubes from his bag to satisfy his hunger and thirst. It was dusty and dirty. Boom! There was thunder in the sky, which interrupted Ji Yuan's thoughts of immersing himself in the book, and he felt something in his heart. Looking into the distance, dark clouds had already blocked the sun. I happened to see the saying that there's a saying that the dragon and the flood will help the harvest, and I blurted out when I felt it. A good rain for on seeds. Today happens to be the 4th day of May. Soon, Ji Yuan felt that the light above his head also weakened, and a large rain cloud had already drifted over. Boom! There was another burst of violent thunder, and before the thunder, the lightning was like a super powerful camera shutter, illuminating the already somewhat dim earth under the dark clouds. Woo-woo! In the wilderness outside, before the rain came, the wind came first, and the vegetation and dust swept across. Fortunately, the small cave on the stone wall, where Ji Yuan was located, was a bit special. The stone walls on both sides blocked a lot of wind, and with the angle of the upper side, there was a wind that was clearly a few feet away. In chaos, the grotto is relatively calm. It looks like it's going to rain heavily. Ji Yuan smiled, stretched out his hand to touch the inside of the bag, and the smile froze in the next second. I grabbed the bundle, opened it, looked and rummaged through it, and finally found 4 fresh dates in the corner, and everything else was gone. I actually finished eating the jujube. Scratching his itchy scalp, Ji Yuan really felt that he might have stayed here for a long time this time. After all, starvation is a real problem. Oh, this date is hard to come by, and it can also resist hunger. I wanted to save some food, but I didn't expect it. How long it will be. Just as he was lamenting, Ji Yuan suddenly moved his ears and heard something different from the sound of the wind. Ji Yuan followed the direction of the voice and looked to the left, but he couldn't see clearly. But he also proved that he heard correctly. Someone was indeed approaching. Someone will come to this kind of place? It seems to be abducted from the official road. Not long after, the voices of the visitors were clearly audible, and there were 3 people who could be seen, driving a carriage and leading 2 horses, hurrying towards the direction of the stone wall and mound. The crouching dragon wall is ahead. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, and hide before the rain comes down. Hurry up, Ji Yuan, get out of the car so that the car can go faster. There were yelling and whipping sounds from time to time. It sounded like they were here to hide from the rain. Listening to what they said, Ji Yuan looked again at the P-shaped rock wall grotto where he was. Crouching Dragon Wall? Where is this? After a while, the group of people driving the carriage finally arrived at the so-called Crouching Dragon Wall. A group of people naturally noticed that there was a person with a pillow on the other side of the grotto looking at them, and an elder in the team, who might be over 50 years old, slightly bowed his hands toward Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan really didn't want to get up, so he hugged the book, held back a salute. The 2 sides did not speak, and Ji Yuan watched them hurriedly drive the carriage close to the hole in the rock wall, and 2 of the strong men quickly took a piece of wood with a pointed top and a wooden mallet from the carriage. At the beginning, a horse hitting post was built on one side. After working for a long time, the carriage and 3 horses were finally fixed to the edge of the grotto. The group of people also relaxed, and those outside and those who got off the cart all sat down in the grotto. There were 7 people in total, except for the elder who surrendered to the plan and 2 young men. The rest were a woman of the same age, a girl of 16 or 17, and 2 little boys. The youngest boy was younger than Yin Qing, and the older boy was about 13 or 14 years old. Ji Yuan's eyes focused on the 3 horses, and then looked at the people who had already hidden in the stone wall. He had no special interest, so he looked at the book again. Boom! The thunder rang again, and after about a dozen breaths, the pouring rain fell to the ground with a crash. It was obvious that the outside became more noisy, but there was a feeling that the world suddenly became quiet. Oh, I almost couldn't catch up. This road doesn't lead to the village or the back of the shop. Fortunately, it's not too far from the Crouching Dragon Wall. The elders in the team said something briskly, and a group of 7 people sat there and chatted. Uncle Zhong, how long will the rain stop? It seems that there are many thunderstorms that come suddenly at this time of year. They come and go quickly, and they will stop in at least an hour. Uncle, there's a person lying down there, not moving, sleeping on such a dirty floor. Isn't he a beggar? A little boy pointed at Ji Yuan and said this. Children's family, don't point and point at others. They're all travelers hiding from the rain. The elder Zhong, surnamed, reprimanded him in a slightly harsh tone. However, the little boy's words also made Ji Yuan look at his appearance. At least the clothes are intact, and the sloppiness is not an exaggeration compared to his previous self. Well, why can't he look like a beggar? Hey, he was called a beggar again. Ji Yuan smiled nervously, mainly because he thought of his hesitant self at the beginning and also thought of a certain scene in his previous life where Master Xing played Tang Bohu. It can be said that today's mood is very different. It's a pity that the facts are not, as the elder Zhong in the group said. The rain did not gradually weaken until an hour and a half later. Sleep. Oh, someone came here in the rain. At the end of the grotto that had been quiet for a while, the little boy's voice started to shout again. Oh, you're still walking so slowly. It's all wet. Someone chimed in. Ji Yuan frowned, temporarily put down the book, and looked up into the rain. There was an elderly man wearing a round neck gown and a double-breasted smock slowly approaching the stone wall. This person, Ji Yuan, can not only see clearly, but also Ji Yuan can't hear the sound of rainwater falling on him. But as the other party gets closer and closer, it is obvious that his clothes are already wet. Ji Yuan subconsciously looked at the 7 people on the opposite corner of the grotto, hoping it wasn't a bad situation. The visitor seemed to be in a good mood. He walked to the edge of the grotto in the rain and suddenly froze for a moment. He fixed his eyes on Ji Yuan and seemed to realize that he was there, while Ji Yuan had already sat up with his book. The eyes of the two sides met, and after 2 breaths, the person who came in the rain smiled and just stood in the rain and cupped his hands at Ji Yuan, and the slightly relaxed Ji Yuan also smiled back. The man in the rain came strolling, walked into the range of the stone wall to shelter from the rain, and then walked to the front of the grotto. The 7 people who looked curiously at one side just nodded and smiled, and then walked directly to Ji Yuan's side. People arrive before their voices arrive. "Sir, you are very elegant." His eyes have already carefully observed Ji Yuan's whole body, the dust on his clothes, and his slightly sloppy hair, all of which indicate that Ji Yuan has been lying here for a long time. Ji Yuan also observed the person carefully. He was neither tall nor short, and his figure was straight. His beard and eyebrows were long under the square crown on his head. His eyes were clear and full. He didn't look like he was 70 or 80, but his face seemed to be over 60. He didn't know whether it was a compliment or a joke. Ji Yuan responded with a smile. Hee, it's just a short rest here. When it comes to yaxing, it can't compare to your leisurely walk in the rain. While Ji Yuan was speaking, he was still paying attention to the water dripping from the other party's clothes from the corner of his eye. He could hear the sound of footsteps and falling to the ground. The water on the clothes did not seem to be fake. The visitor was absolutely extraordinary, but he couldn't figure out whether it was a god, a demon, or a fairy. Ji Yuan's heart was not as carefree as it appeared on the surface. The leisurely look of the visitor was not a faux pas. He walked slowly to Ji Yuan and glanced at the book in his hand. His eyes seemed to widen a little. Heritages? Miscellaneous books from how many years ago? Do you mind if I sit next to you? Please do yourself a favor, sir. I just mind, this occasion is not suitable to say it. The old man just sat a foot away from Ji Yuan. The rain on his body flowed from the ground where he was sitting and also flowed to Ji Yuan, but Ji Yuan really didn't care about it. Seeing that he didn't speak for the time, being meaning, naturally he would not take the initiative to start a conversation, picked up the book and pretended to continue reading, and most of his mind was paying attention to others. One of the two was reading a book absent-mindedly, and the other was looking at the rain outside the grotto, and they were silent for a while. Uncle, what are they doing? Shoo, don't talk nonsense. Everyone pack up. We'll leave when the rain stops. The elder, surnamed Zhong, kept his voice low, as if he had already sensed something was wrong. He had already winked as he spoke, and asked 2 strong young men to go to pull the horse posts. People of the older generation often say that evil winds and rain easily collide with mandrills. In this wilderness, the one who came here does not seem to be a normal person, and now it seems that the one who was there is not normal. Yes, in this case, except for the curiosity raised by the youngest child, the fastest and strongest feeling in the others is actually a sense of fear. The simple wisdom of the folks cannot be said to be all right, but it has indeed avoided a lot of fear. Disaster, evil, this kind of reaction at that time. It may be difficult for many people who have not experienced it, but in the past life of Ji Yuan, many people must have scolded him for being stupid. The inside of the grotto became very quiet. Only the sound of the rain that was gradually thinning outside could be heard. After about a quarter of an hour passed, the rain gradually stopped, and the 7 people at the other end of the grotto hurried away with their elders leading their horses and carts. At this moment, Ji Yuan naturally hoped that the 7 people would leave quickly, but seeing them go so resolutely, Ji Yuan couldn't help feeling emotional in his heart. The word fate is really wonderful. Some people spend their whole life and never meet the mysterious mystery they are looking for until they die. Not long after the 7 people with 1 car, 2 horses left, the old man who was sitting quietly spoke. Sir, after reading the biographies of heretics, What's your opinion on their books? Opinion? Ji Yuan's first reaction is naturally that it is interesting, but it is certainly not appropriate to say this. And this book is good, but some places are quite awkward. Looking down, he happened to have reread a part of the description of the Mizusawa spirit that he accidentally turned to before. Presumably the old man should have caught a glimpse of it. Some of the content in Lenovo's book. The most conspicuous part is the deep aversion to monsters. Let's take the Dragon Flood as an example. It's nothing at all. It's really suspected of causing disasters to the common people, let alone those who do evil. But in the book, there is a word of goodness on the surface of the behavior of the dragon's genus, flying clouds and spreading rain. But once there is a mistake in this kind of behavior, for example, a small dragon is unstable when riding the cloud, flicking its tail to become a dragon. Roll down, sweep down some houses, then a feeling of a demon clearly appears between the lines. And this is only a small part of the book. There are definitely many similarities throughout the book. In the words of the previous life, the author of the book lacks a certain degree of objectivity. Under normal circumstances, this doesn't actually affect whether a book is good or not. Didn't Ji Yuan just read it for so long without sleeping and eating, but now that someone asks, this book has a sense of dissatisfaction. Judging by the appearance of this old gentleman, it is reasonable. If it is a fairy or a god, it is easy to say it. Even if it is a demon or a charm, Ji Yuan feels that his awkwardness should be pleasing to the ear, so he hesitated and said it bluntly. It's only a short time since I got the book of heterodox biography, and I'm addicted to reading it, and I can't put it down. A good book is naturally a good book. When the words of praise came to this point, Ji Yuan looked at the old man who didn't respond and changed the topic. However, the many flaws in this book are regrettable. Ji Yuan squinted his eyes, sat upright from a lazy state, put the book on his knees, and straightened his clothes. This series of actions meant that what he was going to say was not just a joke. This book is wonderful, but it is full of prejudices. The so-called, don't do to others what you don't want to do to others. How can a book not understand the truth that ordinary people understand? However, the narration in the book involves many fairies and biases. It's really a pity. Oh, the old man's eyes lit up. He straightened his back from the loose state of sitting against the stone wall and sat facing Ji Yuan. Can you elaborate? Sir? Why not? Is it possible that the old gentleman happens to be the person who wrote the book, and he will fight against me? Ji Yuan's humorous question amused the old man. Of course not. Then I feel more at ease, so I'll just say it straight. Haha, sir, it's okay to talk. Seeing the open-minded look of the old man, Ji Yuan also relaxed his heart, and his face became solemn. It is true that vegetation, animals, mountain spirits, and monsters do many harmful things to people, and they can be generalized and absolutely not advisable. In the book, Wang Lang rescued a cat demon, and the cat demonized a man who wanted to commit himself to Wang Lang as his wife. Later, a rich man was greedy for his beauty. Wang Lang did a lot of harm, and finally caused the Wang family to be ruined, and the cat demon killed the rich family to avenge Wang Lang. The whole article is 1,000 words, and the last 200 words are slightly sinister, but the theory of monsters harming people is very important. Gee, I really don't like it. Before the old man could speak, Ji Yuan unfolded the book and overturned a certain page of Mizusawa. There's a saying here that half of the Chinchou kingdom experienced severe drought for years, and the author of the book said that this is the number of days. The people of the country go to Sudong River every month to sacrifice livestock and pray for rain. The rain goes against the sky, and after that, it will be plagued by calamity, and the writer only said that monsters cannot be enlightened. Ji Yuan sneered a few times and didn't say anything directly, but the irony expressed by that laughter was extremely clear. In all these books, there are quite a few. Apart from the mortal way, there is no righteous practice? It's ridiculous. Speaking of this, Ji Yuan didn't intend to continue talking. Forget it, don't mention it. It's just infuriating. Seeing Ji Yuan's casualness and calmness when he glanced at the content of the pamphlet, and listening to his previous taboo words, The old man felt an inexplicable admiration for Ji Yuan. The silence in the grotto was restored for a short while, and Ji Yuan read a book again and sat behind the old man. About the time of a cup of tea passed, the silence was broken again. "Mister, do you know the name of the stone wall here?" Ji Yuan put down the book, subconsciously glanced at the cave before answering. "It seems to be called Crouching Dragon Wall." "Of course." The old man didn't get up, but raised his hand to measure the height of the grotto, and there was an inexplicable meaning in his eyes. "Mister, do you know the origin of this Crouching Dragon Wall?" "How can I know this fate? Look at this pea-like shape. It seems to be indescribable. Does it have any meaning?" The thinking of calculating fate began to diverge. But the old man beside him continued to speak without waiting for Ji Yuan to think of anything. "About 300 years ago, 1,000 to 600 feet underground was buried here in a secluded pool, and there was a dragon lying in it." Ji Yuan's heart moved, and he looked at the grotto again. That year was also the year's seed. Qi Jiao consciously cultivated to perfection and wanted to leave the water and transform into a dragon. The old man's eyes interacted with Ji Yuan Gujing Wubu's eyes, and he paused before continuing to narrate. "The genus of Jiaolong walks with water and floods the earth at every turn. But Qi Jiao has practiced for a long time, and hundreds of years of anticipation can only wait for that moment. That year before the on-plant, it rained heavily for half a month, and the Dushing mansion was flooded. Jiao diverts water to break through the ground. Use it dives and walks, covering the territory of the 3 prefectures." The old man paused for a while, leaning against the stone wall behind him, stroked his beard slowly, and remained silent for a long time. "Hey, the people who pass by are devastated." Ji Yuan seemed to be able to feel the heavy weight of these words, imagining the monstrous flood 300 years ago. Even in the era when technology was so advanced in the previous life, with powerful ships and aircraft and quick response people soldiers, floods are still terrifying beasts, let alone here 300 years ago. The old man patted the stone wall behind him and said to Ji Yuan, "The stone wall here was lifted out of the ground because of the power of Qi Jiao's breaking through the ground. It was originally the place where Qi Jiao lay beside a secluded pool. The hole in the crypt has been flattened, and the world is in chaos. But this stone wall and its name have been passed down." Ji Yuan frowned and remained silent for a while. After hesitating for a long time, he finally asked, "I once heard that there is an immortal mansion in Jizhou named Yuhuai Mountain. When you walk away, will there be people who cultivate immortals? As for what to do, it is natural to come to save people or stop the flood dragon, or if you have the ability, use a magical method to control the flood, or beat the original flood dragon to wake up, even if you just kill the flood dragon directly. But these plans are not predestined." Illustrate. The old man didn't know if he heard what Ji Yuan meant. He just sighed and continued. "Having been dormant for hundreds of years, once freed, one can imagine the excitement of Qi Jiao. After making waves, it will naturally attract immortal masters." "Qi." The old man actually sneered when he said this, making Ji Yuan even more confused about the situation. "Old man, where did you come from? A master of immortality, or is it related to the former Qi Jiao?" "I don't want to mention those former masters of immortality. If the person who impressed Qi Jiao the most at that time was the city god of Duming's mansion, his golden body was shattered and angrily struck, awakening Qi Jiao, leading him to see Hong Feng's evil." The old man paused for a while, then continued. "The difficulty of cultivation, the difficulty of the way, and the courage to risk one's own life, how sad and respectable." Hearing this, Ji Yuan already had a certain tendency to guess the identity of the old man, so he didn't know if it was the rightful owner. Then dared to ask the old man whether this Qi Jiao succeeded in transforming into a dragon, and how will it behave in the next 300 years. Naturally, it is done. Collect water into the river and swim in the sea. After 100 years, it will transform into a dragon. When it came to the last sentence, the old man's words were a little more imposing, and then eased down. "Since the dragon has succeeded, for 200 years, it has spread clouds and rain for Jizhou. For 200 years, There has been plenty of rain, but no drought. There are many people who restrain the rivers and rivers. Having said that, the old man turned his head to look at Ji Yuan. Sir, what do you think this dragon is doing? Is it as this heretic said? Even with the current state of mind, he still can't help trembling in his heart. This is a really extraordinary existence. Combined with the forward, he can almost be sure that the person sitting in front of him is either a dragon or a dragon. The meaning of the dragon to the Chinese nation is extraordinary. Even though the height of the dragon in this world may be inferior to that of China in the previous life, the emperor of a country still wears a dragon robe, and the meaning of the word dragon is equally profound. For Ji Yuan now, it would be a lie to say that he is not nervous. But what is surprising is that although his heart is too nervous and excited, his physical reaction is mediocre. Perhaps it is because in the previous mutual conversation, Ji Yuan has already had a certain degree of nervousness. The psychological preparation, or perhaps the current question itself, affects Ji Yuan's thoughts. In fact, there is no record of this story in the legends of heretics, and there is no such thing as the story of the dragon genus spreading rain for Jizhou for 200 years, and Ji Yuan does not know whether the old man has read all the biographies of heretics, but this issue has little to do with the rumors of heretics. Even those who wrote books with heretics have little ideological inclination. Is this a search for affirmation? The weather in Baoji Prefecture is smooth. In fact, the difficulty may not be really great. After all, climate change is a natural law. As long as there is no abnormal situation, the solar terms will have their own due. Ji Yuan vaguely felt that it might not be as simple as being able to spread rain. Who wouldn't say compliments, but would others listen less? Does it really just want to hear a compliment? Ji Yuan faintly felt that this was a knot in his heart, belonging to Long Jiao's. But maybe it's because the old man is very kind and reasonable, or maybe it's because he may have met the dragon who is very important in the hearts of all Chinese people. After the excitement, Ji Yuan's heart is now up. Ji Yuan stared directly at the old man beside him with his pale and lifeless eyes, and his answer was quite irrelevant. As far as a certain person is concerned, I admire this dragon for protecting one side for 200 years, and I am even more happy to see him doing good. But if I met the evil dragon at that time 300 years ago, and I have that ability, he must be beheaded. The old man frowned and squinted, and a little white gas came out from the corner of his mouth. Then, sir, do you think that the dragon's achievements in the past 200 years can offset the evil of the flood? This tone and appearance made Ji Yuan's heart skip a beat. Even though he didn't release any power, he still had an unparalleled sense of oppression. It seems that the dragon just looks easy to talk, but it may not really be easy to talk. Yes, if it was previously suspected that it was either a dragon or a dragon that was related to the walking water dragon, now Ji Yuan has confirmed that the old man is that dragon. He just said what was in his heart, but Ji Yuan didn't intend to immediately compliment him because of the fear that arose in his heart, and changed places to sit opposite him. Even though he felt uneasy, Ji Yuan didn't seem to see the change in the old man. He just stuffed the pagan biography into his bag lightly, and took advantage of this moment to look away to try his best to ease his almost unbearable state. After putting away the book, Ji Yuan turned his eyes back to look directly at the other party. I would like to ask the old gentleman first. If everyone thinks that your 200 years of achievements can offset the sins of the past, and that your meritorious deeds are immeasurable, will you continue to spread clouds and rain for Jizhou? This sentence directly pointed out the opponent's dragon body, and it was relaxed at the beginning, but at the end, as if to resist the fear, Ji Yuan used a questioning tone. I feel uneasy and even slightly regretful, but I have to hold on to the seriousness on the surface. As soon as this question came out, the old man was immediately stunned. He frowned and looked out of the grotto at the cloud that had already stopped raining but hadn't dissipated, but couldn't tell the answer. In Ji's view, merit is merit and demerit, and there is no merit or demerit to offset merit and demerit. What Ji hates is the former evil dragon, and what Ji admires is the current real dragon. There is no conflict in the same way. This sentence finally maintained its momentum until it was finished. Ji Yuan firmly settled down in his heart, but he still didn't dare to make any big moves outwardly. As soon as these words came out, the heart of the old man, who was originally frowning, was slightly shocked, and he turned his head to look at Ji Yuan. Well said, well said. After the two affirmations, the old man seemed to have figured something out and seemed a little absent-minded. He leaned against the grotto wall, stroking his beard and shaking his head with a smile from time to time, as well as making some self-deprecating associations in his heart. Call! Ji Yuan, on the other end, breathed a sigh of relief, and even had the illusion that he was trembling when he exhaled now. And when he heard the two good words, he knew that this catastrophe was over. As soon as my heart relaxed, I felt a little unsteady, and I just slipped and leaned against the burden. Fortunately, the movement was not too big. After thinking about it, he decided that it would be better to show a little courtesy, so he took out the only 4 jujubes left from the bag, took 2 out, and handed them to the old man. You should try this fresh jujube, which is the fruit of the jujube tree in the lower hospital. It's not magical, but it's delicious. The old man turned his head to look and immediately took 2 dates with a smile on his face. It's rare to have jujubes this season, but there are more. 2 grains are not enough for me. This plan is destined to believe, but this kind of request may be given when he was afraid, but now he does not agree. I only have 4 in total, and I've already given you half of it. Just eat it. While speaking, he threw 2 dates into his mouth together, chewed them nonstop, and a fresh aroma overflowed from his mouth, acting like a child guarding snacks. The old man sniffed the aroma, smiled, and learned how to eat 2 jujubes in 1 mouthful, which was full of delicious fragrance after chewing. Good fruit, good fruit. Although the spiritual energy is rare, the taste is very good. I don't know where the master's residence is located. Can you allow me to pick some more and taste it? Ji Yuan couldn't help laughing. This old dragon is greedy enough. It's already gone at this time. Ji said something before his trip. A friend in the county asked a friend in the county to pick all the dates after I left and distribute them to the neighbors for food. It's not too short a time. The old man suddenly felt sorry, but he didn't seem to give up. Whether there is any surplus fruit stored in the friend's place, I can ask him to share some with me. Hey, my friend is just a teacher from a county school, and he has no powers and magic skills, and there's a little glutton at home, so he can't hide dates or dates. The jujube seemed to be really gone, but the meaning in Ji Yuan's words aroused another curiosity in the old man. Sir, friend is immortal? Ji Yuan froze for a moment, then nodded. Good, but it's well known and highly talented. Ji Yuan thought of that letter and smiled knowingly. There is no virtuous name yet. The old man frowned. How could it be a good friend of Mr. for a master who is ordinary and educated? Ji Yuan spat out the jujube stone that he had sucked in his mouth for a while and replied naturally. What can you do? Isn't it enough for Ji to recognize this friend? This is the 2nd time the old man has been in a daze today, and it may even be a little longer than the last time. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Which is so wonderful, right? Good. Mr. Ji recognizes who his friends, naturally Mr. Ji himself, ha! The sudden violent laughter made Ji Yuan tremble with fright. He couldn't even pretend, and the old man had already stood up dragging his wet clothes. I don't know if the old man, the monster race, has the qualifications to be Mr. Ji's friend. There is a palpable expectation in that statement that cannot be ignored. Swallowing his saliva with an extremely gentle throat movement, Ji Yuan also stood up, calmed down, and strangled the impatient words of approval at the mouth of his throat and replaced it with another sentence. That depends on whether the old man invites Ji to drink next time. Mr. Ji, just tell me what kind of wine you want to drink. Hee, it only depends on the person who is wrong with the wine. The fine wine from the immortal mansion is also fine, and the flower sculptures in the world are also drunk. Ha ha, such a sentence is also drunk. The old man stretched out his hands in a bow and spoke loudly. The old man is Tiantong Jiangyinghong. Ji Yuan didn't dare to be negligent, so he also returned the gift. I'm counting on fate. I'm from Ning'an County. The red light smiled happily, which was the old man's current state. After saluting each other, he walked slowly out of the stone wall of the grotto and turned his head to face Ji Yuan. I still need to spread a rain of mango seeds for all the prefectures in Jizhou. See you next time, and I will definitely ask Mr. Ji to have a good drink. After saying this sentence, the person turned into a blurry dragon-shaped streamer and broke through the clouds in an instant. Ung ho! The chant of the dragon in the sky is like the aftertaste of thunder. After the old dragon Ing Hong Shengting left for a long time, the sound of the rolling sky was no longer audible, and the rain clouds seemed to dissipate. Ji Yuan sat down on the ground weakly. Call! Half-lying and rubbing his left chest, he let out a long breath. Ji Yuan was very sure that his heart would become stronger and stronger in the future. It wasn't until he lay down for a while that Ji Yuan regained his strength. He stood up and patted his butt, dusted his front and back, and suddenly a large cloud of dust was blown out. Cough, 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 cough. How much dust I've been stained with. The scalp was a little itchy, and when I scratched my head, I could feel the dandruff accumulating rapidly under the nails. Crack! With a flick of a nail, the dirt in it is thrown away. Hey, this really looks like a sloppy master. Picking up the burden and carrying it behind his back, he lifted the oil paper umbrella in the corner and clamped it under his armpits. When he kicked off the stone wall, his whole body seemed to be floating or slippery, and he dragged his sleeves, fluttering with the wind away. Because of the heavy rain just now, the ground was extremely muddy, and Ji Yuan's strides were far apart, and there was still a lot of mud splashed on him, but he didn't care at all. Even if you can use the small water avoidance technique to prevent this, you're not going to waste your spiritual energy. Anyway, you're in a good mood, and splashing some muddy water is fine. On the contrary, it is like a child playing. Control your strength during the jumping process, and compare yourself with yourself. Will there be less muddy water, and listen to the sound of muddy water splashing. Well, and still having fun. The last time I did this, it seemed to be when Ji Yuan got a pair of new rain boots in the first grade of elementary school. But it was a competition with his friends who splashed the highest muddy water. Speaking of it, Ji Yuan still only has such a serious Qi Dao Ju as the basic method of cultivating immortals like Tian Di Hua Sheng. Without Qi Ju in hand, what circulates in the body is not so much mana, but more like tempered aura to nourish the body and perform small tricks. But in terms of state of mind, even if Ji Yuan is a layman, at this moment he is consciously transparent, so that his childlike innocence is revived. Going so quickly, Ji Yuan went straight to the northeast with his sense of direction, and saw the outline of a city in the distance when the sky completely cleared up. The scale of Ji Yuan County is much smaller than that of Ning'an County. After Ji Yuan entered the county, he obviously felt that it was inferior to Ning'an County in terms of both the flow of people and the buildings. But thinking about it, although Ning'an County is not too big, its population is close to 20,000, and there are more than 10,000 people living in the county alone. Coupled with the management of the officials, it has been booming these years. And this Ji Yuan County should be much worse in comparison. However, it is still a county town, and there are still shouts and shouts along the streets in the city, and there are many pedestrians and businessmen coming and going. Ji Yuan tightened the burden on his back, looked for the scent, and walked to the restaurant 100 meters away. Now he doesn't need to rely on his excellent hearing and worrying eyesight to avoid pedestrians, because most of them will take the initiative to avoid him. This made Ji Yuan suddenly remember what state he was in now, subconsciously raise his hand and sniffed his sleeve. Well, the smell shouldn't be that strong. Because it was almost noon at this moment, the closer it was to this area with dense restaurants, the noisier the surrounding sounds, and the denser it was compared to the crowds 100 steps away. Come here, guest officers. We have freshly slaughtered lamb, stewed chicken soup, and self-brewed rice wine in our hike building today. They are also delicious. If you want to eat or drink, please come in. This restaurant called Huaikalu has only 2 floors, and its floor area and building scale cannot be compared with the famous temple outside the building in Ning'an County. This is also a kind of talent. Otherwise, ordinary people would become hoarse after shouting for so long. This person should be like this every day. My family members knew their own affairs, so they didn't ask for warm hospitality and went to hike building together with other guests. If you really can't get in, it's a big deal to find a place to take a bath. The shop waiter obviously saw Ji Yuan, stretched out his hand, and opened his mouth, but in the end he couldn't say the words to drive away the customers. Entering the shop, the aroma of the surrounding food flowed along the steaming heat continuously at the tip of Ji Yuan's nose, and the chewing sounds could be dense or crisp, which made him salivate a lot. No matter how good fresh dates are, the taste is still single, and besides, the dates are gone. I haven't had a hot and delicious meal for a long time. Put the burden umbrella on the corner of the table and wait for the shop assistant to come up to order. At the other end of the counter, the shopkeeper is a chubby middle-aged man with a mustache. Seeing Ji Yuan's muddy and unkempt appearance, he frowned. But the truth is that only customers come into the store, and people can't be shocked by the appearance of people waiting to order. Well, the reputation of hike building is still to be lost. Just looking at the disgusted looks of the diners around, some people even walked in and saw Ji Yuan sitting in a prominent position in the lobby and turned their heads and went out. After thinking for a while, the shopkeeper hooked his hand towards a shop assistant, who immediately came to the counter when he saw it. Go over and ask the guest officer if he can change the seat. We will help him set up a table in the corner and give him a small dish and speak kindly. Understand? The shop assistant, wearing a turban, looked in the direction of the shopkeeper's finger, saw the very conspicuous Ji Yuan, and nodded in response. Oh, I see. After replying, the shop clerk ran to the table by the supporting pillar a few feet away and kept wiping his hands with a cloth towel. Before he had time to speak, Ji Yuan spoke by himself. Do you want me to change the location? The corner is fine. Let's go there quickly and order the food along the way. Hurry up. While speaking, Ji Yuan had already stood up by himself, took the burden and lifted the umbrella, and by the way, grabbed the pair of chopsticks that had just been taken out of the chopstick cage in his hand. Okay, guest officer, this way please, this way please. The waiter looked at Ji Yuan's eyes in a daze, hurriedly led the way, and introduced some special dishes of his restaurant during Ji Yuan's inquiry. A moment later, at a table behind the corner of the main entrance on the front wall, the shop assistant was a little dazed again after hearing the name of the dish from Ji Yuan Bao. Sauce elbow, stewed hen, steamed noodle cake, stewed, three treasures, boiled cabbage, pickled radish, stir-fried cabbage. Guest officer, we can only give you a dish of fried cabbage. Here, the shop clerk spoke in a low voice. His eyes frequently glanced at Ji Yuan's whole body and the shriveled gray cloth bag. Perhaps only an oiled paper umbrella was more attractive. Hee, don't worry, I still have the money to pay the bill. Just tell the back chef to cook. Ji Yuan smiled and comforted, and took out 2 broken pieces of silver from his bosom. He didn't have any anger of being looked down upon by a dog. He compared his heart to his heart. The other party is also human. When the clerk left the shop, only Ji Yuan was left waiting there. He didn't feel it when he was outside the city, but he couldn't bear it now that the glutton was hooked out. Grab the chopsticks and suck the chopsticks in your mouth. Take a deep breath from time to time and smell the fragrance of vegetables. Hey, do you want to be... However, Ji Yuan in the corner was actually noticed by some people. Many people saw it when a restaurant clerk led Ji Yuan to the corner just now. The voices of Ji Yuan's communication with the shop assistants are relatively soft, and other people can't hear them clearly. Therefore, the course of the incident can be understood by normal people as follows. A shy and sloppy man came to the guest building to eat, and the restaurant staff was afraid of affecting the business. Finally, the people in the restaurant took the man to the corner. Just looking at the appearance, no one would have guessed that Ji Yuan would order a large table of dishes. Probably just steamed buns with boiling water and a portion of pickled vegetables would be enough. Naturally, some people will whisper about Ji Yuan, and there are many words such as poor man and tasteful in their words. I don't care about this plan, you eat yours, and I don't covet the leftovers on your table. I can't wait for my own dishes to be served, and it will surprise many people. However, during the waiting process, Ji Yuan has been paying attention to some interesting things, such as 3 or 4 tables away from him, there's a person wearing a Taoist robe and carrying a bamboo dust whisk, and there's another about 10 tables beside him. A 4 or 5-year-old child is also dressed as a Taoist boy. This is the first time that Ji Yuan saw a Taoist priest in this world. Of course, this Taoist priest is just a Taoist priest in the world, not some expert cultivator. The two seem to be having a little difficulty. The Taoist boy was holding a bowl of water and pouring it down his stomach. After drinking, he wiped his mouth and asked the Taoist next to him sadly, "Master, we have almost spent all our expenses, and we can only eat steamed buns and cabbage for this meal. When can we go back to Duyingguan? There is no rush to make money. After eating this meal, I will set up a fortune-telling stall for my teacher. I can always earn some money from meals. I can only take my time when I go back." The Taoist also drank water to support his stomach and responded to his disciples' complaints, but the latter became a little anxious when he heard that he was going to set up a fortune-telling stall. "Master, you want to set up a fortune-telling stall again? Don't forget, last time in Qinglu County, someone knocked down the stall and beat us up. You don't have a long memory. Hey, don't bring up that matter again. This time I will remember for the teacher. Say what you should say, choose good words, and suffocate the bad words. If you see good things, you will only make money. Those fierce people, it's not a big deal." The Taoist priest also seemed a little ashamed of the past, and his self-confidence just now was much weaker. "You always say that." The disciple muttered in a low voice. Probably the Taoist didn't hear it, but Ji Yuan heard it clearly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Interesting, no matter how you look at it, they look like two treasures or a big treasure and a troubled apprentice. "Guest officer, your white steamed buns and stewed cabbage. Please use it slowly when the dishes are ready." A shop waiter came to serve food with a large wooden tray, brought the steamed buns and cabbage that belonged to the two masters and apprentices to the table, and then left to serve other tables. The Taoist priest and the boy obviously met their eyes on the bowls of meat and vegetables on the wooden tray in the shop, and when the other party left, they turned their eyes back to their own table with some reluctance. "Hey, let's eat." The two sighed again like eggplants beaten by frost. This really made Ji Yuan very happy, not because he was unkind, but because the atmosphere was quite comical. "Guest officer, your dishes are here. This is the sauced elbow, steamed noodle cake, boiled cabbage, stir-fried cabbage head, and pickled radish. The old hen soup and stewed 3 delicacies are more labor-intensive, so you have to wait a while." The shop waiter who brought it to Ji Yuan's table yelled and delivered the dishes to the table plate by plate. The waiter in the Hike building has a habit. Some tables that order hard dishes announce the names of the dishes very loudly when they are served. I wish that not only the whole hall, but also people on the street outside can hear them, such as Taoist priests and apprentices. The dishes are much quieter, but combined with the previous impression given by Ji Yuan, the dishes he ordered showed a sense of contrast. Many people looked nothing on the surface, but they were a little surprised in their hearts. The waiter in the shop finished the last plate of pickled radishes and was about to leave first when Ji Yuan called him, looked at the pair of master and apprentice, and said, "Second brother, please tell the two priests over there, and I will invite them to have a meal together." Speaking of this, Ji Yuan looked at his appearance and added another sentence. "Well, if they don't dislike it, just for the fun just now." Ji Yuan was willing to raise his hand and treat them to a meal, and judging from the content of those words just now, it seems that the Taoist fortune-telling is not a pure charlatan. Okay, I'll tell them." The shop waiter carried the wooden tray and ran to the table of the Taoist master and apprentice who was gnawing steamed buns and cabbage. "Well, the guest officer at the corner of the door said that if the two of you don't mind, you can sit over there and eat together." Yes, it's the one who is smiling here. 2 Taoist priests, one big and one small, looked in the direction pointed by the waiter. "Him? Can he pay the bill by himself? Whether he can afford it or not, Xiaowen, let's go there." The Taoist muttered something and smiled at the waiter, and hurriedly brought his apprentice to Ji Yuan's table, not forgetting to bring his white steamed buns and stewed cabbage. While dragging the bench to sit up, the Taoist priest introduced himself. "Ahaha, I don't know how to call this gentleman, Xiao Dao Qi Xuan. Taoist Ching Song. This is apprentice Qi Yuan. I don't know why the gentleman invites me, master and apprentice, to dinner." At this time, the Dao Dong didn't say a word, just sat on the seat and stared at the dishes. I'm thinking about fate, but I rarely see Taoist priests, so I want to invite you over for a meal so I can take a closer look. Neither party saluted, just a gesture of chatting. Oh, fine. The Taoist priest was stunned in the middle of his speech because he found that although Ji Yuan's eyes were bright, but his color was pale, the question, "Are you blind?" was stuck in his throat, and he almost blurted it out. Okay, let's not talk for now. Let's eat. The food won't taste good when it's cold. Ji Yuan knew that he didn't speak, but the master and apprentice were still reserved after all. They wouldn't move the chopsticks without authorization. It just so happens that you guys have white steamed buns, and I forgot to order rice. They complement each other. While speaking, Ji Yuan first grabbed a steamed bun and took a bite, then stretched out his chopsticks to pick up the vegetables, and the master and apprentice on one side couldn't bear it, and they also started to eat with their chopsticks. Although the situation is slightly different, the three of them are people who haven't tasted delicious food for a long time, and now they can't stop eating, and the food is very delicious. Ji Yuan's eating habits are not bad. He has developed a habit in the past few months. Chewing and swallowing his sleeves and vegetables has his own style, and his eating speed is actually not slow. The two masters and apprentices were completely devouring, and it was strange that they didn't choke. Comparing the two, paying attention to the diners at the side tables gave a strange illusion, as if they were sloppy to dirty and stinky, and they had a good demeanor. On the contrary, the Taoist priests, one big and one small, looked more like down-and-out men. With the rest of the dishes served, Ji Yuan added 2 more side dishes and ordered 3 big bowls of rice. The three of them opened their bellies together and cleaned up most of the dishes on the table. At the end, the master and the apprentice each drank half a bowl of old hen soup, and they couldn't eat anymore. Seeing the two masters and apprentices rubbing their stomachs with satisfaction, Ji Yuan smiled. The two priests don't want to eat? Oh, hiccup. I'm full. I can't eat anymore. It's too much. Haha, that's good. The rest of Ji is rounded up. After that, Ji Yuan swept away the leftovers on the table by himself. Not even chicken soup left, which made the master and apprentice a little dull. After Ji Yuan finished his last bite of cabbage, he put down his chopsticks and greeted in one direction of the shop. "Second brother, you can check out here." "Okay, officer." When I heard about the money collection, the shopkeepers were the quickest. A meal cost more than 100 cash, and counting copper coins was too troublesome. So Ji Yuan directly gave a small piece of silver and asked the waiter to take it to the counter to weigh it and settle the payment. Seeing that Ji Yuan really had the money to pay the bill, both master and apprentice heaved a sigh of relief. "Sir, a Taoist priest also has 1 head, 2 hands, and 2 legs. You can watch from a distance. You're a kind person if you treat us to a meal. How about I tell your fortune?" Fortune telling? It's interesting. Does the priest want to measure the horoscope or look at the face and palm? Having horoscope is the best, and face and palm reading are also acceptable. Okay, let's test Ji's horoscope first. Ji Yuan smiled and reported his birth date in his previous life. Because of his uncle, Ji Yuan already knew his birth date, and all the fortune tellers back then said it was good. The Taoist priest squinted his eyes and thought carefully after hearing the horoscope, which seemed to be the same thing, but after a while, the Qing Taoist frowned more and more, and finally looked up at Ji Yuan. "Did you lie to me? Is this your horoscope?" "Replacement as fake." Ji Yuan answered very naturally. He didn't know the horoscope in this life, but the horoscope in the previous life was still his own, right? "You liar. If this is your horoscope, you are already dead." "Master." The disciple at the side was very anxious, sweated a lot from eating just now, and said such offending words casually again. "Uh-oh, that just now, I made a mistake, I said a mistake." Halfway through uttering the word Lu, the Taoist priest already felt dizzy, and his chest was extremely stuffy, and he couldn't help it in the end. In a whirl, puffed, a mouthful of blood sprayed half of the table. Taoist Qing fainted directly on the table. "Master! Master!" Taoist Tong Chi-Wen panicked all of a sudden, grabbing the Taoist priest's shoulder and trying to shake it, but dared not. "Master! Master, don't die, Master! Master, don't leave me alone! Woo, Master!" "Ah! Someone vomited blood." "Where's where?" "Over there." "Really? The table is full of blood." "Mother, There will be no problems with the food in this restaurant. Ah, hiss. Don't scare me. The entire lobby of the restaurant was in a commotion, and several shop waiters and shopkeepers also rushed here. In the end, Ji Yuan was the quickest to react and temporarily ignored the shock in his heart when he saw this situation. And the most important thing was to send him to the doctor as soon as possible. Chief Ji Yuan, your master is not dead yet. Hurry up and help me. I will carry your master to find a doctor. Oh, yes, find a doctor, find a doctor. Ji Yuan kicked away the bench next to him, saying that he was asking the little Taoist priest to help him. But in fact, he helped Taoist Ching Song's limp body up with his own hands and tapped Taoist Ching Song's large acupoints several times. Then quickly squat with your back slightly so that it can lie on your back. Hey, all the guests, be safe and don't be impatient. The food in this building is absolutely safe, and there will be no problems. The shopkeeper was sweating profusely and leaned against the corner while appeasing other customers. What's wrong with this guest officer? Shopkeeper, human life is at stake. Please tell me where there is a medical center near here. The shopkeeper looked worriedly at the red-stained desktop and answered while wiping off his sweat with a handkerchief. Go out and turn left at the street corner, then turn right. There is an honor medicine hall at the end of the street. Thank you, everyone in the hall, don't panic. This Taoist priest has been hungry for too long and ate too hastily, which caused the relapse of his old illness. It has nothing to do with the food in Huaikalu. Shopkeeper, please don't bother me. Please don't ask for change on this table already. After speaking at a very fast speed, Ji Yuan turned his head and said to Qi when Xiao Taoist. Xiao Taoist, remember to keep up. Before the little Taoist could understand the meaning of this sentence, Ji Yuan had already stepped out, pushed aside several diners around him, and walked through the shop door to the street. Wait for me. Dao Tong Qi when hurriedly followed, but after leaving the store, he looked again and saw that Ji Yuan and his master had already arrived at the street corner, so scared that he hurriedly chased after them. Ji Yuan didn't use any body skills, but he still walked like flying and ran as fast as if he had no weight behind his back, and his thoughts didn't stop. This Qingsong Taoist is actually so accurate, especially when he vomits blood after the calculation. It is obvious that his body can't bear the result of the fortune-telling. To be exact, he can't bear the result of the fortune-telling, which also shows this person sideways the ability to calculate. The idea of leaking the secret flashed through Ji Yuan's mind. But it is obvious that Taoist Qingsong can only be regarded as physically strong at best, but he is still an ordinary person, and he doesn't even know martial arts. Then is it true that all fortune-tellers in this world are capable, or Taoist Qingsong is especially strong? Even in the past life, fortune-telling is really mysterious sometimes, and a capable fortune-teller is accurate in many things, and it is not bad if you want to come to this world. Ji Yuan no longer thinks about it anymore. The most urgent thing now is to save the person. After all, it was because he had to tell his fortune that he vomited blood and passed out. It is not worth a life for a meal. Even with the infusion of spirit energy, the Qingsong Taoist on his back was still as angry as a thread, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Don't really die. Finding a doctor to save people this time is much smoother than asking the doctor to save the fox last time. When Ji Yuan rushed into the honor medicine hall and shouted for the doctor to save people, the old doctor inside rushed to see the doctor. With the help of the shop assistants, Taoist Qingsong Qi Xian was put on the bed in the inner hall, and Taoist priest Qi when arrived in the medicine hall shortly afterward, panting. In the inner hall of Honor Pharmacy Hall, the old doctor frowns tightly, pulses and rolls his eyelids to look at his eyes. Doctor, my master. Shoo. The Taoist priest, don't disturb the doctor's consultation. The old doctor looked at Qi Yuan, then at Ji Yuan. This Taoist priest is weak in energy and blood. Some martial arts masters sealed his acupoints with a method of sealing qi by tapping acupoints. It seems that he has taken some life-extending Jianghu tonic to survive until now. I'm going to supplement it with medicine to smoke the body. Let's try acupuncture and moxibustion under the premise. Any one of you who knows martial arts and acupuncture points, come and help me. Just do your best, doctor. I'll help you. Ji Yuan hurriedly stood up. Yeah, take off his clothes, everyone else go out. Muir is going to smoke moxa. Ruot, bring me some sets of silver needles. Soon there were only a few people in charge of treatment left in the inner hall of Onren Great Medicine Hall, and Ji Yuan was also taken to the outer hall by an in-store clerk of the old doctor. The doctor in his 70s and 80s held the silver needle with a sharp look in his eyes, and he didn't look at Ji Yuan, and the voice of the order in his mouth was full of air. Acupoint his acupoints, seal his triple burner, and don't let him lose his breath. I'm going to give acupuncture. Good. Ji Yuan was also sweating on his forehead. His nervousness was not necessarily lower than before the last time he fought the big snake. His fingers turned into phantoms and connected points on Taoist Qingsong. The old doctor then stimulated the acupoints that Ji Yuan had tapped, and every time he went through a stage, the apprentices next to him would come up to smoke the moxa. After half an hour, Taoist Qingqing was already pierced with silver needles like a hedgehog. Mister, after I remove the silver needle, please infuse him with true energy to protect his heart veins. Ji Yuan didn't have time to wipe his sweat now. While the old doctor and his apprentices were all focused on Taoist Qingsong, he performed a small water avoidance technique, and the sweat on his body and face flowed backwards, pooled, and seeped out from his feet. Another half a quarter of an hour passed after the silver needle was withdrawn for infusion, and now an old doctor kept gently pressing Taoist Qingsong's back with both hands. This doctor is even more powerful than Dr. Tong in Ning'an. This is Ji Yuan's evaluation in his heart. The whole rescue process lasted an hour in total, which was far more difficult and complicated than the last rescue of the Red Fox. Ji Yuan felt as if he had personally experienced a major surgery in later life. At this time, Taoist Qingsong was lying on the bed, although his breath was still weak, but at least it could be seen that his breath was steady. Phew, this old man thought that he couldn't be saved. It seems that the internal energy of Jianghu masters is indeed miraculous. Doctors should also practice it. The old doctor was so tired that he sat down on a chair beside him, sighing while wiping his sweat. Ji Yuan didn't point out the misunderstanding of the old doctor's understanding. After all, if a doctor really learns internal skills, although it is not as good as spiritual energy, it is still helpful for curing diseases. Even in the martial arts, there are many people with excellent medical skills in martial arts. Doctor, how long will he wake up? I don't know, but the wind cannot be vented for the time being, and we can't let it be infected with wind evil. Otherwise, it will be in vain. Let's wait for a while. It was already evening. In the inner hall of Onren Great Medicinal Hall, the unconscious Taoist Qingsong was covered with a thin quilt, and sandalwood was lit beside him. Ji Yuan, Ji Yuan, and a waiter from the pharmacy were by the side, while the old doctor continued to watch the store outside after taking a nap. When Taoist Qingsong slowly came to his senses, the first thing he saw was the roof beams of the inner hall. Hey, water, water! Taoist Qingsong made a hoarse sound, which lifted the spirits of the three waiting people. I'll get it. The store clerk immediately got up to get the qi tonifying tea that had been boiled warm for a long time, while Ji Yuan was crying and clutching at the side of the bed. Master, woo! Told you not to talk nonsense, woo! The shop clerk hurried over with a bowl of tea and leaned against the bed to support Taoist Qingsong's head. Water is coming, water is coming. Come on, be careful, drink slowly. After drinking a bowl of warm water, Taoist Qingsong felt a lot more comfortable. He was alive, patted the crying apprentice, and turned to look at Ji Yuan, who was silent. Hey, I figured it out. What does it mean to guess the number of days without knowing it? I don't think I counted my husband's death, but my own death. Ji Yuan cupped his hands apologetically. I'm sorry that Mr. Tired ended up like this. Being able to speak proves that his life is saved, and he joked about this fate. Presumably the Taoist priest won't want to take a closer look at Ji's face and palm reading. Taoist Qingsong raised his left arm tremblingly, looked at his palm. A faint line of blood ran across half of his palm. No, when I just woke up, I already took a close look at Mr. S.'s face. As soon as these words came out, even Ji Yuan was stunned for a while, let alone Xiao Daotong. This is really short-lived. Little doctor, I still want to drink some water. Please pour me another bowl. Okay, I'll go right away. The pharmacist, who was a bit confused just now, grabbed the pottery bowl and ran away. As soon as he left, Taoist Ching Song looked at Ji Yuan again. Oh. Sir, you can't see through his face at all, and the more you look at it, the more confused you feel in your heart. It must be the same with palm reading. Sir, you're not immortal, are you? Xiaodaitong Chiwen looked at Ji Yuan in astonishment, and the latter frowned. Taoist Ching Song should rest in peace and recuperate from his illness. In the future, this habit of talking casually must be corrected. Ji Yuan was silent for a while, and then said something out of the question. Taoist Ching Song also nodded quickly, thinking that what he asked just now should be summed up in talk casually. Write it down. Write it down. You must pay attention to it in the future. Choose the good ones. Don't say the bad ones. Say what should be said, and don't say what shouldn't be said. Daodong Chiwen moved his mouth on the sidelines, but he still didn't speak in the end. Ji Yuan sighed lightly. Taoist Ching Song's words sound familiar. The tea is here. The clerk in the medicine hall hurried back again. This time, it was Dao Tong Chiwen who took the water bowl and carefully fed his master to drink. And hearing that the patient had woken up, the old doctor from the outer hall also came in at this time. Standing by the bed, carefully watching Taoist Ching Song's face and feeling his pulse again, he could be sure that this person's life is really safe. Your illness is really weird. It's like rushing to the heart, but there is a big difference. Your life is saved, but your body may be weak for a year or so. During this period, the medicine will not leave your mouth. It's good if you can save your life. It's good to save your life. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. Taoist Ching Song, who had been calmed down a lot, thanked the doctor again and again. The latter smiled and walked out of the inner hall in a very comfortable mood. Ji Yuan told the two Taoist priests to have a good rest and followed the old doctor to the outer hall. When I got outside, I praised and thanked the doctor again, and then took the initiative to pay the doctor's consultation fee with small silver, and then asked the old doctor to prescribe the medicine. When the old doctor's two apprentices weighed the silver, and the other took the medicine according to the prescription, Ji Yuan also chatted with this doctor with extraordinary medical skills. Apart from talking about Taoist Ching Song's condition, he also talked about matters that Ji Yuan cared about. What? You want to heal your eyes? You have a problem with your eyes? This doctor named Qin Zizhou, who is said to be well known and 93 years old, was a little surprised when he heard that Ji Yuan said that his eyes were not good. Got it wrong. Now tell him he has bad eyesight? Exactly. My eyesight is extremely blurred, so it's very inconvenient to work and rest. Originally, Ji Yuan basically pinned his hopes on cultivating immortals for his eye problems, but this old doctor is almost worthy of a miracle doctor among the people, which made him want to see a doctor. I haven't noticed it just now. Come here, let me take a closer look at your eyes. So Ji Yuan hurriedly approached the counter, leaned close to the old man, endured the pain, and opened his eyes as much as possible so that the latter could see the bright blue eyes. The old man stretched out his finger and waved it in front of Ji Yuan's eyes. He paid close attention to the changes in Ji Yuan's eyes, but he seemed to only see the water surface of an ancient well. Hiss, young man, I have practiced medicine for more than 70 years, and I have never seen you like this. Can you really see blurred shadows? Ji Yuan frowned and closed his eyes slightly, returning to the half-open state, and did not answer the old doctor's question, but the latter said it bluntly. What's wrong with your eyes? You're simply blind. Even though there was such speculation long ago, it was only at this moment that Ji Yuan truly confirmed the fact that he was blind. Then think about it. My blurred vision doesn't come from my eyes, or maybe my eyes are blind in the eyes of ordinary people, but they are not. While Ji Yuan was thinking, the old man became interested. Come on, young man, since you said that you can see some blurred images, can you let the old man try to prick you a few needles? Don't worry, the eyes are the key to human beings, and the old man will be very careful when injecting needles. Ji Yuan didn't hesitate. There was nothing to worry about. Okay, ask the doctor to administer the needle. The old man stroked his beard and nodded, took out a set of silver needles that had just been put away from the counter, and then pointed to the chair beside the counter. Sit still, lean your head against the back of the chair, and face up and don't move. After Ji Yuan followed suit, the old man stood in front of him holding a silver needle. Seeing the shining silver needle standing in front of his eyes, Ji Yuan, who didn't feel anything at first, suddenly felt a little stressed. I'll try to pierce your acupoint first, and turn my head to the side to expose the ears. Waiting for Ji Yuan to straighten his posture, the old man held the silver needle and concentrated on piercing it towards Mingmu acupoint. As soon as the needle touched Ji Yuan's leather watch, the old man felt a strange resistance. The entire silver needle actually started to vibrate at a high frequency, which made the old man's stable needle-kneading skills uncontrollable. Wham! Oh! The silver needle disappeared in a flash, rubbed the skin of the old man's fingers, shot upwards with the tail of the needle upwards, and sank a finger deep into the roof beam. Hiss! Old Dr. Chen's slightly trembling right thumb and index finger were already bleeding. Dr. Chen, are you okay? Already aware that something was wrong, Ji Yuan got up immediately. No serious problem, no serious problem. I didn't expect that even a single needle wouldn't go through. Could this be the body-protecting jinqi of a brilliant warrior? As the old man spoke, he looked at his fingers and then at the top of his head. I'm afraid not. In fact, Ji Yuan didn't resist at all at first, and even the aura in his body was restrained and stabilized. But at the moment when the silver needle was about to penetrate the acupuncture point, mountains and rivers suddenly changed in his mind, and a black spot flashed in his inner phantom. By the time Ji Yuan realized it, there had already been a needle-flying injury. Dr. Chen, let's not try. Oh yes, what a pity. Seeing the regretful expression on the old man's face, Ji Yuan also admired it. Perhaps only with this kind of happy attitude towards intractable diseases for more than 70 years can he have his current medical skills. After chatting with the old man for a few more words, Ji Yuan stopped talking and returned to the inner hall with the medicine that the apprentice of the pharmacy hall had already packed. It was not suitable to move the patients that night, so Dr. Chen stayed overnight in the Taoist hall, while Ji Yuan went to an inn and took a long time to wash up. When he came back to the pharmacy the next day, the dirty and sloppy man had a completely new look and became a man of integrity and elegance. He surprised all the shop assistants in the big pharmacy, and only Dr. Chen didn't change his face. And in another chat, Ji Yuan learned that Dr. Tong from Ning'an County was actually an apprentice of old Dr. Chen and was greatly praised by old Dr. Chen for his talent. After Ji Yuan said that he was half of Ning'an County, the old man was a little surprised and asked little Tong if he often mentioned him. Given the situation in Jizhou, the distance between the two places is nearly 200 miles, and it is not easy for seniors in their 90s to see their favorite students. This question made Ji Yuan very embarrassed. After all, he and Dr. Tong Xian had only been in contact a few times, but as far as Ji Yuan knew, it seemed that Dr. Tong hadn't mentioned his teacher much. But Ji Yuan could only give a slightly far-fetched answer. Of course it is, of course it is. What I thought in my heart was, Dr. Tong, you have repaid the kindness you saved the little fox back then. This day is already the 5th day of May, and it is impossible for Ji Yuan to really stay here and wait for Taoist Qingsong to recover from his illness. It is estimated that he will not be able to get out of bed for a while, and if he does get out of bed, it is best to rest for a while under the eyes of Dr. Chen Suitable. So what Ji Yuan can do is to help the master and apprentice settle down as much as possible, carefully transfer Taoist Qingsong to the inn, and take a few small pieces from his ingot of gold, knead them into a dozen small gold beans, and give them to Qi Wan, and leave a little bit of broken silver could be regarded as saving both the master and the apprentice from worrying about board, lodging, and medical expenses. Before leaving, Ji Yuan solemnly instructed Qi when to let him stare at Taoist Qingsong. It would be best not to tell fortunes for others in this life. Marriage lottery. Although Qi went firmly and solemnly agreed, and Taoist Qingsong himself fully assured him, Ji Yuan had no idea how much effect it would have. Ji Yuan also thought about whether he would be able to help this Qingsong Taoist make up for his life in the future, So he asked Ji Yuan's position, but had to not kill himself before that. And until they parted, both parties agreed tacitly and didn't mention any identity issues. As for fortune-telling skills, it's not that they haven't thought about learning and trying, but firstly, they don't care about it, and secondly, this skill is dispensable. It seems a little too dangerous, so let's put it aside. Maybe there will be calculations in the method of cultivating immortals. On the 8th day of May, on Laohua Mountain in the northeast of Judaica County, a man was walking on a mountain road with a book, but his peripheral vision and hearing were paying attention to his surroundings. He is dressed in a gray, wide-sleeved robe, with a wooden hairpin stuck in a small bun on the top of his head, bangs in front of his hair, and a bundle on his back with an umbrella. In order to prevent getting lost, Ji Yuan traveled neither fast nor slow these days, and asked for directions whenever he had the opportunity, and also stopped in various counties and places to appreciate the customs that were hard to see in his previous life. There is a purpose in deliberately walking slowly on this old birch mountain this time. Although Laohua Mountain is far less vast than Yokuei Mountain, it is not small either. It has a radius of 20 or 30 miles. Don't underestimate this figure. 20 or 30 miles is equivalent to a circular area with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. In addition, the mountain road is difficult, okay? It is not a small difficulty for ordinary people who are not Laoshank to pass Laowashan. And there is a deep pool in this old birch mountain, which was actually mentioned in the biographies of the outsiders. There are not many things written in the biographies of the outsiders in the whole Jizhou for many years. So Ji Yuan plans to set aside a day to spend time at the deep pool. What are you doing? Fishing. There's a saying in the legend of heretics. There's Laohua Mountain in Jizhou, Dajin State, and there's a deep lake in the mountain. Ji Yuan just wanted to see if the fish was the so-called essence of water, or was blown by a typhoon tornado, or both. At the moment when he came to a corner of a mountain depression, Ji Yuan finally found what he was looking for. Directly put away the book, stuffed it into his bosom, then got up and jumped and plundered towards the emerald green in the distance. Borrowing strength from a few trees in the mountain forest, he finally landed in front of a bamboo forest. Look at the bamboos in this bamboo forest. Most of them are slender and long, swaying with the mountain wind. They are just the ideal fishing rod for Ji Yuan. Take one that is the right size and length, bend down, and tap it gently with 2 fingers at its root. With a sound of click, the bamboo will be broken and the incision will be smooth. While walking in the mountains, he chopped off the branches of the bamboo with his hand knife, and within a moment, a long and thin emerald green bamboo pole appeared in Ji Yuan's hands. Grabbing it and shaking it, it made a sound of woo-hoo piercing the air, which was very pleasant to listen to. Looks good. Ji Yuan is very satisfied with bamboo. There was bought line and hooks in the pack, and he had no need for buoys. What makes Ji Yuan a little curious is that the fishing line he bought is also a transparent silk thread, and it is quite tough. After asking the seller, he found out that it is actually made of extruded silk pulp and elongated. Each fishing line represents one or several poor silkworms that failed to cocoon. When Ji Yuan arrives at the deep pool, a brand new emerald green fishing rod will be ready. He does not need additional processing and reinforcement, because once a fish bites the hook, as long as it is not too exaggerated, the fishing rod will be supplemented at that moment. The aura can be thrown up directly. The deep pool in front of me is circular, with a diameter of only 10 or 20 feet at most, which is far smaller than Ji Yuan imagined. Looking at the water in the pool, it is emerald green, but the deeper part is dark, nothing can be seen, and there is no movement at all. Can it be fish here? After muttering, Ji Yuan found a cool and suitable place to cast his pole. The bait was not an earthworm, but a grain of cooked rice, but there was a trace of spiritual energy in it. Put the bait on the thin hook and wave the fishing rod. The flexible green bamboo swayed with strength, with a sound of boom. The fishhook was thrown into the pool, causing a small ripple. Patience is what fishing is all about. With Ji Yuan's keen sense now, he can immediately feel any special movement of the hook connected to the straight line under the water, and he doesn't need to worry about missing the fish if he is distracted. So Ji Yuan took out a book to read, This time he read Tongming Policy. Although it is the same Tianlu book, the content is completely different. Before Ji Yuan also roughly flipped through it, he knew that Tongming Su was much more serious than the pagan biography. Although it is not a real method of cultivating immortals, it points out the difficulties and dangers of various cultivation hurdles. The author of the book should have collected the opinions of many immortal cultivators and combined them with his own experience to summarize. It even includes part of the content of Shinto and fairy. In the words of Ji Yuan's previous life, it is a book that can truly benefit those who cultivate immortals. But why is Tongming Su still a miscellaneous book? Ji Yuan's point of view is that the book writers have too many assumptions and guesses, and the proportion of dry goods is relatively small in terms of the content of the book, and whoever can read the Tianlu book does not know that content. So it becomes a miscellaneous book. But Ji Yuan is different. Although the content is much more boring than other outsiders, it is still useful knowledge. But theoretically, Ji Yuan will not be able to use this knowledge for the time being, because he doesn't even practice Qi Ju. Practice Qi to transform into gods, and gods to appear to produce Dharma. It is for mana and spiritual power. The so-called profound entrance is optional or crucial. Hey, the road is still long. He was fishing while reading a book. After waiting for an hour, there was no movement at all on Ji Yuan's fishing rod. Heretics deceive people? Or is this fish extinct after a long time? Look up at the sun hanging high in the sky. Could it be night? Ji Yuan wasn't impatient. Maybe it was because he started from a mountain temple back then, which gave him a good skill in nourishing qi. I took out a piece of bread from the bag and slowly gnawed it. I bought it in Judaica County. It was as big as 2 palms put together. There were 5 pieces in the bag. It was still soft. The cake was slightly sweet, and there were some dried vegetables inside. The fillings are very good for the taste of the edge. As the sky was getting darker, the sunset glow in the sky had revealed the stars above his head, but Ji Yuan heard a special sound in his ears, not from the deep pool, but from the mountains. He. The clear water pool is ahead. It's finally here. Go faster, go faster. Oh, you are so energetic. I am exhausted. Crisp voices came intermittently from a distance, and as the voice approached, the sound of light footsteps also entered Ji Yuan's ears. A man and a woman, 2 children wearing clean light blue silk robes, about 13 or 14 years old, lightly climbed over the rocks, jumped over the small stream, and walked through the forest to the most secluded place in the old birch mountain. Oh, there's someone there. The girl among them was surprised, and the companion seemed to have just seen Ji Yuan in the distance. Really, it's getting dark. What is he doing? Fishing? It seems to be. Ha! He thought he could catch it. Go, it's so rare. Let's go and tease him. The 2 of them slowed down their pace when they were far away, and approached the deep pool quietly, as if they wanted to scare Ji Yuan. When they were about 10 meters away, the 2 looked at each other and smiled, and then moved forward with very tacit understanding. Open your mouth. Hello. The image of the fisherman throwing the fishing rod in fright did not appear at all. Ji Yuan was like a deaf man, holding the fishing rod and looking at the book on his lap, and biting a pancake from time to time. Not scared. A deaf man? Disappointment. Why? The 2 children walked towards the edge of the deep pool, rather bored. At this moment, Ji Yuan's upright voice. The 2 people who were walking suddenly trembled in fright. Aren't you deaf? It's unreasonable. You still scare us? The 2 children, a boy and a girl, seemed a little angry. Ji Yuan turned his head and smiled. It's so rare. The 2 children stagnated and looked at each other with a slightly dumbfounded expression. After Ji Yuan finished his joke, he also saw clearly the 2 children who came. Yes, he saw clearly. The light blue robes of the 2 were clean, without any dust. Even the exposed boots were spotless, and their faces were white and clean. This is passing through the mountain road, and it is already dark. How can 2 ordinary children dare to run into the mountains at this time? Still come to this kind of deep pool where staring at it is a little scary? After looking at the back, I confirmed that there were no adults. The probability of these 2 children being ordinary people was greatly reduced, and there was no evil spirit or evil spirit in them. God of the mountain? Or maybe it's the first time I've met a real cultivator after someone has been here for so long. Ji Yuan's heart moved slightly, but he didn't seem to be as excited as he imagined before, pretending to turn back and continue reading, just curious about the details of the visitor. But Ji Yuan calmed down, but the two children couldn't stand it anymore. The boy said, "Hey, fisherman, when are you leaving? Anyway, you can't catch any fish." Another girl immediately followed up. "It's getting dark. Aren't you afraid of wild animals in the mountains?" Standing in the logical category of ordinary people, it is actually quite interesting for the two children to ask this question. Ji Yuan turned to look at them again. "It's getting dark. You two children are still wandering in the mountains. Aren't you afraid of the worries at home? Aren't you afraid of wild animals?" "We are not afraid." "Yes, we are not afraid." As if to increase persuasiveness, the girl added another sentence. "Don't look at us as small. We have very high martial arts." Ji Yuan smiled, nodded deeply. "That's how it is, disrespect and disrespect. But I'm not afraid. I also have very high martial arts." After finishing speaking, Ji Yuan turned his head back to read. Anyway, he had no intention of moving his but anyway. Judging from the short exchange, these two should really be children who are about the same age as they look, not a guy who looks like a child but is actually 100 or 80 years old. You won't catch any fish if you fish all night." As soon as the boy finished speaking, Ji Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Although the fishing rod did not change, the hook in the pond seemed to be touched. The next moment, the fishing line trembled undetectably. Ji Yuan squinted his eyes and shook his wrist vigorously, but there was no big movement. The fishing rod was bent like magic and then swung upwards. Wow. A string of splashes was pulled out of the originally green and calm pool water, and a small silver-white translucent fish about the length of an index finger was hooked by the hook and was thrown into the air along the direction of the fishing line and fishing rod. "Silver orifice!" Boys and girls exclaimed in unison. While exclaiming, the boy almost subconsciously threw out a circular blue jade pendant from his sleeve. In an instant, the blue jade grew from small to large, dragging a faint blue light towards the silver fish that was still in the air. "Go!" Guang made a vague pocket outline behind the jade pendant. Ji Yuan swayed the bamboo pole, relying on the skills of top rivers and lakes masters. The fishing line held the silver fish as nimbly as a bird. The blue jade flew not too slow, but it still couldn't catch the silverfish. After the jade pendant brushed against the white bait twice, Ji Yuan shook the pole directly, and the white bait attached to the fishing line and hook suddenly went down and flew towards Ji Yuan. A line of water rises from the pool and condenses into a water polo the size of a leather ball in front of Ji Yuan. Boom! The white bait fell into the water polo precisely at the very moment when it was formed, and the iron hook on the top was also shaken out of the white bait's mouth by the ingenuity of Ji Yuan. The boy frowned, took back the jade ring flying in the air, stared at Ji Yuan together with the girl, watched the little white bait swimming in the water polo, but couldn't escape no matter what. "Who are you? Dare to come to Bishuadan to steal silver fish?" Ji Yuan temporarily put away the fishing rod and put it aside, turned half of his body to look at the two angry children. Could it be that this clear water pool is still exclusive to your Yuhuai mountain? As soon as he saw the blue ring-shaped jade pendant, he knew which side it was from. "Do you know that our Yuhuai mountain still hasn't given us the silver orifice fish?" The boy spoke, very childishly, no different from the children of ordinary people. Ji Yuan also smiled. "I caught this fish after fishing here for a long time. Even if your Yuhuai mountain is a famous family in Jizhou Immortal Mansion, you can't just grab it directly. Bishuadan is our Yuhuai mountain, so Yinkiatsi is also ours. We come here every year to watch the silver orifice fish for several years." If it was the predestined relationship in the past, maybe the two children would have been really bluffed, but now they have understood a lot of things anyway. This clear water pool is unstoppable and is nearly 700 or 800 miles away from Yuhuai Mountain. So this has become your mountain gate? After Ji Yuan finished speaking, under a slight twitch in his heart, he intentionally yelled something towards the back of the two children, both joking and serious. "Didn't the elders come with you? Let the two children play tricks." Originally, these were just Ji Yuan's sarcasm-probing words, but he didn't expect that there would be a voice drifting over as soon as he finished speaking. I made your excellency laugh. It is indeed my fault, Yu Huaishan. Zhongjing's voice was calm and powerful, but he could also be called gentle and elegant. As the voice fell, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe with flowing clouds and a hairpin on his head floated towards him, as if from the air. Out of general. Before this, Ji Yuan hadn't noticed a trace of this person's existence at all. He couldn't see or hear him, which really shocked Ji, but after several times of training, Ji Yuan didn't seem to have anything on the surface. Changes, but a pair of blue eyes never wavered. In fact, the person on the other side was also taken aback by Ji Yuan. He couldn't see how divine the fisherman was, and he didn't see the spirit in spirit, as if he was an ordinary mortal and he was integrated with the surrounding nature. Especially the hand that twirled the fishing rod and line when teasing the boy just now. The weight was lifted lightly without any smoke and fire, and there was not even any trace of man exposed. No points. And even though the blue-robed man came out by himself, looking at Ji Yuan's special eyes, he always feels that the other party can see through himself behind the Waxuyu talisman. Hee, I just yelled casually, and I didn't expect that there would be elders following me. Your Excellency can hold back. While speaking, Ji Yuan also sat and turned half of his body, so that he would not keep turning his head to face the rear, and also revealed the book Tong Ming Su on his knee, which made the man in blue look slightly surprised. Condensate. Tongming policy? It's the Book of Heaven. The person who came here didn't take Ji Yuan's big truth seriously at all, and the other party was reading while fishing, and it was absolutely impossible for him to read in the middle of the day. Your Excellency, you are joking. It is the two junior boys who are messing around. It is only because this clear water pool can only give birth to a silver orifice in a year, which is beneficial to the cultivation of my two juniors, so I am in a hurry. After saying this, the man in blue waved his hand, and the two boys seemed to be dragged to him by an invisible thread. They seemed to be disciplining them for being rude, but in fact they were quietly on guard. The fisherman in front of him has unfathomable behavior, and his temper may seem mild, but it may not be true. It is better to handle it carefully. It's just a silver hole. Find a reason to retreat. I'm Chiu Feng in Yuhuai Mountain. I don't know your surname, sir. Did you come here to wait for me? Chiu Feng deliberately softened his tone and changed his address to honorifics and slightly bowed his hands towards Ji Yuan. Of course, Ji Yuan didn't dare to make too much of a fuss, and after slowly getting up, he bowed his hand and returned the gift, hesitating for half a second before deciding to give his real name. My surname, Ji, and Yuan don't need to be honored. I came here this time just to read the legends of heretics in my spare time. I learned that the water essence is bred here, and I became interested in finding out. It's good if you don't just wait. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Chiu Feng breathed a sigh of relief with a smile on his face. Since Mr. has already caught Yin Qiatzi, we can't bother you any longer, so let's just leave. Here, Yi, let's go. While speaking, Chiu Feng bowed his hands to Ji Yuan again, and then led the two boys to turn and leave. Ji Yuan could see that Chiu Feng was being cautious and defensive towards him, but he didn't know what to say other than bowing his hands by the pool in return. This is the end of the first contact with the immortal. The two boys were still reluctant and kicked rocks and weeds as they walked. After leaving the pool for a short distance, the girl couldn't help but lower her voice and complain. What? You still robbed us of our money, making it difficult for children. Chiu Feng also couldn't laugh or cry. This child really thought that Bishuin belonged to him. I just didn't expect the boy to add another sentence. Well, smelly and shameless. Originally, the previous few words were nothing, but as soon as the words stinky and shameless came out, Chiu Feng's face changed drastically and he stopped immediately. Here, the two boys of the senior brother are a little too ignorant. Many people with profound morals and virtues in this world are extremely keen in their sixth senses, and they are easy to talk about. It is a very taboo thing to directly insult someone's face. Ha! It makes sense. It's really shameless to grab things with children. Ji Yuan's Zhongjing voice came. Although he was laughing, It caused Xiao Feng's heart to suddenly twitch. He had already summoned his mana while being nervous, and the jade hairpin on his head had turned from blue to a blush. The people in Xianmen actually have no confidence in their hearts. Ji Yuan is not a domineering person, and he doesn't have the confidence to be really domineering now, but he has insight into Xiao Feng's mind. A silver fish with condensed water essence is naturally precious. At least for today's Ji Yuan, it is a treasure. Even if you don't know how to use it best, it is probably quite nourishing to use it for stewing soup. But this is actually a bit of a waste. The person who really knows how to use this fish is tens of steps away in the mountains and forests, and his face is on guard. Mr. Qiu, don't be nervous. It's just a quarrel. Ji doesn't know the same sense as a child. Besides, a child should be taught by the elders when he speaks rudely. Ji Yuan's voice came gently, carrying a bundle and an umbrella and a green bamboo pole on his shoulder, cleverly avoiding the branches and vines in the mountains, walking slowly like an ordinary person who can't even know martial arts. What's interesting is that at the tip of the green bamboo pole, a water polo is connected to a thin water line, just swinging behind Ji Yuan and always avoiding the branches by a hair's breadth. It's very interesting to watch leisurely. This is the natural expression of Ji Yuan's innocence and free and easy side, which makes the witness feel inexplicably peaceful. As he walked closer, Ji Yuan, with an unabated smile on his face, blinked at the boy named here. No matter how powerful Shidadu's words are, he will definitely learn a lesson when he goes back. This playful scene of Ji Yuan was captured by Qiu Feng, but he felt much more at ease and secretly decided to let the boy suffer a little bit after he went back. The senior brother couldn't bear him as a junior, so he took care of him. Qiu Feng didn't point out, let alone lecture the boy directly, but asked Ji Yuan first. I don't know what advice Mr. Ji has come after him. Hee, I don't dare to teach you. It's just that Ji is so poor and cash-strapped. Seeing that you like this silver orifice so much, it's a pity and a waste to use it to make soup for me. Why don't I exchange something with you? If it was just now, when he heard Ji Yuan's request at first, Qiu Feng would have thought that this unknown expert was threatening something, but now he strangely didn't have such an idea. I don't know what Mr. wants, but if it's convenient for me, I won't be stingy. What Qiu Feng thinks is that the kindness of the other party has its own value. Ji Yuan hardly said any lies from the beginning to the end. He was really poor and white, and he really had the idea of stewing fish soup, and now the situation couldn't be better. Of course, he didn't know what the value of the silver orifice was, so he could only speak as much as possible to what he wanted. Ji is just a countryman. He has little knowledge and doesn't need two precious things. He is just very curious about the things in the world of cultivating immortals today. Anything can be exchanged for this silver orifice. Well, even the most superficial qi training formula is also very interesting. Through Tongming Su and the Taoist biography, it is understood that there is no superiority in the basic stage of qi training. There is neither distinction between the five elements nor yin and yang, although each fairy house has a so-called unique training formula. But in fact it is similar, there will be no difference. To put it bluntly, it is a common product in the formula of cultivating immortals. What Ji Yuan desires the most is this big budget product. But this time is different from the misunderstanding of Song, Lao, Cheng Huang last time. Ji Yuan knew very well that Qiu Feng regarded himself as an expert, but he didn't point it out. It is more appropriate, especially at this time. There is such a little conflict of interests. I have the basic art of cultivating immortals and practicing qi. I have some. Uncle, let's use that in exchange. The girl almost jumped up with joy. Ayu Feng snorted and immediately silenced the girl. What's the difference between really exchanging the basic qi training formula and giving it away for nothing? Thinking of Tongming Sa, I saw just now, and recalling what Ji Yuan said about heretics, this is the first time Qiu Feng has seen this kind of antique miscellaneous books from 100 years ago. It seems that Mr. Ji is really interested in rare things. Thinking of this, Qiu Feng also made a decision in his heart and must form a good relationship with this unfathomable expert. Mr. Yaxing Qiu Feng is also yearning for it, but it's a pity that he doesn't have any rare treasures on him. But there's an ancient chapter that Mister will definitely be interested in. Speaking of this, Qiu Feng waved his cuff, and a slender white jade stick flew out of the sleeve, crystal clear about the length of his middle finger. This is a chapter on the incompleteness of the mind. Qiu has participated in the research for more than 10 years. Although he can't use different skills, it is helpful for the understanding of the skills and the concentration of the mind. I don't know if he can get into the eyes of the master. After Qiu Feng introduced a few words, the white jade stick flew towards Ji Yuan, who reached out to catch it. God? The strange art mentioned in the original book on cultivating immortals. Even if it is a fragment, Ji Yuan also knows that this kind of thing is definitely not a cabbage, and a silver fish is probably not worth it. But he's reluctant to send it back to Ji Yuan, and Qiu Feng himself doesn't care. But even though he was very happy, but for some reason, Ji Yuan still wanted to practice Qi Ju. I'm afraid a silver orifice is not worth so much. Thank you, Mr. Qiu, for your kindness. Ji accepts it. While speaking, Ji Yuan shook his shoulders, and the fishing rod started to swing. The water polo crossed the fishing line, like a fisherman throwing his rod. Wind. The latter hurriedly cast a spell to stop the water polo, but it inevitably caused the water polo to rippling. This time, even two boys and girls could compete with each other, and they knew it was a big deal ignorantly. Qiu Feng sighed slightly in his heart. Except for Yu Shuai, the opponent still didn't show the slightest magic power, but he cast a spell to catch the water ball, but it caused the water to ripple. He didn't expect that Ji Yuan could at most cast spells to maintain the existence of the water polo, and all the other uses were ingenious force control techniques, which had nothing to do with spells. Mr. Ji, since this matter is over, let's just say goodbye. If you have a chance in the future, welcome to visit Mr. Yuhuai Mountain. Okay, I will definitely visit if I have the chance. Both parties were quite satisfied and said goodbye together. And the water polo wrapped with the silver fish was in the hands of the girl. The child also used water control skills, tossing up and down to tease the little fish. Under Qiu Feng's urging, the two children left with her. But after walking about a dozen steps, the girls seemed to have exchanged something with Qiu Feng, turned around, and ran towards Ji Yuan. And when she got close, she took out a slightly larger white jade stick from her sleeve pocket and handed it over. Senior Ji, this is my basic Qi training formula. You just said you want it, but this is all I have. Without waiting for Ji Yuan's slightly astonished reaction, the little girl tossed the white jade stick and ran back to Qiu Feng, who also handed over to Ji Yuan with a smile. Ji Yuan's heart is full of a kind of surprise now. Whether it's Qiu Feng's advice or the little girl's ability to be a human being, it is of great significance to Ji Yuan, and he can't help laughing out loud when he catches the white jade stick. Ha ha ha! It's very wonderful. The girl's name is Yi, right? If you encounter difficulties in the future, Ji will definitely try her best to help you. We will meet later. Ha 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 ha! This laughter is full of joy, full of grace and self-confidence. Even though he is still a small character now, he still has confidence in himself. Seeing Ji Yuan laughing and bowing his hands back to him, Qiu Feng took the two boys away with an unstoppable smile. After 100 steps, his figure was already farther and farther away. Half a moment later, Qiu Feng led the two boys and walked against the wind in the sky, still smiling. Uncle, you don't have to be so happy when you get a fish. Seeing the boy speak, Qiu Feng shook his head slightly, looked at the girl who was still playing water polo, and answered the irrelevant question with a smile. Hey, in the world, there's a kind of people who are so wonderful and terrific that they are very casual and unrestrained, innocent, and getting acquainted is fate. If you don't understand, there will be someone you envy in the future. It has been a long time since Qiu Feng and the two boys left, and Ji Yuan waited at the same place until he was completely sure that the other party had left, and then returned to the edge of the clear water pool with almost uncontrollable excitement, playing with one big and one small two in his hands. A piece of white jade lottery. As expected of Yuhuai Mountain, everything likes to be associated with jade, the blue jade ring, the white jade stick, and even the jade hairpin on Qiu Feng's head. Just now, I can see the subtle agitation of mysterious light. Oh, I forgot to ask Wei Wu Wei, by the way. Ji Yuan slapped his head and laughed when he recalled this point. This way Wu Wei is not very familiar with him after all. If it was about Xiao Yinxing, he would never forget it. By the edge of the deep green pool, Ji Yuan sat down where he was, put the emerald green bamboo pole aside, and crossed his legs to read the contents on the two white jade sticks. This method of description is mentioned in both Tongming Su and Wai Dao Zhuan. It is called the method of expressing spirits with objects. It is a description method with the characteristics of immortal cultivation, but it is more labor-intensive, so it is not used much in normal situations. The carrier can be gold, iron, stone, and jade. And other things, the higher the recorder's Taoism, the stronger the magic power, and the lower the requirements for the carrier. Even in the biography of the heretics, it is mentioned that there are people who are vivid with flowing water, clear wind, and other things as the carrier, which can be regarded as miraculous. As for the two pieces of white jade lottery in Ji Yuan's hand, it is probably because Yu Huaishan is rich and powerful. They are both high-quality white jade, so they are naturally good talents, and they belong to the category with the least requirements for spellcasters. After all, the strange art of confining the gods is a fragment. Qiu Feng has not recovered it after more than 10 years of research. Ji Yuan doesn't think he can do it right away, so he put it aside for now, but holds the big white jade stick in his hand. There are a few large characters engraved on it called Yu Huai Xiaoyan. Besides, there are lines like water waves on the front. Reading this jade stick is much less demanding than reading something like a heavenly book. The person who touches it only needs to input aura and turn it into the jade stick. Naturally, the spiritual will guide the heart to conjure up detailed content in the consciousness. Even though it is just a basic qi training formula, the content in it far surpasses the original Dao Qi formula. If we really want to compare it, Dao Qi formula can only be regarded as a fraction of the content of the qi training formula. Base. It is said that there's a big world outside, a small world inside the body. The sun and the moon connect with the stars. The exploration of the small world inside the body is still endless, and the complexity may not even be inferior to the big world. Practicing Qi Ju is to connect the Qi of the viscera and the 5 elements and transform the heart, fire, kidney water, and other things in the body to refine the spiritual energy. From a perspective of Ji Yuan's understanding, it is a mysterious category. It's no wonder that after those innate masters in the Jianghu reached their peak, most of them died in the realm of martial arts with hatred. This kind of situation is no longer imaginable by comprehending internal strength and meridians. Ji Yuan just started practicing Qi for the first time in 2 lifetimes. The so-called small training is not only the first few stages of practicing Qi and cultivating immortality, but also collectively referred to as nourishing Qi. Yin and Yang, the key Qi, also need to be refined to warm and nourish mana. It's just the 2 biggest thresholds in cultivating immortality. The first is to perceive spiritual energy to guide Qi into the body, and the second is to internalize Yin and Yang in the small world, which is basically no difficulty for Ji Yuan. It is fundamentally different from the basic stage of other immortal cultivators. It is difficult to perceive the internal organs and visualize the world, and the world that can be visualized is at most 1 room. The world is already vast. The earth, mountains and rivers and lakes, the sun, moon, and stars manifest one by one. Ji Yuan didn't linger in the beautiful scenery of the mountains and rivers, but quickly started the key practice, silently reciting formulas to help the gods guide and arouse the vitality of the organs to connect the heaven and the earth. My heart is on fire. This idea together. Boom! On a giant peak somewhere in the world, a mass of heavenly fire ignited from the sky like a big sun. Ji Yuan seemed to be able to feel the infinite heat. He was not as excited as he originally imagined. Although he had emotions in Dingzhong, he was assimilated by the vast world. So the fluctuations are as calm as heaven and earth. Kidney water is present. The next thought came again. Clatter. In the same position in the inner heaven and earth, the rivers and rivers on the earth converge and roll with waves. The situation is a bit different from what Yu Huai described in Shaolin, or it has reached the point where one of the two most critical steps, the waves of the earth and the sky, are blazing. An infinite water force climbs from bottom to top, and a flame rolls down and presses down. One red and one through converged with the top of the giant peak here in the astonishing momentum. Ji Yuan is like a bystander, unmoved by the astonishing scene in front of him, watching the fire and water gradually gasify and transform at the intersection, forming one white and one black. The two colors gradually rotated in the intersection, forming a strange vortex, like a huge Tai Chi diagram, except that the 2 points of Pisces were missing. Yin and Yang transformation furnace. The most critical step. Even at this moment, Ji Yuan couldn't help throbbing. Boom! Originally, everything in the inner world seemed to be silent, but at this moment, Ji Yuan seemed to hear an explosion sound clearly, and the world seemed to be shaking. At the top of the giant peak, in the center of Yin-Yang Tai Chi, a huge alchemy furnace emerges in the infinite mysterious ripples. Call! Ji Yuan exhaled lightly from the outside body, mainly because the description on Tong Ming so was too scary. He always said some difficult things, and even said that some people can't make it by frying the furnace 1,000 times. Until the furnace is completed, Ji Yuan can temporarily feel at ease. If the immortal cultivator does not suffer from extremely serious special injuries, the inner alchemy furnace in this body will not disappear, and it will appear in the future as long as he visualizes it. Ji Yuan contemplated the majestic alchemy furnace in his body. No matter how you look at it, his aptitude is not bad. A smile appeared on his face, his mind turned freely, and the aura around him seemed to disappear out of thin air, and then reappeared in front of the alchemy furnace, and was absorbed into it through the whole of the alchemy furnace. The night in Laohua Mountain passed quickly in tranquility, and when it was approaching dawn, Ji Yuan felt the first burst of elixir, and then a steady stream of elixir overflowed from the star-like holes in the elixir furnace. Originally, there was no need to care about this step at all. The pill energy would seep out of the world in the visualization, and merge into the orifice between the physical body and the connection with the inner world, but this time the initial breakthrough of the barrier has been completed in the pill furnace. The foundation, the opening of the hole, corresponds to the sea of energy of the physical body, which is the Danfu. In terms of cultivating immortals, at this stage, Ji Yuan has an acre of Dantian. Although there is also the term Qi Si Dantian in the terminology of Jianghu warriors, this Dantian is not the other Dantian. The name is the same, but the core is completely different. But what surprised Ji Yuan also happened at this time. 3 chess pieces, 1 black and 2 empty, flew across the pill furnace in the visualization like meteors, and 70% of the pill energy was divided before forming mana, and the rest were pitiful. 30% of them are still counting on fate to quickly restrain their minds and forcefully lead them into the Dan Mansion. Otherwise, there may not be a trace left. Ji Yuan opened his eyes, stretched out his right arm, and pointed out his sword finger. A half-empty and half-solid black chess piece appeared on his fingertips. It looked the same as before, as if the disappearance of those Ji Yuan's painstakingly refined pills had nothing to do with it. Going to Heisey to hold 2 pure pawns is similar. Ji Yuan's emotions were complicated, and he didn't know whether to cry or laugh for a while. Hey, forget it. After all, it's my own thing, and it's not uncontrollable to be stolen. Anyway, the scale of a Yangqi Jingjing pill mansion is not large. Well, stealing pills is a practice term invented by Ji Yuan himself. There is absolutely no semicolon. At this moment, it was already daylight, and Ji Yuan quit the cultivation state and looked around, and found that he was completely trapped in the thick white mist in the mountains, and his clothes were extremely damp. Clap your ass and stand up. Hee, let's go. At this moment, in Nyokue Mountain, which is nearly 300 miles away from Laohua Mountain, in the tiger's lair where Lu Shanjun was, the colossal monster lying on the ground seemed to suddenly sense something, and a pair of huge green tiger eyes opened in the darkness. Mr. uses the way of man to refer to my once deviant path. I use evil to generate evil energy. It is to deplete my insufficient spirituality to increase hostility and karma. Over time, evil will be born, and it will be a disaster. Escape. The way of heaven should be the complementarity of yin and yang. My realm has loosened up a bit again. Ho 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 ho. Amidst the terrifying and hoarse laughter, the tiger opened its terrifying mouth, revealing its pale fangs faintly visible in the gloom. At the same moment, at halfway up another peak of Nyokoe Mountain, there was a loud fox chirping sounding towards the morning glow, and on the bed of a certain family in Ning'an County, Yin Zhaoxian's frown and his sleep eased a little. Picking up his oil paper umbrella and wrapping it again, he looked at the fishing rod beside him. It was inconvenient to carry it, and it would be a pity to lose it. After hesitating again and again, Ji Yuan just took off the fishing line and hook and left the emerald green bamboo pole behind. By the pool, looking at the clear water pool again, although it takes only a year to breed a silver-headed fish, it can be regarded as miraculous. Next time, I'm counting on someone to get one of these fish for stew and see how it tastes. Muttering something to himself, Ji Yuan stepped away from the pool. At this moment, the fog in Laowa Mountain was so thick that nothing could be seen 5 meters away, but this had no effect on Ji Yuan. On the contrary, it was almost impossible for any mountain guest to dare to walk casually at this time, so Ji Yuan's footsteps became very fast. From time to time, I used my strength to fly on the branches and cliffs, or advance wantonly in the most comfortable dragon walking style, with my body occasionally swaying or slightly drunk, and I cross a large area of rugged mountain roads in an instant. During the march, besides comparing some content of Qi Ju, Ji Yuan also thought of the changes and functions of the 3 chess pieces. These 3 chess pieces come from the time when the first Lu Shanjun came to the Tao. According to the understanding of people in this world, it is naturally profound, and if you can substitute all kinds of imaginary information that Ji Yuan has seen on the internet in his previous life, it is not difficult to find the root cause. Had a huge impact. Among them, Lu Shanjun and Little Fox are easier to understand. The only one who is slightly strange is Mrs. Yin, but Yin Zhaoxian is very familiar with people's fate. It is very likely that the letter aroused Yin Zhaoxian's ambition, and perhaps this ambition is big enough to change his future life. From this point of view, the generation of chess pieces should have the meaning corresponding to fate. People can trust their fates, but they can't trust their fates all the time. Destinies are possible, but not impossible to change. During this period, Ji Yuan also met many people, far away like Jiu Shaoxia, and close like Wei Wuwei, but there were no chess pieces. It may be that the level is not enough, or that he himself does not have the capacity to become a chess player. Then why did Lu Shanjuan's first chess piece turn black? Ji Yuan said to himself, thinking of the evil thing in the well back then, it was his own fingers that severely wounded it, causing the destruction of the evil thing and changing the color of the chess pieces. Is it because of yin and water that make the chess piece black, or because of hostility, or something else? Does this affect Lu Shanjun? It seems to affect me more. Thinking of this, Ji Yuan waved the cuff of his left hand, and a large piece of white mist with a radius of 1 zhang gathered one after another, and instantly gathered in Ji Yuan's left palm to form a round and crystal-clear water polo. My water control kung fu is indeed stronger than fire control. The biggest role of the previous 3 chess pieces for Ji Yuan was to assist Qi Gui Ju to gather spiritual energy, and the reaction of the 3 chess pieces stealing the pill just now triggered Ji Yuan's deeper thinking. At the beginning, Ji Yuan thought that although the chess pieces could gather spiritual energy, they didn't seem to really want to absorb spiritual energy, but now it seems that they are more eager to cultivate the alchemy. Dan Qi, pill Qi, chess pieces Qi, especially this precious first ray of pill Qi. Does it affect me more? Or does it also affect the person who is a chess piece metaphor? Hey, brush your teeth and wash up first. Ji Yuan laughed self-deprecatingly. What kind of complicated heart does a small character like himself have? He stretched out his hand and broke off a vine branch, supplemented by a water polo with his left hand, and began to rinse his mouth and brush his teeth while walking, and finally a water polo slapped his face. A little rubbing when Ji Yuan just came out of Laohua Mountain. The sun had already. Ji Yuan used the water avoidance technique, and the wet clothes on his body were immediately surrounded by mist and the sun, and if someone happened to see it like that, it could be regarded as ethereal. There is a village on the south side of the mountain pass, most of which are homes for boats and fishermen. There is a small ferry terminal along the dirt road outside the mountain pass, and the Shaoshan River is already sparkling in the morning sun. Since it is still early, there are almost no people coming over the mountains from Judaica County, and many large and small ships are moored at the berths. However, a large ship that should be going to Judaica has just arrived, and there are people getting off the ship, and there are also boatmen. Moving things up and down, several donkey carts and carriages pulling goods were parked at the pier. There are already signs of hustle and bustle before the busy hour. Although Shaoshan River has the word small in its name, it is actually not a small river. Its width ranges from more than 20 to 30 feet, a key component of crossings. Ji Yuan gnawed on the leftover pancakes and came to the ferry wharf at a normal speed. He didn't look at the big ships and walked straight to a small passenger boat with sails. The swarthy young man is cleaning up the deck. "Boatman, do you want to accept the business to Chunhui Mansion?" Ji Yuan's powerful voice came, causing the two busy people on the boat to look towards the shore. One of them was wearing a wide-sleeved gray robe, carrying a bag, and carrying an umbrella, standing at this pier. Not like, at first glance, 30 or 40, but it seems to be okay when you look younger, but the old boatman is not sure how old the person is. The old man walked to the bow and said to Ji Yuan, "Of course I went. Is this gentleman alone or with a companion? Do you want to charter a boat, or can you wait for guests to accompany you?" Ji Yuan thought for a while before asking. "There is only one person here. How much is the fare for chartering a boat and waiting for passengers?" "If we charter a boat, we can go to Chunhui Mansion in this season with smooth sailing and only 3 days to arrive. Naturally, the fare will be paid by the husband alone, and it will cost 200 cash. 201, that is 1,201, more than a tael of silver." Ji Yuan frowned. "The price is a little expensive. If you are waiting for guests, sir, you need to stay here for a while. I will put up a card to attract customers and write Chunhui Mansion. You can also find people you want to go by yourself. The boat fare will be shared equally, or you can pay a little more if you want. As long as the discussion is settled, sir, don't worry. There are still so many people going to Chunhui Mansion every day, but my boat is small and can carry up to 10 people. Otherwise, there will be no place to rest at night." Ji Yuan looked at the boat. It was about 3 feet long, 1 foot wide in the middle, with a vertical mast in the middle, and the rear part was covered with a black awning, probably a place for the passengers to take shelter from the rain. "Well, I'm bothering the boatman. Let's go down and ask the price elsewhere." "Sir, please do as you please, but the price of our ship is already very fair." After saying this, the boatman continued to clean the cabin with the young people on board, seeming very confident. Sure enough, Ji Yuan wandered around for a long time and finally came back here. It's not that there are no cheaper boats, but considering the time required, cleanliness, and comfort, this boat is really the most suitable. Seeing him come back, Lao Chuan also laughed. "Well, sir, has it been decided?" "Well, boatman, let's wait for half a day. It's best to have guests with us. If there are no guests, we will charter the boat." "Okay, sir, it's up to you to decide." For the 3-day itinerary, the meals on board will include fresh fish, no extra money required. Now the tone became more respectful. There were indeed people who went to Chunhui Mansion every day, but they all liked large passenger ships. Their small ships did not have much business, and Ji Yuan just didn't like the noise of large ships. After hanging out the invitation board for going to Chunhui Mansion, Ji Yuan didn't go to solicit customers, but just sat on the bow of the boat and read a book with an attitude of completely letting people come or not. Moreover, it is not appropriate to ask the boatman to set a price of 120 yuan for the boat, and the remaining part is to be borne by fate. When it was close to noon, there were only 6 people in total, 2 scholars together, 1 old and 1 young master and grandson, and the other 2 had nothing to do with each other. They were a strong man with a beard and a thin middle-aged man. The boatman only said the fare was 120 renminbi, but he didn't mention that Ji Yuan would cover the rest of the fare, which Ji Yuan had requested in advance. It can be seen that the passengers basically did not greet each other, and Ji Yuan did not move from beginning to end, but the voices of these people were heard in his ears. In this era, women still rarely go out. At noon, the boatman specially came to ask Ji Yuan's meaning, and after getting approval, he untied the rope and started the boat, shaking the big skull at the stern and sailing along the southeast direction of the Shaoshan River. The old boatman sang a loud fisherman's song with a deep voice following the rhythm of the skull while swaying the skull, and the rhythm fluctuated with charm. Fishing boat, take the oars. Fisherman, happy. Ji Yuan, who was always sitting on the bow of the boat and reading a book by himself, also smiled knowingly when he heard the song and turned his head to look at the direction of the stern. When the old man was singing, his fuzzy body color was slightly different from before. Looking up at the sky, Ji Yuan felt it. The weather of the human body is like the sky, changing in thousands. A wooden boat like this one has a light hull, and when the wind and waves are strong, it has a sense of swaying on the Shaoshan River. The most wobbly places are the bow and stern of the boat, but Ji Yuan enjoys this feeling very much at the bow. Occasionally, he puts down his book and looks at the scenery on both sides of the river and the riverbank, and other boats passing by. After sailing out of the pier for a while, the boat had already raised its sails, and the old boatman no longer rowed the oars under the favorable wind. He only needed to steer the helm to control the direction of the boat, and the fisherman stopped. The two boatmen on the boat, Lao Qing, are indeed a father and son, and their home is in the village on the edge of Laowa Mountain. Most people in this village make a living from this ferry pier. When the business is not good, they also fish. So the boatman, there is no shortage of fishing gear, and Ji Yuan thought about borrowing it to catch a fish if he had the chance. About 3/4 of an hour after the boat sailed, Ji Yuan decided to leave the bow and sit inside. The round-arched black canopy of the hull is quite spacious, and there is another cabin with a wooden frame at the rear end, which houses the sundries of the boatman. The 2 rows of benches nailed to the hull are actually enough to seat a dozen people. It is said that the room for lying down at night is full of 10 people. The other 6 passengers sitting there seemed to be somewhat distinct, and the 2 scholars who accompanied each other occasionally had a few whispers with each other, and the child fell asleep leaning against his grandfather. In fact, Ji Yuan felt that there was something wrong with the atmosphere when he was outside, and this feeling became more obvious when he approached the canopy. The reason should be all on the bearded man. Although Ji Yuan's eyesight was always covered by thick frosting, he could still see the basic outline and some not-so-detailed features. When a man boarded the boat before, he found that his figure was really burly, not inferior to Wei Wuwei. But Wei Wuwei's first impression is that he is fat, and this man is only strong, but he still smells of alcohol, and he can't tell if his face is fierce or not, but the voices of others are as low as possible. If it wasn't for this man being the last one to board the boat, Ji Yuan really wondered if anyone else would have dared to board the boat. Anyway, we have to spend 3 days together. This atmosphere is not to be desired. When Ji Yuan came in, several people looked at him subconsciously, and some thought that the man who had been reading at the bow of the boat was a relative of the boatman. Seeing that there was a lot of vacant benches on both sides of the strong man, Ji Yuan casually sat nearby. This brother just had a drink? The strong man looked at Ji Yuan with some surprise, as if he wanted to confirm whether he was talking to him. And seeing that Ji Yuan's face was indeed facing him, he opened his mouth and made a rough voice. Before leaving, the elders had a banquet at the wine shop on the pier. They brought home-brewed wine and drank a few bowls. Oh, Xiontai is from Judaica County? Seeing that you are quite strong and burly, have you ever practiced martial arts? When Ji Yuan asked this, it seemed to arouse the man's interest, and the tone of his speech was obviously tinged with excitement. I, Li Daniu, am from Dongwei village. I have been physically strong since I was a child. People in the village say that I have done farm work to compete with the cattle. Since I was a child, I have longed for a hero who flies over the roof and walls to accept me as a disciple and teach me martial arts to eliminate violence. Unfortunately, I did not. Speaking of this man's depression, when I entered the county a few years ago, The old martial arts coach in the county saw me and said that I am a pity. After the age of practicing martial arts, it is difficult to achieve martial arts in this life. The dream is shattered. Oh, hee. You don't have to be discouraged, brother. There's no unparalleled road. As far as Ji knows, there's still some skills in the world that don't require age. With Xiong Tai's innate conditions, you don't have to worry about not being able to do anything in the future. Hey, Mr. Da, don't need to comfort me. I don't want to. This time, I went to Chunwei Mansion to visit my relatives. My uncle had a small occasion there. He lacked a strong man. When he saved up money, he asked for his wife's safety. Live, this man with a fierce appearance, although he speaks loudly, is honest and cautious. He is by no means a villain, but a real and simple villager with a kind of yearning and uneasiness for Dafa City. Okay, contentment and happiness. Ji Yuan smiled, slightly cupped his hands, and turned around towards everyone under the canopy. My lord, go to Chunwei Mansion for a visit. These 3 days will be in the same boat with everyone. Seeing that Ji Yuan was simple and self-contained, and the fear of the strong man just now disappeared, the rest of the people also introduced themselves one after another. The atmosphere in the boat became more heated, and they began to chat with each other. The 2 scholars were considered to be on a study tour. One old and one young had relatives who went to the funeral in Chunwei Mansion before their death, and the thin middle-aged man only said that he was going to Chunwei Mansion for business. The old boatman's son would sometimes come over to chat and listen to new things. When the boat is approaching the evening, the mouth of the river is close at hand, and the wider Chunmu River can be seen from a distance. Zhuangzi, prepare to get off the net. Okay. The people sitting in the cabin could hear the yelling among the boatmen, and several people came out to have a look with great interest, just in time to see that the young boatman had already taken a net and threw it to the side near the bow. This river estuary is the easiest place to catch big fish. Just wait. Everyone, I'll let you have something fresh tonight. The old boatman stabilized the boat at the stern and shouted to the passengers with a smile, but the sails had already been furled. The young boatman grabbed a big net, twisted his body at an angle, and then exerted a sudden force, skillfully threw the big net forward, flew out, and turned into a big circle directly towards the river mask. Wow! The sound of the net's surface entering the water was very pleasant, and a moment after the net sank, the boatman began to pull up the net rope with all his strength. Palala! Pala! The net is still halfway drawn, and the fish in the net have already splashed a lot of water. Scared. I'm really lucky today. There are a lot of big fish. Who will help? The young boatman happily called out to the passengers, and Ji Yuan, who was already very interested, walked up directly, and a strong manly Dainyu also hurried forward to help. Clatter! Patapa! Papapa! After the net was drawn in, the fish on the boat ahead were jumping lively. Ha! Good harvest! Everyone, wait for my father's specialty fish head soup and steamed fish with dried vegetables. Oh, great, there are fish to eat, big fish to eat. The exclamation of adults and the cheers of children are intertwined. A big herring weighing more than 20 kilograms, a grass carp weighing more than 10 kilograms, 2 fat-headed fish, and some jumping river prawns made the whole boat excited. If it was a big boat, it would not be like this. The scene is over. A clay stove was installed at the stern of the boat, and rice and fish were steamed and soup was cooked. In the night shortly after sailing into the Chunmu River, taking advantage of the calm surface of the river, the small passenger boat broke down for dinner. At this time, on the edge of the river, there was also another big ship moored. Compared with the small boats, it was brightly lit, and there were constant frolics and laughter. Although the boat that Ji Yuan is in is simple and crude, there is a rear cabin, and the transparent black awning does not cover the wind, even if the front curtain is not put. It is extremely harmonious to eat at the table. The craftsmanship of the old boatman perfectly presents the delicacy of river-fresh food, accompanied by home-brewed rice wine, especially a steamed fish with black dried vegetables. No need for ginger and scallions, sprinkled with a little salt, delicious and not fishy. A group of people eat very enthusiastically. Plop! There was an inconspicuous sound of water. The others were still eating, but Ji Yuan turned his face outward. Someone fell into the water. Someone fell into the water. There was a scream outside, and the other people under the awning also heard it, and they all went out of the cabin to see what happened. It seems that someone fell into the water on the other side of the building ship. Oh, did that person get rescued? The building boat is about 100 feet away from here. It is not very real from a distance. I only know that there is a mess over there. Not to mention Ji Yuan, his eyesight is really blinded at such a distance, and he can only hear a shout, sounds and screams. But also because of his excellent hearing, he knew that the person who fell into the water hadn't been rescued. It seemed to be a drunk son from a certain family, and he couldn't swim. Plop, plop, plop. In the distance, someone by the side of the building took off his clothes and jumped into the river, trying to save people in the water, but the river a little farther away from the boat was so dark that it was impossible to see clearly, and the lighting range of the people above holding the lanterns was really limited. Oh, how many people jumped down again? It seems that they haven't been rescued yet. That's right. Drunk and falling into the water with landlubbers, Ji Yuan shook his head. His luck was almost unstoppable, but unfortunately he is not a Daluo fairy with profound magic power. Even if he uses a small water avoidance technique and jumps into the water to find it, he will not be better than a few water-savvy the boatman is more useful. Suddenly Ji Yuan opened his eyes slightly, staring fixedly at the distant river. The young master is there. The young master is there. He is floating there. You all go and save him. Can't you idiots see it? It's right there. Someone screamed excitedly on the boat, and the boatman in the water had no choice but to turn around and swim in the direction they had passed just now. They actually saw the boy in white floating face up on the water, so they hurriedly kicked the water and swam together. Take it to the side of the boat. Hearing the faint cheers from the big boat, a group of people on the small boat also breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, it's okay. The person was rescued. Shouldn't drown for a moment like this. That's good, that's good. Well, let's continue eating. Yes, continue to eat. Ji Yuan also returned to the cabin together, but he came out again on the pretext of wanting to relieve himself. In the cabin, the old boatman just picked up the small rice wine bottle to refill himself, but found that no wine came out after pouring it twice. Strange. Did you drink up? Ah, this is gone. How much do you only drink? No hurry, I still have some. Just go to the jar and beat a little. With the gentle evening wind, Ji Yuan came to the bow of the boat alone, with a ball of rice wine hidden in his sleeve. With a wave of his right hand forward, the wine fell into the center of the river, silently like a small, twisting water dragon. Half a pot of fisherman's rice wine. Please accept it. After finishing speaking, Ji Yuan directly returned to the cabin, picked up the jug, and poured the rice wine brought by the old boatman as if nothing had happened, and a big herring on the river surface was swimming happily in the place where the wine was poured. Wait a minute, I'll turn the fish over. Seeing that one side of the steamed fish on the plate was eaten up, a scholar hurriedly turned over the fish, but the words he used annoyed the boatman and his son very much. What nonsense! It's to turn the fish right. It's right, this scholar. The word you said is unlucky for those who live on the water. The tone of the old boatman's explanation was obviously a little unhappy, but the scholar immediately figured out the joint and apologized quickly. Hey, look at my mouth. Don't blame the boatman. Don't blame the boatman. Shaoxing doesn't understand the language of the water. He will be punished with a glass of wine. Ha! You scholar, you're greedy for alcohol. I'll take the fish backbone away. Don't move it. Just eat it. There was constant noise and laughter in the cabin, mixed with the crisp laughter of children giggling. Occasionally, some people got stuck in their bones when they ate fish too quickly, and the old boatman brought out chopsticks to rescue them. The fisherman's rice wine is not high in alcohol and tastes good. In addition, there are a lot of fish and meat dishes tonight, and it's the first meeting of everyone. After half an hour of eating a meal, I still can't get enough of it. Father, I'll go and relieve myself. At this moment, the young boatman felt a tightness in his lower abdomen and wanted to pee. Go, stay away, you know. Why? The young boatman agreed, put down his chopsticks, got up, and left the cabin. Although he drank a lot of rice wine, the alcohol content was not high in the first place, and the young man had exercised a good physique by sailing and working, so naturally he would not make people feel dizzy when walking. Standing steadily by the side of the mast, close to the side of the ship. After taking off the belt of his trousers, his body relaxed for a while, and a water line flew into the river. Call! After releasing the water, it was extremely comfortable, but when he was fastening his trouser belt, the young boatman suddenly heard the sound of splashing water on the other side of the boat and turned his head to look, only to see ripples on the water surface on one side. Clatter! The sound of water came again, this time from a bow. The boatman was so nervous that he tiptoed close to the bow of the boat to look around, but he still saw nothing but water patterns, so he felt a little hairy and hurried back to the cabin. The people inside were still eating and drinking, and the few people who saw the young boatman running back with a bad face didn't know why. "Father, it seems that there is Lord Shui." The young boatman lowered his voice and said this to the old boatman. Just peeing, he seemed to feel that the underwater splash beside the boat was too abnormal, much like some situations in the rumors. The old boatman's expression became serious when he heard the words. He looked at the others and didn't say anything. He walked out of the cabin holding a wine glass. Everyone else was a little unclear about what happened. Only the old man with his grandson seemed to think of something and pulled his grandson to prevent him from going out to watch the excitement. In this world, there are knights who are at the peak of the martial arts world looking for opportunities to break through, and obsessed people looking for the fate of immortals. But gods and immortals meet very few people, and the weird and terrifying things of ghosts and monsters are actually not far away among the people. Some people even encountered it without knowing it. Some people maintained enough on word of mouth, and some people died inexplicably without knowing it. To put it bluntly, it is just seeking to be different. Demons and spirits are greedy for human body, soul, flesh, and yang, and ordinary people are very afraid. While ordinary people seek immortality and gods after all, they still have selfish desires, and the direction of entanglement is reversed. As far as the seeker is concerned, most of them can't afford to get involved. Even the city gods and the like, not to mention the busyness, how many greedy, selfish, and dirty things can be heard in the temples every year, and they are tired of death. If it is not necessary, no one will care about you. However, the differences in terms of time between the various parties are too great. Not to mention immortal cultivators and gods. Even demons have practiced for many years at every turn. In addition, the information is blocked. The world is so big that few people know it, and what happened is widely circulated. There are many, and the latter can find even fewer traces. On the contrary, some illusions and local methods of the villagers are mostly passed on by word of mouth. In the area of Shaoshan River and Chumu River, people who run boats all the year round have more or less known or even encountered strange things related to water. The so-called Shui Gong is a respectful name for water ghosts. Although the other people in the whooping cabin were a little confused at first, they also vaguely understood something. Watching the old boatman walk to the side of the boat with the wine, he stretched out his hand and poured the wine into the river. "If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. A glass of water and wine is a sign of respect. Shui Gong, get back." After pouring down a glass of wine and chanting a few more words, although the naked eye couldn't see what was going on, it seemed as if he could see waves shaking away. "Okay, let's continue eating. As long as we don't go into the water, we'll be fine. Everyone will go to the Chunmu River shrine to worship later." Although no one saw anything about what happened just now, it also made some people get goosebumps, and they sat back to the cabin one after another, just standing in the black awning and squinting at the river. A man like Li Daniyu is full of energy, blood, life, and fire. It is estimated that even if there's a water ghost, he can swim in the water, and ordinary water ghosts can't do anything to him. It will also drown the bottom of the river. But Ji Yuan knew very well that what was underwater at this time was not some Shui Gong, but a big herring greedy for alcohol. Others relieve their hands on the side of the boat. "And you still come here to beg for a drink?" Ji Yuan said with a smile. The water rippled again, and the big herring swam away directly. If only ghosts were this cute. In the early morning, the boat passengers woke up from the occasional slight shaking of the boat, and found that it was already bright. Ji Yuan had already sat on the bow and meditated, while the old boatman woke up before dawn and sailed, waiting to have breakfast later. I will catch up on sleep after my son takes over. Ji Yuan didn't hold the book in his hand now, but pinched another piece of white jade lotus in his sleeve, which was the god-jutting incomplete seal given by Chiu Feng. The so-called magical method of restraining the gods has two meanings. One is that for the practitioners themselves, it can restrain the mind and assist in the practice. In my previous life, when I read Journey to the West, Sun Wukong said, "Where's the old man of the land?" And the lord of the land appeared to see him, and another aspect of Jisan has this meaning. However, this kind of thing is also very taboo, and those who have this ability have to use it according to the actual situation and occasion. Simply put, if Ji Yuan really has learned all about Jisan now, and then stands on the boat to let the spring bathe in the river, God see you, it's okay. If the extreme death is successful, it is estimated that Jiangshan's body will have no effect, but instead he will be angry with a big wave and beat him to death. Were the real suitable occasions. For example, some mountains, rivers, lakes, or some beautiful places often breed some magical existences. Through talent or acquired hard work, they are more or less connected with the earth veins and water veins. They barely belong to the gods who have not been sealed, or small the scope is the place where the villagers worship, the prostitute temple, the small land, and the like. "Mr. Ji, come and drink rice porridge," the young boatman yelled in the cabin, which also interrupted Ji Yuan's thoughts. Coming. After a reply, Ji Yuan also patted his buttocks and stood up to have breakfast together. A bowl of white porridge, grabbed a small handful of dried vegetables, and put it on top. Holding the bowl and holding the chopsticks, Ji Yuan went outside the cabin again, stood there to help the rice porridge cool down with the breeze, while blowing the noodles on the bowl and scraping it with chopsticks. Eating porridge means that the boat is still stable despite the occasional bumps that make the body shake. With the help of the southeast wind, the small boat that Ji Yuan was in was slowly overtaking the big boat because of its light weight. Many people on the upstairs boat looked at the small boat and saw a few passengers on the boat serving bowls of porridge, and the people here were also looking at the big boat. A young man in white was lying on the side of a building boat, looking at the small boat on the river in a daze. He saw the gentleman in gray standing against the wind and looking towards this side. Chunmu River is a well-known river in Jizhou. It has the longest winding section in Chunhui Prefecture. It also passes through Naiduofu in Liuzhou. Into the sea. The section of the river from Jidaoku of Dishengfu to Chunhuifu is relatively straight, especially in this season. The southeast wind is relatively smooth, and the time from Dishengfu to Chunhuifu is very short. Except for someone falling into the water on the first night, a wise big herring rescued people and begged for wine. The next 2 days of sailing did not have any twists and turns, enjoying or listening to the sounds of small mountains and forests along the way. The wind went smoothly. In the early morning of the fourth day, I saw the big pier outside the city of Chunhuifu. The closer it is to the big wharf of Chunhuifu, the more ships there are around, ranging from single-person boats to large boats, from passenger ships and cargo ships to fishermen's fishing boats. The busyness of the wharf in Jidaoku County cannot be compared. All the passengers stood outside the cabin and looked out. Only behind the pier could they see the towering city walls of Chunhui Mansion City and the buildings inside that were a section higher than the city walls. As we approached Chunhui Fuching, the wind became weaker instead. The young boatman had already started to row his oars, and the passengers turned their gazes from looking at Fuching to the surroundings. The noise on the pier became more and more obvious. Loading and unloading passengers. The boat that Ji Yuan was on found a berth on the edge and slowly docked. At this time, everyone who traveled together for 3 days knew that they were going to part. The fare had been settled on the day of sailing, so they could disembark at any time. Guest officers. The Jiangshan Temple is located on the south side of the East City. You can see it when you get out of the pier and go straight south without entering the city. It can be regarded as a scene in Chunhuifu City. If you have time, you can go to worship the river god. Master. The old boatman fastened the cables, smiled, and suggested to the people who were about to disembark that the boat went smoothly, mainly for the passengers on board, and felt comfortable. Okay, let's go and have a look. That's right. I will definitely go to worship and burn a stick of incense. Farewell, boatman. There will be a period later. Like others, Ji Yuan bowed to the boatman at the pier. The two fathers and sons of the boatman didn't need to go to the city, so they bought some things on the spot at the pier, and when they cleaned the boat, they put up the sign of Judaica di Shengfu and picked up some drop-in passengers. Go home. The 6 people on the boat walked out of the pier together, and one of the scholars immediately asked Ji Yuan, Mr. Ji, my classmates and I are going to visit Chunhuifa City and then visit the Jiangshan Temple. If you don't have arrangements, sir, why don't you come with us? Yes, Mr. Ji. Ji Yuan looked at these people and also bowed his hands. Thank you for your kindness. Ji still has something to do. We are all in the same boat. We will meet again someday. Ji will say goodbye here. Several people said goodbye to each other, and they all headed towards their destinations. But Ji Yuan took a step first, and his pace became faster and faster, and he disappeared after a while. Today is May 12th. I wonder if Wei Wuwei has arrived at Chunwei Mansion and is ready? With this kind of thinking in mind, the first thing to look for is which famous wine in the city to see how delicious it is, which can attract the old turtle to come out. After all, Ji Yuan has never seen anything big in this world, and the one he drinks most is the Huadiao jar wine from Ning'an County. But that wine can be found everywhere, so it's not a rare thing. Anyway, if he was waiting near the South City Gate before May 15th, he should always be able to spot Wei Wuwei. After all, Ji Yuan's hearing ability could be recognized by people familiar with him even from a distance. As for when Wei Wuwei tried to meet the old turtle, Ji Yuan didn't intend to show up because he wanted to see something new. After all, the only ones who knew about it were probably the masters of the public family that night, except the Wei family. But even if Ji Yuan wants to show up, it's all right. Anyway, in Wei Wuwei's eyes, he is also an expert, and an expert knows that this matter will not appear abrupt. The prosperity of Chunwei Mansion surpasses that of Ning'an County and Judaiku. With poor eyesight and excellent hearing and sense of smell, Ji Yuan's wandering in the city is still like Grandma Lu entering the Grandview Garden. After inquiring for a long time, Ji Yuan finally found this restaurant called Yuanzipu. The faint fragrance of wine seems to prove that this restaurant is indeed well-deserved. The restaurant is not very big, and there is no second floor. There are only a few tables inside. There don't seem to be many people buying and drinking wine. There are only 2 tables in the corner where people are eating and drinking. The dishes in the restaurant are more like bringing their own, because they are wrapped in lotus leaves. On the contrary, there were quite a few people in the shop who looked like clerks, but they were all resting on a few empty tables, while the shopkeeper kept flipping the abacus behind the counter, crackling, counting against the ledger. Shopkeeper, I heard that your Kyamrican is an unrivaled famous wine in Chunwei Mansion. How much does it cost for a pot? Ji Yuan entered the store and asked the shopkeeper, who looked up at him after finishing counting. This store only sells 2 types of wine. Qian Rikhan is 2 taels of silver a caddy, and the whole jar can be discounted a little. 2 taels? Ji Yuan was surprised. The price is not a little bit expensive. 2 taels are enough to eat as many meals. It seems that not only in the previous life there was expensive wine, but in this life there should be no shortage. Guest officer, do you want Jiangguaju? The shopkeeper continued to calculate the accounts. His voice didn't fluctuate much, which made Ji Yuan a little embarrassed. Shopkeeper, since Qian Rikhan can be disassembled and sold loosely, can you buy a cup and taste it? A cup? This kind of request is really rare, mainly because no one has the face to ask it in Yuanzipu. The shopkeeper couldn't help but raise his head to take a closer look at Ji Yuan. Wide-sleeved gray robe, a mahogany hairpin on his head, carrying a bundle and carrying an umbrella, dressed in a simple and neat manner, with a loose but surprisingly natural hairstyle, not like a rich man, but also not like someone here to make trouble. Looking at the half-open when he opened his eyes, the shopkeeper was obviously slightly taken aback. The guest officer just came to Chunwei Mansion. I'm here for the first time today. I heard Qian Richen's name, so I wanted to try it. Come on. The shopkeeper nodded, and while beckoning to Ji Yuan, he picked up a jar from a few small jars on the shelf behind him and pulled off the ceiling plug. He took out a small porcelain cup and put it on the counter and then used a delicate small spoon to lift a small half of it. The amber wine dripped just enough to fill the small porcelain cup. Wire. The shopkeeper only disconnected after a bump. Guest officer, please use it. Please taste the taste of this 1,000 days of spring and then evaluate it. It will be the wine money. Ji Yuan sniffed the aroma of the wine and approached the counter without saying a word. He reached out and grabbed the porcelain cup and brought it to his mouth to taste it. Unexpectedly, he didn't taste the bitterness and astringency that he needed to get used to first. It is slightly higher than a huadiao I have drunk before. After drinking the small amount of wine in one gulp, the slightly bitter taste and wine taste irritate the nose, and then turn into a thick and sweet taste, and the aftertaste of sweetness in the mouth after swallowing will last for a long time. In his previous life, Ji Yuan didn't like to drink alcohol and thought that any wine was bad, but he didn't expect to be able to taste it in this life. Good wine, worthy of the name of Cayenne. Ji Yuan didn't say any explicit compliments and directly took out 2 standard silver ingots of 1 or 2 yuan from his pocket and put them on the counter. One sip of this wine is really not enough. Even if you eat a few meals, you have to buy a caddy. The shopkeeper's smile is all over the face, which is already the best compliment. Guest officer, wait a moment. After taking the silver and weighing it, the shopkeeper took a small wine bottle from the shelf behind him and handed it to Ji Yuan. 1 caddy of Cayenne. Ji Yuan took the wine and looked at the situation in the store, thinking that most of the wine will be supplied to major restaurants and inns, and there must be merchants shipping goods everywhere. Yuanzipu should be a place with a bright sign. Hey, shopkeeper, your wine is so expensive that even gods can't afford it. Let's go. Ji Yuan smiled and sighed, with some self-encouragement and longing, comparing himself to a god, carrying the wine bottle and walking out of the shop door. This sentence naturally became a joke in the ears of outsiders. The shopkeeper shook his head with a smile, because Ji Yuan seemed to be in a good mood because he tasted wine just now and gritted his teeth to buy wine. Just as she was about to arrange the small porcelain cups, her outstretched right hand stopped. Cayenne is well known. Apart from its good taste, another characteristic is that the wine is thick and sticky. Even if you use the smoothest ceramic cup, some wine will definitely stick to it. It belongs to the kind that needs to be licked several times to clean it. But the porcelain cup in front of him was white and clean without a trace of wine remaining inside, and the shopkeeper stretched out his finger to wipe the cup, and his expression was even more stunned. What did you do? Maybe a clever quack? But thinking back to that person's gentle drinking action just now, and thinking of his words before leaving, the shopkeeper's heart skipped a beat for no reason. Immediately raised his head to look around, and only said guest officer, but he couldn't see where Ji Yuan was. Hey, it's a luxury. Ji Yuan took this pot of precious Cayenne to wander around Chunhui Mansion. There are a total of 42 large workshops in the whole Chunhui Mansion, and the size of each workshop is much larger than the 12 small workshops in Ning'an County. The total resident population is about 200,000, and the streets extend in all directions with endless traffic. Ji Yuan has always been a little confident in his sense of direction, but he still feels at a loss as to where to go in this kind of place. In the end, it was the stomach that made the choice and found a cheap place to deal with the problem of eating. Fortunately, although this Chunhui Mansion is big, it's not that the consumption is high everywhere, and you can still find a stall for a few pennies for a meal. At this moment, in Guiyufang near the south of the city in Chunhui Mansion, in a high-class courtyard of an inn, Wei Wuwei was frowning and writing in the room. In order to meet the needs of the guests, some good inns, in addition to the big building on their own cards, will also have a single-family house like Wei Wuwei's, and the price will naturally be more expensive. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and Wei Wuwei raised his head to look at the door that was already open. Come in. A middle-aged, butler-like person entered the room. Patriarch, the Zhuijing CEO, and Dukong wines purchased from Dingyuan Mansion and Duming Mansion have already arrived. Jianzhou Hong Fintu should be on the way, so they should be able to catch up in time. Even if the Jinyu wine from Jiangxi province is rushed, it may not be able to catch up. Well, if you can't make it in time, you can't make it in time. The wine is enough. Have you tried the wine? Uncle and uncle, which one is the best? The housekeeper thought for a moment before replying. According to what I know, among all the wines, Cayenne from Chunwei Mansion is slightly better. Okay, you go down. Yes, the old slave is leaving. After the old steward walked out of the room silently, Wei Wuwei picked up a brush and scratched out Zhe Jinxiao and Dukong wine on the paper. For this May 15th event, the Wei family has prepared more than 30 kinds of good wine, many of which are as famous as Cayenne, some brought from Dishing Mansion, and some purchased directly from Chunwei Mansion. Some are rushing to prepare goods from other places. Then Zheng Qinxiu only prepares 2 or 3 kinds of good wine every year. The highlight is Qian Rikon. My Wei family is 10 times better than you. I don't believe that old turtle won't come. With a mutter, Wei Wuwei pulled out the piece of sapphire from his chest again and played with it in his chubby hands. Looking at the light from the window, he couldn't see the 4 small characters he had seen before. If you go to the fairy mountain, will the money on it be good? If it is not easy to use, how to solve the problem of food and clothing? And what about the concubines in the family? Can't go down the mountain to go home during Chinese New Year and energy saving? Or give the opportunity to others, but I don't have a son yet. Wei Wuwei's thoughts began to diverge again. On May 15th, it was getting late. Ji Yuan, who had been waiting outside Nanxing for a long time, finally heard Wei Wuwei's voice again. Starting in the afternoon, the Wei family and his party divided into 7 or 8 batches and used small carts to transport the collected wine out of the South City Gate. In the evening, Wei Wuwei walked out of the South City Gate slowly with an old housekeeper. Carrying an altar of Cayenne is tasted while walking. TSK, TSK, TSK. This Chunwei Mansion is really a good place with rivers and water, and it can brew such fine wine. Hearing Wei Wuwei's evaluation, the old butler beside him also laughed. I heard that there was only one small wine shop in Yuanzipu at that time, and Cayenne was just homemade local wine. It was delicious, but not well known. The prefect at the time was amazed after drinking it by accident, so he offered it to Jiangxi province. The emperor finished tasting Longyandiua, specially bestowed the name of Cayenne. Oh, I got it. And Ji Yuan, who was sitting on a tree outside the city, also nodded secretly, only to hear the shaking sound of half of the wine in Wei Wuwei's wine jar in the distance, and then look at the small wine pot with at most 2 mouthfuls left in his hand. Sighed. The sun approached the western horizon, and the sky quickly darkened, and the square gates of Chunhuifu City gradually closed. By this time, the number of people outside the city of Chunwei Mansion has suddenly decreased, except for some buildings and boats on the river. Maybe there will be some people on the east pier side of the city, and the people on the south side of the city are basically leaving the city and hiding in secret of the Wei family. Wei Wuwei led the old housekeeper to walk southwest along the river, and there were many willows along the way. After staying for about 5 miles, he saw a few particularly strong willow trees falling across the river. At this time, the full moon was hanging high in the sky, and the evening wind was blowing gently on the river. Except for a building boat far away on the river, there were no people around. Papa! The old housekeeper raised his palms, and the palm wind whistled and struck each other, making 3 clear and loud high fives. Not long after the sound fell, people from behind some small forests came out one after another pushing carts. There were about 20 people in total, and there were 8 carts in total. It is 2 big wine jars half the height of a person. Master, master, meet the owner. Whispered greetings rang out one after another. Wei Wuwei could keep silent to other people, but he didn't dare to trust the 2 elders. Uncle, 3rd uncle, you watch me grow up, calling patriarch my toothache. He, the rules cannot be broken. Exactly, patriarch, everything is ready for tonight. Can you open the altar and pour wine into the river? Wei Wuwei looked at the sky and then at the wide river. Okay, first pour a jar of Cayenne and Dukong into the river. Yes. 2 of Wei Wuwei's elders personally grabbed a jug of wine from each of the 2 small carts, and gently slapped the seal with their palms, and the seal was blown away, and then they directly lifted the wine stand to the riverside and poured the wine down. Ji Yuan hid on a willow tree more than 30 feet away from the downwind. Smelling the fragrance of wine, he felt a sense of pity that he wasted money. Although it seems that the distance is not too far away, Ji Yuan is not afraid of being discovered by Lao Gui and the Wei family. Needless to say, the latter, even if the former has some skills, after all, he is not yet transformed. Maybe you will find Ji Yuan, but you will not be so magical on the shore. After pouring the 2 altars of wine for a while, Jiang Yin finally changed. Kla-la-la-la, clap-la-la. The waves on the river in the distance gradually rose, which caused the hearts of all the masters of the Wei family to tremble, and Ji Yuan also looked intently at the river near the bank. I saw a streak of water rippling and approaching. Others could only see the waves with their naked eyes, but could not see through the dark underwater. But in Ji Yuan's eyes, the old turtle under the water was clearly visible, swimming towards it. Clatter! The giant tortoise leaned out half of its body from the bank, scaring the Wei family back in a hurry. Under the moonlight, half of the old turtle's back was a foot wide, as big as a small boat. Oh, the kid surnamed Zheng didn't come? It seems that the doom of his life is still not over. Half of the old tortoise's body was still in the water, and the 2 paws lying on the shore pushed down the mud and grass on the shore foundation. He looked at the surrounding wine before continuing. From this point of view, others have fallen into your hands, but they have no effect on me. Perhaps it is a good thing instead. Clatter! Twisting jets of water rose from the river on the bank and flew towards the carts on the bank. After wrapping around the carts, they spread out with a crash, forming a tiny wave, pushing the carts to the river. Plop! 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 8 small cars fell into the water one after another. During this period, no one in the Wei family spoke, and they all stared at all this in horror. This was the first time they saw monsters and water-controlling spells. What? Didn't ask for it? Just a gift of wine? Hee, let's talk. The old turtle rolled the wine into the river and did not leave immediately, but waited on the bank. Only then did Wei Wuwei come to his senses and bowed solemnly to the old turtle. This fairy elder, I am Wei Wuwei, the patriarch of the Wei family in Deshing Mansion. I am carrying the ancestral jade pendant in my family. I only know that the jade pendant comes from Yuhuai Mountain in the Immortal Mansion, but I don't know how to enter the Immortal Gate. I also asked the Immortal Elder for advice. The old turtle turned his head to look at Wei Wuwei in surprise. You actually know that the jade pendant is from Yuhuai Mountain? Come closer and let me see you. Wei Wuwei gritted his teeth and approached the old turtle even though his heart was trembling. He walked a foot away before stopping, his heart beating like a drum. Why is your fate vague? Impossible, this is impossible. You are clearly just a mortal. Ordinary people have the perseverance to change their fate, but how can they blur their fate? The old turtle suddenly raised his head again in surprise and thought, staring at Wei Wuwei. Since you know about Yuhuai Mountain, have you met some kind of expert? Wei Wuwei's breathing became much more stable. Hearing Lao Gui's astonishment, he almost immediately thought of the figure of an Rand playing chess in the small courtyard in Ning'an County. But he didn't know whether Mr. Ji would allow himself to reveal his information, so he was hesitant at the moment. But the old turtle in the river seemed to have seen through this, and said in a hurried tone, You must have seen it, right? You must have seen it. Wei Wuwei. The remaining half of the old turtle also crawled out of the river, and his voice changed from the calm before to become excited and loud. Can you introduce me, the old turtle, to an expert? Or you can ask me with a sentence. Wei Wuwei. Did you hear me? The old turtle's impatient appearance scared everyone, while the Wei family members were all nervously on guard. Many people had already firmly grasped their weapons, but no one knew how useful martial arts would be. The pressure we face now is completely different from the pressure faced by martial arts masters. This is a giant tortoise, a monster who has cultivated for an unknown number of years. Fairy. The uncle and third uncle of the Wei family, as well as the old butler, have already formed a triangle with each other, sticking close to each other, with chi surging in their bodies, ready to fight with all their strength at any time. Wei Wuwei held back almost by force of willpower and stretched out his hand to stop others, signaling not to act rashly. Here, don't be impatient. This immortal leader. Wei has indeed met an expert. Seeing Wei Wuwei speak, Lao Gui seemed to realize his gaffe, calmed down a little, and his tense body eased. Patriarch Wei is shocked. Lao Gui and I are also in a hurry. Please continue. Wei Wuwei swallowed his saliva, thinking about what to do in his mind. Now, the situation is not a matter of whether he will tell Mr. Ji's existence, but a matter of whether he can be kind even if he tells the truth. Mr. Ji has already gone on a long journey. Who knows if he will go back? And even if he does, will he go back? Can immortals have the same concept of time as ordinary people? But would the old turtle think so? What if Wei has already told the truth, but Lao Gui thinks he is evasive and deceiving? Thinking about it for 2 breaths, Wei Wuwei knew that if he didn't say anything, the monster would lose his composure. This fairy elder, I have met an expert outside the world by chance, but I am afraid that revealing his identity casually will offend him. So I will first choose what I think can be said to tell you. How do you think about it after hearing it? The old turtle looked up at the rich man in front of him. Okay, please tell me. What? Trembling slightly, Wei Wuwei wiped the sweat from his forehead with his cuff. This was both genuinely nervous and a sign of weakness, letting Lao Gui understand that he dare not lie now. At the beginning, I heard that there was a knight in a certain county of Dishing Prefecture who killed a man-eating tiger in the mountains and got a complete white tiger skin. The old lady's birthday was approaching, so I thought of buying it. After all, my Wei family has tiger skins. But white tiger skins are really rare. I met Mr. That for the first time when I was talking with the magistrate of this county in the county. Old Gui's eyes widened slightly, and he keenly noticed the subconscious change in Wei Wuwei's words, which was completely out of respect. At that time, my husband glanced at me. I thought it was just because I was talking about my husband with the county magistrate, so I attracted a casual glance. But now that I think about it, my husband must have noticed that a disaster was approaching for me at that time. The old turtle's heart moved, and he asked, "Is that Zheng Qinxiu looking for you?" Exactly, that Zheng Qinxiu, together with the remnants of the 1313 pirates of Yindi and another first-class master in the Jianghu, set up an ambush to capture me. It's a pity that they didn't know that I pretended to be someone who didn't know martial arts since I was a child. He was seriously injured, poisoned, and captured by me instead. Here Wei Wuwei didn't mention the high-ranking man of the Gongmen. These things seemed insignificant to the old turtle, but it was a careful test by Wei Wuwei, wanting to confirm whether the monster could figure out every word. Although my Wei family's horses won miserably, we can't be in a hurry anymore. So returning to the county is also an opportunity for me to visit an expert. Seeing that Lao Gui listened very seriously and didn't react too much, Wei Wuwei breathed a sigh of relief. At that time, I heard that a red fox with a color like fire came to the county. It was chased and bitten by many vicious dogs and was chased and beaten by idlers on the street. They wanted to kill the fox to get fur. According to the memories of the villagers in the county, my husband was walking on the street at that time. The red fox pretended to die in a crisis and tricked the idlers into fleeing to the street. After seeing my husband, I kept crying and begging to my husband and kowtowed. Hearing this, the old turtle became tense, his eyes widened, and his long, almost inaudible breathing became a little rough at this moment. Did the gentleman save the red fox? The red fox is definitely not an ordinary fox. At least it is spiritually intelligent. You must know that monsters are often hated by immortals. Even the old turtle, who has cultivated steadily, may not get a good face. When it becomes a climate, it becomes evil. How many spirits and monsters have been enveloped by the phrase, after all? The demon nature is hard to tame. Wei Wuwei took a breath and continued. Naturally, he was rescued. The gentleman paid the idler away, and then gently advised the vicious dog, but the vicious dog backed away. Then he hugged the bloody red fox in his arms and sent it to a famous doctor in the county for bandaging and treatment. Take it home, to recuperate. Wei Wuwei froze for a moment when he said this. Not because he forgot something or because he was afraid, but because he actually felt an extremely human envy from the old turtle. Yes, it's just a feeling. After all, the turtle face is still too different from the human face, and the expressions of emotional changes can only be guessed. I once heard from the children who often went to his yard after my husband traveled far away that the red fox was very homesick after recovering from its injury. So my husband took the red fox to the mountains and released it. What? The old turtle was extremely astonished. The fishy breath from his mouth made Wei Wuwei's temples fly, and he was so excited that he scratched and dug on the shore foundation with all 4 feet. This fox actually wants to leave on its own. Simply, I'm so angry. The latter sentence was more like a suppressed growl. The voice was not loud, but it was the kind of anger and even unwillingness that anyone present could feel. Wait, you said that Sir traveled far away? After venting, Lao Gui seemed to have finally realized the first half of Wei Wuwei's words. That's right. Wei Wuwei was a little nervous again. Immortal Elder, listen to me first. That day we were injured and went back to the county for recuperation. Hearing this strange news and just asking Zheng Qinqiu about the fate of the immortal from Zheng Qinqiu's mouth, I begged the county guard to take me to the hospital because of itching. I'm going to visit Mr. Speaking of this, Wei Wuwei recalled the scene at that time, feeling quite emotional. In the courtyard, there's a white shirt and a green shirt, and they sit quietly and play chess under the jujube tree. At that time, I was a bit presumptuous to disturb. Sighing lightly, Wei Wuwei also realized at this moment, what about Yuhuai Mountain? What kind of family legend? He may have missed a more precious opportunity, but regretted that there was never such a thing in the world of medicine. After I explained my purpose, I begged bitterly, and my husband graciously agreed, but I don't know what method I used. When I touched the jade pendant, the sapphire shone slightly, showing the 4 small characters of Yuhuai Holy Land. The gentleman said that this jade came from Yuhuai Mountain, but didn't say much, only that it's not very clear. Then when did Sir go on a long journey? And do you know when he will come back? The old turtle asked eagerly. Wei doesn't know either. It is said that after Wei left that day, the husband talked with his friends about his upcoming trip. By the way, there is another strange thing. The same day, the husband said that he was going to travel far and told his friends to stay until autumn came. The jujube trees in the yard were ripe and distributed to the villagers to eat together. But at night, all the jujube trees in the yard were full of flowers and fruits, and by dawn, the jujubes that should have matured in autumn were already ripe and full of branches. Alas, when I know this, it has been a few days later, and the master has already left. The old turtle was silent for a long time before saying a word. The person playing chess with Sir should be immortal, right? Exactly. He is a master of the county school, and he is a close neighbor to the gentleman. He was the only friend of the gentleman in the county at that time. After Wei Wuwei finished speaking, the old turtle nodded slowly and didn't make another sound for a while. The old turtle didn't speak, and the Wei family didn't dare to move. They just waited. About half a cup of tea had passed when the Wei family members were blown cold by the night wind due to the cold sweat before. Lao Gui sighed again. Hey, you really are a master of Taoism. What a blessing to see it. What a luck to see it. In fact, everyone in the Wei family is also in a state of shock at this moment. Except for the old housekeeper and Wei Wuwei's uncle, the other Wei family members have never heard of this matter. What kind of feeling does it have? That, Immortal Elder, I really don't know the whereabouts of Mr., let alone when Mr. returned. That is the name of the county. Patriarch, Wei doesn't need to say much. I won't make things difficult for you. Old Gui looked at Wei Wuwei solemnly. If you want to enter that Yuhuai Mountain, firstly, there will be heirs with excellent aptitude in the descendants. And there's another trick. In those days, there were children under the age of 5 in the direct blood of the ancestors of the Wei family. And they could be sent to Yuhuai Mountain Immortal Mansion, where the crane guarding the mountain rotates every 20 years, starting from the first month of next year. It happens to be the one who is old with your Wei family. Bring the jade pendant, and the crane will definitely show up. At that time, you must ask him to recommend the child to the mountain gate. and try your best to beg him to enter the mountain as an elder to accompany the child for 3 years. The crane will definitely help him with all his strength in return for his kindness. There is a 70% chance of success. This Yuan mountain is in. The old turtle said the following words in an extremely low voice. Only Wei Wuwei could hear him. After saying this, the old turtle looked at Wei Wuwei and then climbed directly into the river. It's just that fate does not involve oneself, and there is no blessing to see good opportunities. Let's ask Jiangshan again this year. Plop! The sound of entering the water awakened Wei Wuwei, who was thinking, and quickly shouted to the river, where there was only a small whirlpool left. Thank you, Xianchong. My Wei family will prepare fine wine here next year. When the ripples on the water surface had calmed down, everyone in the Wei family was still in a dream. Even though it was approaching June, everyone still felt chilly under the evening wind because their clothes were soaked in cold sweat. After Wei Wuwei shouted his thanks to Jiang Mian, he kept staring at Jiang Mian lost in thought. Patriarch, how is it? The uncle of the Wei family was the first to break the silence and asked about the last situation just now. Wei Wuwei finally raised his head when he heard the words, looked at the people around him, and smiled. Of course it's done. You are all confidants of my Wei family. I hope everyone will keep the matter tonight tight-lipped, and even the closest people are not allowed to mention it. This is mainly for the other people. As for the old housekeeper and the 2 brothers of Wei Wuwei's father's generation, of course they are their own people. After saying this, Wei Wuwei waved his hand. Let's go to the pier if you don't get drunk and don't return. During this period of time, the gate of Chunwei Mansion has been closed, and there's a lively place outside the city at the big wharf, where there are many people living on the water. There are restaurants, inns, and post houses, as well as those painting boats and river cruises. Chuanzhou is the place where the rich son of the boat, Huanyang, gathers. The big pier at night is more lively than Chunhui Fuqing during the day. A long time after the members of the Wei family left with excitement, Ji Yuan was still lying on the willow in the distance, with only a shade of a tree under the moonlight under a blind leaf. On the surface of the river, where the willows on the Hengjiang River are, there are only slight waves brought by the evening wind and flowing water, and there is no movement made by the old turtle before, and there are faint sounds of singing and dancing from the boats on the river in the distance. From the beginning to the end, Ji Yuan was just watching and listening, and what he could see clearly was only a glimpse of the aura of the old turtle and Wei Jiyu's pendant, but what they said was heard verbatim. The old turtle didn't make things difficult for Wei Wuwei, and his final sigh was full of emotion. If it wasn't for the fact that his family knew about his family affairs, he really had the urge to help him. But most of what Lao Gui asked for was related to cultivation, and Ji Yuan didn't think he was really qualified to give advice, so he still looked up at the bright moon until now. Originally, it was to watch a lively scene, but it made Ji Yuan feel a lot of emotions. When I look at the full moon, I have regrets in my heart. You seek fate, and he also seeks fate. Why don't I? I don't plan to move but it's not cold anyway, so Ji Yuan's current physique can resist it casually, and it's like this until the morning light gradually rises, holding the empty jug on the willow tree in a blink of an eye and waiting in a state of sleep one night. When he woke up, he stretched his waist, subconsciously shook the jug, looked around but couldn't find the trash can, and couldn't help but laugh. In Chunhuifu City, Yuanzipu, a famous store in the west corner of Piaxiangfang, the shopkeeper settles accounts in front of the counter, as usual. There is the sound of rolling wheels and shouts from outside. The shopkeeper looked up and saw that it was Mr. Wang, who was collecting wine, leading 2 ox carts in person. The shopkeeper hurriedly put down and came out from behind the counter and stepped out of the store to greet him. The third master is doing well recently. That Wang Sang's original name was Wang Zizhong. He was a wealthy senior member of the royal family in Chunwei Mansion. He was a brother of this generation's head of the Wang family, and he was the third in the family, but he was in Zhouzhuang several hundred miles away to take care of the Wang family's property. Seldom go back to Chunwei Mansion. Hearing the shopkeeper's warm greeting, Mr. Wang also responded heartily. Ha ha! Mrs. Wang eats and sleeps well Just thinking about Kyanrikan from Yuan Zipu, shopkeeper Zhua. Are you all right? Thanks to the third master, I'm also full of energy. Qian Rikhan has already prepared it for you, and I'm just waiting for the third master to pick it up. The two entered the garden shop together with a smile. Without the order of the shopkeeper, the shop assistants began to get busy, one by one carrying jars of fine wine from the inner warehouse, and the two ox carts were also helped by the Wang family. Third master, would you like a drink? Shopkeeper Zhua is too polite. How can one cup be enough? Ha ha ha, my memory. The shopkeeper Zhua walked back to the counter, took out a tray from it, and put fine porcelain cups and wine jugs on it, put it on a table in the shop, and poured wine from Mr. Wang himself. Third master, please. Thank you. The prince re-sat on the stool, took advantage of the opportunity to take the cup and drank it, while the shopkeeper Zhua on the side stared carefully at the glass he had finished drinking and found that there was a lot of wine on it like ordinary people. Wang Zizhong noticed the eyes of shopkeeper Zhua and asked with some doubts, Shopkeeper Zhua, what are you looking at? Oh, it's nothing, the third master drinks. After finishing speaking, the shopkeeper quickly poured wine. This went back and forth 3 times, and every time the shopkeeper looked at the wine glass carefully, Wang Zizhong felt awkward looking at it. If he didn't know the shopkeepers were well and was confident in his martial arts, he might have suspected that he had been poisoned. Shopkeeper Zhua, are you dazed? What's the matter? Shopkeeper Zhua did not shirk now, but sat down opposite Wang Zizhong, poured wine for the other party, and poured wine for himself. Third Lord, how high is your martial arts in the Jianghu? Why are you asking this? Wang Zizhong was a little surprised, but he still answered. If you really want to talk about it, it should be above the first rate. It is only 1 step away from Xiantian. In another 10 or 8 years, it may not be impossible to break through. How many martial arts fighters like you are there in the Jianghu? Very rare. Wang Zizhong drank the wine quite complacently, and shopkeeper Zhua hurriedly filled it up again. Third Lord, forgive me. Can you drink the wine in the glass in 1 gulp, the kind that doesn't leave a trace of wine? How difficult is this? Just watch it. After saying this, third master Wang shook his arm while holding the cup in front of his chest. His right hand swung his arm like wine into his mouth, and then raised the glass to show the shopkeeper Zhua. The latter saw that the bottom of the cup was indeed clean, but it still didn't seem to be the true color of white porcelain. So he stretched out his finger to wipe it, and found that there was still a little wine on his finger. Don't blame the third master. I'll change the cup for you. Treasurer Zhua, you seem to have something else on your mind. Why? Did Wang disappoint you just now? Wang Zizhong's sentence is not ironic, but genuine doubts. Third master, if you drink like this, can you drink it clean and feel dry when you touch the bottom of the glass? After saying this sentence, the shopkeeper made a drinking gesture, nothing special, just like ordinary people raising a glass to drink, first sip a sip, and then slowly pour it into his mouth. Wang Zizhong saw all the actions of shopkeeper Zhua and answered with a frown. I'm afraid it won't work. You've seen it too. Even if you're lucky enough to shake the wine, there are still some leftovers, not to mention it is so light. Even if the innate master can pick things up within 2 feet, it can't make the invisible Ji Shui is so obedient. The speaker had no intention of listening, but the listener intended. The words make the invisible water obedient, shook the heart of shopkeeper Zhua. So that's the case. Thank you, third master, for clarifying the confusion. After the shopkeeper Zhua thanked him, he was somewhat absent-minded. But sometimes some things are just so coincidental. Shopkeeper, if you bring your own flagon to buy wine, can be cheaper. Your Qian Rikhan drinks it. It's addictive. Ji Yuan's Hongxing's peaceful voice sounded outside the door, and shopkeeper Zhua stood up abruptly, startling Wang Zizhong next to him. He raised his head and looked out the door, and he really saw the person he had seen 2 days ago. There's some no, cheap ones. Even though he tried his best to pretend to be normal, he couldn't hide his excitement at all. Wang Zizhong was puzzled, but Ji Yuan frowned slightly, thinking about why this was so. Anyway, he didn't think there was something wrong for a while. The prince looked at the person outside the door again. Is it because this person is special? Seeing Ji Yuan also looked at him, the prince raised his arms and slightly bowed his hands to salute, and Ji Yuan also bowed his hands slightly in return politely. Guest officer, please come in, guest officer. This is the 20-year-old Cayenne. Do you think it is suitable? Hey, shopkeeper Joie, isn't this suitable? Didn't you say that there are not many 20-year-old ones left, so you won't sell them? The prince stood up, yelling loudly, blowing his beard and staring, forgetting to drink his own wine. Shopkeeper Joie opened a hidden wooden door from under the counter and brought up the only jar of 20-year-old Chien Ricon hidden here. And Cayenne has been famous for less than 30 years. 20-year-old wine can be regarded as the best in Cayenne. It is almost the product of the same time when the imperial wine was given the name. There are very few cellars in the big wine cellar, and there's only such a small jar on the storefront. Wang Zizhong has only tasted it twice. The first time was when the daughter of the magistrate of Chunhui Prefecture married into the palace and was named Zhaorong. He had the cheek to ask the shopkeeper for it and bought a pot for 50 taels of silver. Scarcity is the most precious thing, and it is brewed every year in the spring of 1,000 days. But the wine that gets older is less than 1 jar. Seeing that the shopkeeper Joie actually sells such top-quality wine as an outsider, he couldn't sit still. He put down his wine glass and went to the counter to argue with the shopkeeper. Master Joie, I've begged you for this wine several times. If you want to sell it, you have to sell it to me first, right? In Ji Yuan's eyes, the prince is heavy and tall, but of course, he is a little bit inferior to that Li Daniu on the boat before, and for what he said, he knew that the wine should be very precious. It's fine to change it to something else, but this is the 20-year-old Chien Ricon. Ji Yuan is still a bit greedy, so he couldn't miss it, so he hurried into the shop. That's the wine. Shopkeeper, how much is this wine for a caddy or 2 taels? Shopkeeper Zhuo looked at Wang Zizhong beside him, hesitated for a moment, and spoke with a shy face. That's right, it's still 2 taels of silver a caddy. If you don't have enough money, the guest officer can pay you on credit. Wang Zizhong, a first-class master in his 40s who became famous in the world, stared at the shopkeeper Zhuo with wide eyes at the moment. The latter was itchy by him, but he pushed the wine away. But at this moment, Wang Zizhong also looked at the doorway and came out. He was excited and short-tempered just now. Now that he thinks about it, the shopkeeper, Zhuo, cannot even shame himself in front of him. Then the identity of the wine buyer is worthy of scrutiny, so he didn't really break the deal either. Ji Yuan wanted to taste the 20-year-old Cayenne, but he was not a drunkard who was addicted to alcohol, so he naturally took out the pottery wine bottle from the bag. Bring your own flagon. How much is a caddy? Shopkeeper Zhuo was stunned for a moment, then immediately responded and replied. Since the guest officer brings his own jug, it is naturally cheaper, so it costs 800 when a caddy, but the guest officer wants to buy a caddy? Hey! Wang Zizhong let out a small and strange inhalation sound from his throat and abruptly turned his face away from the wine jar. Although the shopkeeper couldn't hear it, Ji Yuan could hear it clearly. Ji Yuan also laughed when he saw the shopkeeper's calm expression and the other people's rather funny performance. The last time he thought it was so funny was when Taoist Ching Song and his apprentice Qi had a conversation in Huaikalu. Okay, I'm going to trouble the shopkeeper to make a drink, so I'll just buy a caddy. Putting the jug on the counter, Ji Yuan then took out a certain amount of round silver and a few pieces of silver from his pocket and placed them on the counter. The shopkeeper didn't weigh the silver first, but directly took out the spoon and began to drink. There's a name for this kind of spoon, which is called 4-liang lift. As the name suggests, it means to lift a spoon full of about 4 liang of wine, and 4 times is a caddy. Fill it until it is close to the mouth of the pot. Afterwards, he took out the silver and weighed it on the side, and then crackled and counted on the abacus. The silver weighs 1 tael and 21 baht, and the total amount of money is 875 coins. Guest officer, here is your change of 15 for 5 treasures. Ji Yuan took the change and put the wine on the table. Okay, thank you, shopkeeper Zhuo, and I will take my leave. Ji Yuan, who bowed his hands to thank him, saw that the shopkeeper hurriedly bowed his hands to return the gift behind the counter. So he smiled again. He is a wonderful person. Without saying anything more, he stepped out of the Yuanzi shop with the jug in his hand and left towards the downtown area. Although it was a willingness to fight and a willingness to suffer, Ji Yuan really remembered the shopkeeper. Hey sir, go slowly, go slowly. Come again next time, sir. The shopkeeper Zhuo was still shouting at the top of his voice. When he could no longer see Ji Yuan's back, he couldn't hold back his face. He immediately smiled and apologized repeatedly to the prince on the side. My third master, I will accompany you. It was an emergency just now. Look, there are still 4 caddies left in this aged Qian Rikon, so I will sell it to you. Although Wang Zizhong was still wondering about Ji Yuan's identity, he was also elated when he heard the words of shopkeeper Zhuo. Then how much do I pay for a caddy? It's also 2 taels, and it's also 2 taels. Shopkeeper Zhuo is in a good mood at the moment. Even if it is free, as long as Wang Zizhong really asks, he will agree. Ha ha ha, that's pretty much the same. But shopkeeper Zhuo, can you tell me who just came here? You can't say it. It's not that Zhuo doesn't want to say it, but it's inconvenient to say it. After selling this caddy of wine, Zhuo feels refreshed and has a good idea. If the third master bumps into that customer officer, it is always right to be more courteous. Some things, when the person concerned suddenly realizes something is wrong, the more he thinks about it, the more he thinks it is wrong, while in some cases it is the opposite, such as the current shopkeeper Zhuo. The more he thinks about it, the more he feels it is worth it. It was past noon. Ji Yuan was gnawing on fried vegetable buns that cost a penny each and walked south after leaving the East City Gate. The Chumu River winds and flows, so it is impossible to have only one river god temple. But if you want to talk about the largest and most orthodox one, it is naturally the river god temple outside the city of Chunwei Mansion. In any case, I came to Chunwei Mansion. I still want to appreciate the scenery of the first shrine in Chumu River. The closer I get to the Jiang Shrine, the more people around me will gradually increase. You can smell a scent of sandalwood from a long distance, and the noisy voice from the temple is also heard. Before you reach the temple, there are vendors along the river and the roadside constantly yelling, selling sandalwood and candles, selling candied haws and candied fruit, and even selling beauty fan rouge and gouache, which made Ji Yuan's ears open. Everyone, good men and believers, come and see the amulet of the consecration of the temple. Incense candles are cheap. Incense candles, don't forget to burn incense when you enter the temple to worship gods. Purse, beautiful purse. Hey, guest officer, I see that you are a knowledgeable person. Do you want to buy a few sticks of incense? Master Jiangshin will bless your high school success. At the gate of the temple, there are more and more vendors of blessing products, and some vendors are yelling at Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan stopped and asked the vendor strangely, "This Jiang god still cares about fame?" "Hey, what you said, guest officer, seeking fame and fortune, seeking peace and marriage. As long as you ask, Lord Jiangshan will bless you by 2 sticks of incense, even marriage." Ji Yuan is happy, but it seems that the previous life is similar, and many temples can ask for anything. Come for a stick of incense. Okay, 2 pennies per stick, take the incense. Ji Yuan paid for the incense and entered the ancestral temple area. It felt like entering a special park. There are wall galleries with eaves in the inner and outer gardens, a wall with inscriptions by literati and poets, a river port where animals can be released, and there are pavilions and corridors where people sit, as well as large and small incense burners and merit boxes, as well as the flow of people offering incense. The real Jiangshan Temple is just a big room with exaggerated eaves. There are no clay sculptures of officials inside or outside the temple. In the nearly 200 square meters of space, except for the incense burner, futon, table, tribute, and wooden fence, there's only one statue of 1.5 feet high. The statue of Jiangshan. The statue's serious face and eyebrows are portrayed by craftsmen like waves, with a long hairpin inserted into a top-knot hat and wearing a long robe that seems to be wrapped in flowing water. Overall, the carving is very vivid. Ji Yuan also followed the flow of pilgrims to the oil lamp at the temple blessing place to borrow fire to light incense. He followed suit when he arrived in front of the Jiang god statue, and he could hear various prayers from pilgrims, some normal and some absurd, some interesting and some unreasonable. Very heavy. However, it is true to seek a smooth sailing through the river. It is also true to seek smooth weather along the river. To seek longevity, wealth, fame, and marriage, it is better to worship the city god. The god of mountains and rivers is different from the city god and some land gods. Except for extremely special circumstances, most of them are practical cultivation. The imperial seal talisman was called to obtain the position of the orthodox god of mountains and waters. To them, folk incense is just an aid, and being able to manage the affairs of rivers and rivers is considered diligent. And those who occupy a certain amount of mountains and rivers and get a little bit of mountains and rivers and want to rely on the power of incense to become orthodox, on the contrary, they may respond to some prayers. As for the river god of Spring Mu, it is a scaleless white flood dragon that has been around for a long time. It happened to be recorded in the legends of heretics. It failed to transform into a dragon twice, and all its scales fell off. Even so, Bai Jiao is also an extremely rare Jiang Zhengxin who can truly rule Chunmujiang. Ji Yuan didn't ask for anything, and without losing respect, he cupped his hands and bowed twice before inserting the incense into the big incense cauldron. When the incense fell, Ji Yuan vaguely saw a mysterious yellow aura rising and passing away, which was much more spectacular than the occasional aura in the whole temple. And Ji Yuan himself also felt dizzy at this moment. Chuamu River is about 100 miles away from the south of Chunwifa City. It is a long and meandering river section, with hills nestled on both sides. Duan is definitely the deepest part of the Chuamu River, and the water is relatively gentle. Under the labyrinth-like water plants and rocks at the bottom of the river, there is another mystery. A huge bubble with a dark exterior is attached to the bottom of the river. The bubble is also full of sand, stone, and water plants, but there is a universe under the bubble. A mansion with a larger scale than the Weijiang Shrine in Chunhui Mansion is located here. Although some of the whole mansion is piled with cobblestones and others are chiseled by giant stones from mountains, it has a magnificent momentum integrated into one, which is similar to ordinary buildings, which also have pavilions, halls, and halls. On a huge, soft sand in the center of the backyard, a scaleless white jiao rested comfortably on it. From the appearance alone, except for the scaleless, this jiao was already very close to a real dragon. If it weren't for the occasional flick of the white dragon's beard, there would be a burst of fine air bubbles. Some mortals could see this mansion with their naked eyes, and would think that there was no water, which shows how transparent the water contained in this mansion is. At the entrance of the mansion's bubble, a crystal plaque with slightly fluorescent light was placed on a high place, and there were 3 neatly written characters Chumu Mansion written on it. There's an old turtle swimming here with a load of fine wine, and the dozens of jugs of fine wine on its back are bound by the water method, so that they will not float away or be soaked by the river water. Just as the old turtle landed on all fours at the bottom of the river, there was a sharp sound. Stop! This is Jiangshan's mansion. No trespassing. 2 dark shadows on the left and one on the right gradually revealed their figures. They were 2 humanoid monsters with greenish fangs and fangs. Their long hair floated in the water above their heads. Master Yasha, it's me. The old turtle quickly unloaded the wine from his back and was suspended in front of it, supported by the current. This is the best wine from all over Dajin. Besides Kyanrikan, there are also Nazui Jinshao and Dukong. They're all good wines. The old tortoise has come here to present it to Master Jiangshan. I hope Lord Yasha will give you a kind report, so that the old turtle can meet Master Jiangshan. The old tortoise raised his body, hugged the cage with his front feet among the waves and seaweeds, and bowed to the disciples. Old Gue, you still don't give up? Master Jiangshan is taking a nap. We don't dare to disturb you casually. Master Yasha, you are so forgetful. Lord Jiangshan visits the river in summer every year. The summer solstice is approaching. He must be awake. I beg Lord Yasha to accommodate you. Master Jiangshan will be happy after drinking good wine. The old turtle kept clasping hands and tried his best to persuade the 2 Yashas. Well, just wait. Let me report it. After saying this, one of the Yikshaws hid backwards, jogged in the water, and entered the Jiangshan mansion. A moment later, at the place where Bai Jiao was lying in the sand court, just as Yacha arrived, Bai Jiao murmured, "Is that turtle coming again?" Yasha hurriedly lowered his head and cupped his hands. Returning to the master, it is the old turtle who brought a lot of fine wine this year, and said it came from various places in Dajin. The white flood dragon's eyes, which were more than 20 feet long, opened a gap, revealing the amber light inside. Drink his wine for so many years. Let's meet him this year. You go and lead him in. Yes. Yasha quickly ran back to the gate of the mansion after taking his leave. Master Jiangshan let you in. Follow me. The old turtle was overjoyed when he heard the words, and he kept thanking him, dragged the wine, and entered Jiangshan's mansion with Yasha. Although there are pavilions and pavilions in this mansion, it is extremely deserted. It seems that only the old turtle and Yasha are walking forward, and no other fish and shrimps can be seen. Master's dragon spirit is too strong. Knowing that ordinary aquariums will be extremely uncomfortable staying here for a long time. They live more in Beppu, so this place looks relatively deserted. Yasha seemed to know what the old turtle was thinking, so he explained it like this. As he got closer and closer to the sand court in the backyard, the old turtle felt more and more pressure. After crossing a large courtyard, there was a screen in front of him. His eyes swept to both sides, and he could already see the terrifying dragon body. Master, the black-backed old turtle is here, and my subordinates will leave. Seeing Yasha salute and then back away, the old turtle was startled and hurriedly saluted to the screen. Chumuzhang's black-backed old turtle Wuchong, pay homage to Master Jiangshan. Well, come and talk. The white flood dragon spoke slowly. The old turtle hurriedly dragged the wine and crawled around the screen and saw the whole white flood dragon in a daze. Did you come up with the name Wuchong yourself? Bai Jiao's eyes were slightly opened, and the old turtle didn't dare to move onto the dim light. Master Hui Jiangshan's words are exactly the name that Lao Gui gave himself. The head of the white dragon raised slightly, and the dragon's mouth opened to reveal its inner cold front, which made the old turtle feel as if he was about to be swallowed. You old tortoise, although you haven't cultivated diligently for a long time, you are also proficient in divination. Don't you know the root of it? My scaleless dragon is only 3 points better than you. The old tortoise prostrated itself on the ground, pressing down on the tortoise's head and pestling the ground with its front feet, as if prostrating. Master Jiangshan, you know the sufferings of my monster clan, and you see yourself wasting the rest of your life. I have no choice but to ask you to show me a way, old turtle. Seeing the old turtle kowtow, Bai Jiao's expression did not change. You have helped some mortals to rise to the top in the past few years, and you have not hesitated to sue the heavens for this. But will someone repay you? Bai Jiao's question made old Gui silent. I can help you erect a turtle statue in the temple, and use the power of the incense and people's wishes to help you transform. But do you know the price of such transformation? While speaking, Bai Jiao raised the head of the dragon and watched the old turtle dance with its whiskers. An altar of Kyanrican floated up. The mud seal opened automatically, and crystal wine flew out and was sucked into the dragon's mouth. Alcohol is good. Just at this moment, a dark yellow aura, like smoke swimming in the water, emerged from the sky above the mansion. Bai Jiao felt something in his heart and just turned his head to look. The aura submerged into the top of Jiaolong's head, and a sense of dizziness came. Well, the water waves in the sand court suddenly swelled, and the fine sand seemed to be hit by an explosion, and it was blown up in all directions in the transparent water flow. The old tortoise gripped the ground with all 4 legs, but was still pushed back by the water. The white flood in front of him swayed back and forth in front of him, as if he was drunk. Is this alcohol so strong? This ridiculous idea was rejected by the old turtle himself. The turmoil in the mansion ended after about 3 or 5 breaths, and Bai Jiao still shook his head a little bit, like a mortal drinking a large bowl of tonic wine in one gulp. The old turtle had already slid to the corner of the courtyard, trembling and not daring to move. The continuous dragon aura in front of him made him feel oppressed. Master, what's the matter with you? A yiksha came from outside. His voice was extremely startled. I don't know. I just feel dizzy as if I've been hit hard. Bai Jiao shook his head. And as it became clearer and clearer, a strange feeling arose, and he looked at old Gue and Yasha. "You wait and wait here. I'll go back as soon as I go." After finishing speaking, the white flood dragon danced and swam out of the Chumu mansion in an instant after clearing the water waves, turning into a pale white shadow and swimming towards the north. About a moment later, a water wave boomed somewhere in the section of the river near Chumu mansion, and a vague dragon shadow, invisible to the naked eye, turned into a stream of light and rose away. Many people on a large boat next to them watched in amazement at the inexplicable big waves that exploded on the river in the distance. After another moment, an old man over half a century old and dressed in rich and noble clothes stepped into the main hall of Jiangshan Temple. He scanned the crowd of pilgrims around him, but found nothing, and finally went to the big incense burner in front of the statue to check. In an instant, he fixed his eyes on a stick of incense. This incense has been squeezed into the corner by other incense and poured into the incense burner. It can be seen that the incense body has been extinguished after only one section of burning. This benefactor, please don't stand in the way of other benefactors to offer incense. Benefactor, what are you doing? Beware of the crime of Lord Jiangshan. Miao Zhu was good at persuading him at first, but he saw the rich old man stretching his hand towards the incense burner. The old man turned a deaf ear to it, but as soon as his finger touched the incense stick, its body turned into charred black powder and disappeared without a trace. Not even ash left. Don't be rude to this benefactor. Quickly take out your hand. Otherwise, at this moment, Miao Zhu had come over, and before he could finish his sentence, the old man in front of him grabbed his arm. "Miao Zhu, let me ask you, is there any special person offering incense here just now? What does he look like? When did he leave? And where did he go?" Under a little excitement, the old man exuded a breathtaking aura from his beard and eyes, which made the temple leader speechless in fright, and the pilgrims around him fell silent. After a long time, the old man looked depressed and let go of Miao Zhu's hand. "How could you know?" And in the distance outside the Jiangshan temple, Ji Yuan also looked there in amazement. When the old Jiao came over, his aura was almost undisguised, as if he was declaring, "I'm here to someone." "Huh, it's a good thing to go one step earlier." Ji Yuan rubbed his chest, took one last look at Jiangshan Temple, and hurried into the city. Chevroners score left. No matter how you think about it, why did Jiangshan Laojiao rush here? No matter how you think about it, it seems that he is targeting someone. It is probably because of the wisp of black and yellow energy. But this idea makes Ji Yuan feel a little absurd. There was indeed a strange dark yellow smell coming out when the incense was being burnt, but at that time, Ji Yuan himself felt dizzy from drinking, and it was quite uncomfortable, so he decisively took away the fireworks of the stick of incense when he felt bad. This made me feel better. Because I was a little guilty, I wanted to see more of the murals and the fate of the leftwards, so I left the Jiangshan temple not long after. Sure enough, after a while, I saw a dragon-shaped phantom flying from the sky, landing somewhere outside the city of Chumu Mansion, and then there was a dragon's aura filling the Jiangshan temple. Presumably the old Jiao went inside. As for whom to find, Ji Yuan really wanted to say that it was absolutely none of his business, but he himself didn't believe this idea. Could it be that I snatched away the incense because a stick of incense burnt my head? However, the majestic god of Yijiang should not be so narrow-minded. It seems that the problem really lies in that wisp of dark and yellow aura, and the feeling that makes Ji Yuan feel uncomfortable is still fresh in his memory. But it was okay to offer incense to the city god at the beginning. It seems that it has something to do with the transformation of the pill furnace into a bridge of artistic conception. Hey, in the future, when you enter the temple to see the god statue, it's better to bow your hands together. This incense can't be put on casually. With this kind of thinking in mind, Ji Yuan still felt that it was not safe to enter the city, so he hurried towards the west of the city, intending to go directly through Chunhuifa City and leave the city, and had an unclear entanglement with Jiangshan. Ji Yuan, who was about to leave, didn't plan to stay here any longer. Chunmujiang River Shrine. After the domineering old man let go of the temple blessing, The people around still had a weird feeling that they didn't dare to breathe and watch the old man leave the Jiang shrine step by step. Out of the Jiangshan temple, the hawkers along the way are still struggling to yell. Some of the pilgrims around are in a hurry. Some of them are tourists. Some of them are Yin. But all of this seemed to be far away from the old man, who just paced slowly with some doubts and disappointment. Just now, someone gave him the aura of meritorious deeds. That wisp of black and yellow is different from the fine aura mixed with desires and easily dissipated when ordinary pilgrims pray and fulfill their vows. It looks so innocent. Even the old Jiao almost fainted. Couldn't taste the real taste. It wasn't until after the dizziness just now that Bai Jiao felt itchy all over his body, and he could even feel a ray of breathless machine showing signs of recovery. Did Bai Jiao suddenly react and hurried to Jiangshan Temple, but after coming, it was just now such a scene. And the more important thing is not the incomparably mysterious wisp of merit, but actually someone who can do such an unimaginable thing of dividing merit, using the power of Xianhuang to participate in the merit of good fortune, but it only exists in ancient legends of, if that stick of incense doesn't go out, if it's burnt out, why did you light it up and then take it away? Why, could it be that fate has not yet come? Or am I doing something wrong? At this moment, the dignified Chun Mujiang Jiang Zhengshan, who had already obtained the orthodox god position, was actually a little lost in his mind while muttering to himself. His figure in the eyes of the surrounding people also lacked more and more sense of existence, until he disappeared, and after a while, a vague dragon shadow flew away. At the cultivation level of Baijiao, he knew that the opportunity had been lost, and he could not come back if he stayed there to guard. In the water mansion, waiting for such a short time did not make the old turtle very impatient. Turtles are used to waiting quietly, but they are constantly guessing what happened in their minds, which can make Jiangshan lose his composure. About half an hour after Jiangshan left, an old man walked in from outside the water mansion, stepping on the waves. "Master, meet Jianggod." Yasha and Lao Gui hurriedly saluted and greeted them respectfully. In front of them, Bai Jiao regained his indifference, and after a simple reply, he walked straight to the pile of wine jars that had been pushed to the side of the sand court wall, and then picked up a jar of wine, opened the seal, and poured it into his mouth. Gulu drank a jar of Cyanrican in one gulp. The unwillingness in his heart still lingered, and even became more and more intense. Suddenly, the old man turned around and looked at the old turtle. The inexplicable look made the old turtle a little scared. "Old Gui, try your best to do the math for me." Lao Jiao walked a few steps closer with another jug of wine as he spoke. "Let me tell you, this hexagram is extremely dangerous for you. If you can survive after revealing the hexagram, I will definitely help you with all my strength in the future." This sentence was so resolute that the old turtle was not allowed to have any leeway, which made the latter, who was originally a cold-blooded animal, even colder. Observe, obey. As it was the key to his own practice, Lao Jiao was naturally extremely cautious. Except for the necessary pure heart, he quietly went back to Jiangshan Temple again and brought back all the incense, ash, and the incense burner. Although the stick of incense itself has been turned into nothingness, since the length of the fingernails were burned before, there must be incense ash left. After returning to the mansion, Lao Jiao sent Yacho away and spit out a mouthful of dragon blood full of dragon aura into the incense ash in front of Lao Gui, which made Lao Gui's heart palpitations even more. After preparing for about half an hour, Lao Gui was nervous and fearful, and based on the conditions given by Master Jiangshan, he even knew the exact time of Baijiao's birthday and the 2 failures of transforming dragons. All of this put Lao Gui under a lot of pressure. He knew that the calculation was absolutely no small matter, and he even regretted coming to Jiangshan. At the moment of divination, the originally pitch-black back of the turtle slightly lit up with patterns such as 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. It's just that as the old turtle started hexagrams, the more he calculated that the originally closed eyes of the old turtle went from slightly opening to gradually widening, The hexagram images he got were completely different from what he imagined. But the danger that seems to be predicted is gone. But the real danger has not been resolved. Seeing Lao Gui's gradually changing reaction, Jiang Shun asked with concern, "How? Did something happen?" The old turtle shrunk his neck subconsciously and carefully looked at the old Jiang Shun. His eyes and expression were innocent and hesitant, making him look a little pitiful. "Master Jiang Shun, old Gui, I swear by my whole life of practice that what I have calculated and said is absolutely true. The hexagram is blank." Blank? Hearing this, the old man stared at the old turtle who dared not move. His expression changed a few times, and he wanted to speak but couldn't speak. It took a long time before it turned into a sigh. "Hey, that's all, let's get back." The old turtle, with lingering fears, seemed to have escaped from a desperate situation, and he was so grateful that he quickly crawled out, not daring to mention any divination rewards. That old turtle. A word from behind made the old turtle froze. "I will pass on some self-enlightenment exercises to you. Although it is not compatible with turtles, you can also choose benefits in the practice. If there is no sign of improvement within 10 years, then consider the transformation of the divine way." Hearing this, the old turtle was overjoyed, turned around, and bowed down to Jiangshan again and again. "Thank you, Master Jiangshan. Thank you, Master Jiangshan. It is not easy for turtles to practice, so let's do it ourselves." After saying this sentence, Jiangshan flicked his sleeves and entered the rear hall alone, followed by all the wine jars in the distance being swept up by the current. Ji Yuan, who had already slipped away, naturally didn't know by Jiao's condition at all, but he could see the dragon shadow ascending to the sky and leaving in the city. I thought to myself, come and go quickly, it shouldn't be angry, right? Then, combined with his own state just now, Ji Yuan only vaguely guessed that his influence on the white flood dragon was a preference if the white flood dragon came here because of him. But even if Ji Yuan still didn't know the specific reason, he didn't dare to ask Bai Jiao directly. Even though Bai Jiao had already left, Ji Yuan didn't intend to stay any longer. He bought some dry biscuits along the way and went straight to the West City, walking faster and faster. After more than an hour, Ji Yuan had already walked on the official road to the west of Chunwei Mansion City. When we got here, although there were still cars and horses coming and going, the excitement of Chunwei Mansion suddenly faded away. Ji Yuan also let go a little more. First, he swept away the main road with inconspicuous strides and headed towards a more partial direction. Finally, when he didn't see many people, he completely let go and ran wildly. The next step is to go directly out of Jizhou to the tomb of the left madman in the east corner of Yizhou. There are many roads in the middle, and there is no special stop. Ji Yuan consciously needs to grasp an accurate direction. Even if he keeps running wildly, we'll get closer to the destination. As if the wind was blowing under his feet, Ji Yuan's legs moved like afterimages, and beside his ears was the howling wind from running at high speed. When the speed reached the limit at this stage, Ji Yuan's feet suddenly exerted force. With a swipe, the whole person jumped into the sky. Yun Fei travels in the sky at the end of the day. Don't go to Huifu to go to another state, ha. Although he can neither fly through the clouds nor ride against the wind, but when he runs fast and takes off suddenly, it still gives Ji Yuan a feeling of flying, which makes people feel happy. No matter in the previous life or in this life, people always yearn for flying, and Ji Yuan also sets flying as an important goal of his practice. Facts have proved that for some things, Ji Yuan's self-confidence is still quite confusing. Of course, this does not refer to spiritual practice, but something more metaphysical. Ji Yuan dared to be 100% sure that his direction was absolutely correct. He ran south along the ridge after leaving the city and turning over a small hill. But now Ji Yuan suddenly realizes a serious problem. That is, the maps he knows may not be accurate. In the end, the thinking impression of the previous life was too deep, and I forgot that ancient maps were sometimes very abstract, and the fineness was naturally impossible to compare with the live-action shooting and satellite positioning in the previous life. Ji Yuan's biggest terrain reliance was engraved by Ning'an County town god Si Wupan. So here comes the problem. It must have been dozens or hundreds of years since Wu Pan became Wu Pan after his death. In fact, he may not have traveled far and wide during his lifetime. Naturally, the maps he engraved were copied from pictures, and some of these pictures may be an old picture hidden in the Yin division of the city god. Just because the person who engraved the picture is a ghost cultivator of incense and Shinto, one cannot think that the engraved picture is also miraculous and accurate. In fact, the accuracy may be worrying. After thinking wildly for a while, Ji Yuan stopped walking and muttered to himself, "It's a little different from what I imagined. So, where is the road?" Ji Yuan was a little dazed. After running and running for a day, he became more and more panicked as he ran more and more slowly. He finally admitted that he was lost again. "I know who I am, but where am I?" The torture of life arose from Ji Yuan's heart. He should have been able to see a river a long time ago, but he ran all the way and didn't see any conspicuous waterway, so Ji Yuan ran boldly and confidently until now. In front of the eyes, left and right, there's a piece of not-so-dense woodland, and the terrain is full of low hills and low slopes with low ups and downs. It is estimated that the height is only tens of meters, and even the peaks are not counted. However, there are some trails on the ground, some of which seem to have been passed by wild animals, and some are obviously left by people. Although they are covered with weeds, Ji Yuan can still feel a little trace of the wheels when he steps on them. Then again, when it comes to the comfort of wearing shoes, Ji Yuan feels that each life has its own advantages and disadvantages. Now the shoes are all stitched by embroidered workshops or ordinary girls and virtuous women. The soles are relatively soft, and the uppers are multi-layered. It is comfortable and comfortable to wear, but this may also be due to the fact that I didn't understand shoes in my previous life and didn't have a lot of money and never bought high-end shoes. Ji Yuan doesn't worry about anything. As long as the direction is roughly correct, he is no longer an ordinary person now. And when he is hungry, with his ability to smell and taste, he doesn't have to worry about finding food and drink. At this moment, Ji Yuan didn't run anymore. He took a stroll as a rest. He picked a narrow path along the direction, which might be the path of the beast. He also took out the pot of wine from his back bag, opened the lid, and took a few sips, and put it back in the bag. When stepping over a piece of withered grass on the ground, Ji Yuan, who was about to step down, suddenly felt a slight movement in his heart, stopped his steps, withdrew his dangling feet, squatted down, and stretched out his hands to carefully push aside the withered grass, revealing a trapper. Organ. I moved my face closer and tried my best to take a closer look. I could vaguely see that there were 2 rounds of iron hoops with sharp serrations on the main part. There were some small holes in the middle where there were many bamboo sticks that seemed to be made by dipping in oil, but now the bamboo sticks were bent. It's so powerful that it seems to be holding something that looks like animal tendons. Although the spring technology of the previous life is quite different, it should be an animal trap. How powerful is this without the help of springs? Some curious Ji Yuan found a wooden stick with a thick thumb and a length of a forearm from the side, and pointed it at the iron piece in the middle of the trap as a trigger. Crack! With a crisp snapping sound, the branch in his hand was directly pinched off. Hiss! Ji Yuan gasped, knowing that he would not be seriously injured if he stepped on it just now, but his scalp would inevitably tingle. However, if there are bear traps, there will naturally be Orions, which shows that there are still people living nearby. After thinking for a while, Ji Yuan returned the not-too-complicated animal trap to its place again according to the order of the lines. This kind of clip based on the principle of bamboo and animal tendon should not be snapped frequently, and the bamboo will quickly become elastically fatigued. After covering the previous weeds, Ji Yuan got up and started on his way again, but this time he did not follow the path of the beast. When he turned up a low hill tens of meters high, Ji Yuan's eyes lit up. Although his eyesight was blurry, he did not lack the sensitivity to dynamic things. He could see smoke rising in the distance, and the color was black. It should be that someone is lighting the fire. 3 miles away, on the leeward side of the mound, from men in light leather jackets with leather arm guards tied tightly on their trouser legs and forearms were resting by the campfire. Most of them carried bows and arrows, and some of them carried bows and arrows on their backs. Some were put aside, and there were also some machetes and spears. A skinned hare and a plucked pheasant were being roasted on skewers over the fire. Hey, it's been a few days since I've been out, not to mention I haven't caught any big ones, and I even lost the bead my mother gave me. What a damn bad luck. Okay, you could go back to the temple stall and buy one for 5 cents for your beating. As for talking about it so much, what do you know? My mother asked for it from the temple, not from a stall. It's different. Look at you. I didn't say the same thing. Didn't you buy it to cheat your mother? Or you wouldn't be scolded to death. Makes sense. The two people next to him also smiled when they heard the words, but they were all frustrated that they had not hunted their prey. It is impossible to return with full rewards every time they hunt in the mountains and forests. Hush! Don't talk. Someone is coming over there. The voices around the fire suddenly stopped, and several hunters either drew out their bows or picked up their spears. But it's not dark yet, and although the few people are vigilant, they are not nervous. Brothers, I lost my way when I was on my way. I saw a fire here, so I came here to ask you the way. Ji Yuan's clear and bright voice came from a little distance away, and he purposely made his movements louder so that they would notice him. And when he was more than 10 steps away from them, he stopped. Where are you going? A hunter holding a spear asked loudly, while several people were observing Ji Yuan. The visitor was carrying a bag and carrying an umbrella, and the clothes he wore were not suitable for traveling in the mountains and forests. Although his appearance was refined, he was still slightly suspicious. Dare to ask which direction is Qingshui County? Logically speaking, after I cross Liliware Ridge and walk south, I should be able to see a river, and I would be able to reach Qingshui County along the way. Why is there no river along the way? The river course? Several hunters looked at each other in blank dismay. Then the older one suddenly seemed to think of something. You're not talking about Old Qingshui, are you? Ji Yuan didn't know the name of the river, but it was probably the case. Should be. I heard from the old people in the village that the old Qingshui River used to flow from Qingshui County to the area of Qianling, but it seems that in order to facilitate the irrigation of the fields, the county magistrate mobilized the villagers to change the river course more than 20 years ago, so as not to go to the mountains. It's flowing. Ji Yuan suddenly realized. So that's the case. How far is it from Qingshui County? Walking to the east for 20 or 30 miles, you can almost see the official road. And if you walk forward for half a day, you can see people. 20 or 30 miles doesn't seem to be very far away. Thank you for letting me know. Ji Yuan cupped his hands and left directly. He didn't intend to make fun of himself or eat barbecue here. People were obviously on guard against him. 20 or 30 miles was just a matter of running for a while. Seeing that Ji Yuan left so resolutely, and he was dressed like a Mr. Gentleman, the hunters were slightly taken aback. Mr. Elder, are you going now? It's going to be dark on the 20 or 30-mile mountain road. After all, his heart was not bad, but in the end, Orion yelled at Ji Yuan. It was the one who lost the bead. It was this cry that made Ji Yuan take a second look at the person who made the call, and then he saw something. Since the formation of mana, Ji Yuan's eyes have changed a bit, and he can see some qi fire of ordinary people. Tong Ming so refers to this as Wang Qi, and talents and skills can achieve similar effects. Ji Yuan feels that he should belong to talent. For confirmation, Ji Yuan's eyes widened slightly. The blurry feeling remained unchanged, but the weather revealed by the Orions became much clearer. The one who spoke just now had an inconspicuous red and black aura lingering above his head, like a sliver of smoke accidentally passing by indistinctly around his body, unless he looked carefully. Ji Yuan stopped and complained to the man cautiously. I can't help it. Why don't you hurry up and spend the night in this bare mountain? What if there are wild animals, and the bows and spears in your hands are scary? Ji Yuan's slightly nervous and flustered look actually lowered the vigilance of the hunters. Haha, don't worry, sir. We're just hunters and not strawmen. We will hunt wild animals at night. If you don't mind, please come and sit. We will go back to the village tomorrow morning. It is not far from Qingshui County. Ji Yuan looked overjoyed, but still dare not approach. Then, is that appropriate? Ha! Come here, sir. What's not suitable Look at this pheasant and hare are almost ready to be roasted. How about a taste of our country hunter's skills? The other hunters laugh kindly, too. Having talked about this point, the mutual can be regarded as letting go of a lot of wariness, and Ji Yuan naturally moved over with gratitude. The tranquility of life was not broken by the addition of an injured fox. The red fox recovered very quickly in the confines of Juanxiaoga. The only thing that troubled Ji Yuan was boiling medicine, and the fox had to eat a chicken or a duck every day after his injury improved significantly. At first, Ji Yuan cooked it for a while, but considering that it might be released into nature, the fox could not lose its wildness, so he bought live chickens and ducks and put them in the backyard for the fox to catch. In the backyard of Juanxiaoga, every afternoon there's a burst of chickens flying and foxes jumping. Sometimes, little Yin Xing will happily participate in the school lectures. It's a pity that, as the saying goes, all feasts come to an end. Ji Yuan never had the idea of keeping red foxes as pets. At any rate, it was a spirit fox, not an ordinary domestic dog. How many times during the day and night, Ji Yuan saw the red fox looking at the faintly visible Nyokue mountain. A fox who is used to being free in the mountains. No matter how good the small house is, bound by various rules and regulations, it must be inferior to the vast Nyokue mountain in his heart. On April 23rd, in the dead of night, the red fox walked out of the side room and came to the small courtyard. The night sky was bright tonight. The fox walked up to the jujube tree, climbed up the tree with a sprint, and reached a branch, then trot along the branch for a while, then jumped up to the roof of the side house with ease. Sitting down quietly on the roof, looking at the outline of the mountains in the northwest, wagging his tail behind him, he sat without moving for half an hour. "Do you want to go back?" A faint voice sounded, and the red fox jumped up suddenly, only to realize that at some point, Ji Yuan had already stood on the roof. "The moon and the star are rare, and the magpies fly south. You're a creature of the mountains, so you don't need to be locked in the city walls. I will send you home tomorrow." Woo! The red fox is a little bit reluctant now, not only for people, but also for the cultivation environment of Juanxiaoga. You must know that every day when Ji Fate performs the transformation of heaven and earth, there must be spiritual energy gathering in a short period of time, which is much stronger than it is in the mountains. Seeing the fox curled up, Ji Yuan seemed to be able to sense its thoughts, so he also smiled. You can't be too greedy in life, and it's the same with being a fox or a demon. My freedom of fate is very different from that of you, a little fox. Compared with being here, you must be more eager to be free in the mountains and fields. Ji Yuan has already seen that. Compared to a monster like Lu Shanjun, who is quite virtuous, this red fox is obviously just enlightened, and his wildness is greater than the monster's human nature, so it cannot be confined in a small courtyard. If I have something to give, I can't do everything smoothly, let alone you. After saying this, Ji Yuan floated down from the roof like a willow leaf and went into the room to sleep. At noon on the second day, the sun was shining brightly. Ji Yuan strolled in the city and came to Ning'an School not far from the county government. The school covers an area of about 1 mu and is surrounded by a wall. In the courtyard is a 2-story attic with white walls and black tiles, bamboo, and scenery. Pay attention to. This time I came here just to pick up little Yin Xing. This kid likes Chihu very much. Although the latter dislikes him very much, Ji Yuan thinks that he should bring little Yin Xing with him. If Yin Zhaoxian agrees, he should take him with him. Xiao Yin Xing went on an outing. Filial piety is the first, followed by trustworthiness. Parents call for orders, don't delay or be lazy. Parents teach responsibilities, listen and obey. Still some distance away, the voices of the school children reciting in unison had already reached Ji Yuan's ears amidst the noise. This is not the ancient China that Ji Yuan knew in his previous life, but the cultural background is very similar. Even some literature books are different, but the connotation of education is the same Chinese thought, and the content is quite similar. There were already many people waiting outside in front of the school. Most of them were servants from rich families who were going to pick up their young masters who were taking lunch at noon, and the other students either went home by themselves or brought lunch. Children who can go to this school, their family conditions are not too bad, but there are still differences in the end. Ji Yuan's timing was very accurate. When he came close, the sound of reading in the school had stopped. Some students came out one after another, passing by Ji Yuan, who was walking toward the school. Some of the students also whispered about the fate of having different eyes. Mr. Ji, Yin Xing, who was coming out with Yin Zhaoxian, called out as soon as he saw Ji Yuan, and Yin Zhaoxian and Ji Yuan also bowed their hands to each other. Master Yin, Ji wants to release the injured red fox back to the mountain, and wants to accompany little Yin Xing and return in half a day. I don't know what Master Yin wants. Release? Yin Zhaoxian has also seen that fox. He is very spiritual, and sometimes he really feels that he has become a spirit. He is not worried about his son going out with Ji Yuan. There will be any problems. After dating for nearly 3 months, Ji Yuan's character and unfathomable ability are still trustworthy, yes. It's just that Yin is also a little itchy. But there is no way Yin Zhaoxian, as the teacher of the school, cannot leave the students and go out casually. Since Mr. Ji speaks, it's no problem. Very good. At this moment, Yin Xing, who heard Yin Zhaoxian's agreement, almost jumped up happily. Although Yin Xing was very excited when he heard Ji Yuan's words, he tried his best to pretend to be obedient and dare not be too evasive. In case his father said no, it would be over. Seeing his son like this, Yin Zhaoxian also shook his head with a smile. In the past, he always felt that Yin Xing was too jumpy and not stable enough. Since Ji Yuan said several times that little Yin Xing was full of spirituality, he was very tolerant of his son's innocence. Outside the county government office next to the school, the magistrate of Ning'an County was leading 3 people out from the side of the government office, and there was a carriage parked at the door. The county magistrate is a thin, middle-aged man with a short beard. He is not wearing an official uniform at the moment, just a long gown and a Confucian crown. There are 2 people behind him, both wearing silk clothes, and the fat one is wearing a toga. I have ordered people to prepare food and wine in the building outside the temple. Please get in the carriage. Okay, Mr. Lao County Prime Minister is here.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.